Lost Souls Meet Under a Full Moon by Mizuki Tsujimura. Chapter 1. The Rule of the Idol. As the wind was blowing, I pulled the collar of my coat tighter. Dropping my eyes from the sky, I noticed a boy standing beside me on the tree-lined street that until now had been totally empty. Manami Hirase? Surprised to hear my name, my reply got caught in my throat. I tried to say, "Yes, that's me," but instead took a sharp breath, causing the boy to step back. I'd never got off the train before at this station on the Toei Shinjuku line. Exit 3, as I was told. The fast food restaurant beside the station exit was dark, maybe because there were too few customers in a business district on a Sunday. It was also the only real landmark in the area. I'd been watching cars whiz past on the main road for a while now. Wait. When did he get here? Yes, that's me. I'd been waiting in this spot for the past half hour. But the person I'd been on the lookout for, the person I imagined I'd be meeting today, was much older. I looked closely at the boy. I thought for a moment that he might have brought somebody with him, but he appeared to be alone. Was he about high school age? He held a tattered notebook in one hand and had the air of a cool, hip kid. His hair wasn't dyed, and he had no piercings, but something about his face and build made him seem more refined than the boys from my own high school days. He was lean and tall. His navy duffel coat was lined with chic checkered material at the cuffs and hood, and had leather patches on the shoulders. It looked like it could be a designer coat. He was the kind of boy I could never go up to if we were the same age. My words froze on the tip of my tongue. "Shall we go?" he said. I was still trying to wrap my head around the situation. As the boy started walking off, I said, Are you standing in for someone? I'm the go-between." He turned towards me with a slightly exasperated look. "I'm not a stand-in. I'm the go-between. You'll be talking to me." I heard that you could arrange meetings." "I can," the boy said as he tried to put the notebook into his shoulder bag. The bag, the coat, everything he wore was effortless and stylish, suggesting city boy. Only the tatty notebook in his hand seemed out of place. "I bring together the living and the departed," he said in a solemn voice, enunciating his words. "I am the go-between." I listened in a daze to the echo of his words, cancelling out the noise around us, including the cars zooming past. He led me to a large hospital, about a 10-minute walk away from our meeting spot. Was it newly built? There were no visible marks on the cream-coloured walls and floors. It all felt bright and airy. But why a hospital? Was somebody staying here, and was he taking me to see them? I was full of questions that I was too scared to ask, so I kept my mouth shut. This being a Sunday, the place was brimming with visitors. A young couple with a child, a group of chatty teens who were maybe visiting a friend. Wading through the crowd, I thought about how we must look together and felt increasingly self-conscious. A good-looking teenager who I was sure would fall in the hot category in the eyes of his peers, walking next to a plain woman about 10 years his senior. I was still in my 20s, but to him I was probably as good as middle-aged. Mature was the word people often used to describe me, a term disguised as a compliment, that only reminded me that I looked old for my age. He led me down a hallway that smelled of medicines and sanitizer. Moving confidently, as if he owned the place, he made his way into the cafeteria. One wall had floor-to-ceiling windows, and at the far end was a door leading out to a courtyard. Through the window, I could see patients dressed in blue gowns on their outdoor strolls. Some were accompanied by visitors. Others sat alone in wheelchairs. "Will this spot work for you?" There was a chill in the air, but the sun kept me from feeling too cold. "Yes," I nodded. I took a seat on an empty bench while the boy went back into the cafeteria, returning moments later with a paper cup in each hand. "Here you go," he said, handing me a lightly coloured green tea. I turned towards the cafeteria and saw a free tea dispenser inside. "Thanks," I said. I couldn't think of anything else to say. A hospital courtyard and self-service tea were not what I'd pictured when I thought about a meeting with the go-between. I was wearing a cheap tweed suit I'd bought for formal events at work. Thinking about the fancy outfit I had on under my black coat, I felt both relieved and a touch deflated. I'd fished it out from the back of the closet today, figuring it would be appropriate for any 5-star restaurant setting. "How did you hear about the go-between?" He didn't sit down, instead resting one foot on the low fence in front of the lawn. His eyes were boring into me, making me shrink even further. I instinctively averted my gaze and then, realizing I hadn't looked anybody in the eye recently, felt myself flushing from the neck up. "It was online. I met some people who introduced me to some other people, and then some others, and so on." My online acquaintances said I wouldn't need to give specifics, and the boy didn't ask anymore. I took a deep breath. I jumped through hoops to get to where I was today, spending more money than I'd expected to along the way. I'd been swindled out of cash because I couldn't tell the authentic sources from the fakes. Though the question of legitimacy still loomed, this was the first time I'd been able to get the go-between's contact information at all. If the boy in front of me was, in fact, the real thing, I'd attribute it to luck and nothing more. Half of me had been ready to throw in the towel, and the other half had thought, whatever, who cares if it's a scam? Sandwiched in the crevices between the two urges was a part of me that wanted to believe. "I thought you were some kind of urban legend," I said, and he glanced over at me as he blew on his drink. Seeing that the tea was as hot for him as it was for me made him seem human. "I didn't think I'd actually get to meet you." "How familiar are you with the rules?" There was a mysterious calm to the boy's voice, making me feel like I was the younger of the two. I felt my confidence wane again. But I'd already come this far. "I get the gist of them, but, is it true? That you can talk to people who have died?" "I can bring them to you," he said shortly. He sounded almost impatient. "If you're picturing something like the mediums of Mount Orsore, you'd be wrong. I don't let dead spirits possess my body or receive messages to pass on. I set up a meeting between you and the deceased person you wish to see. I'm strictly the go-between." "That's what I've heard. Some people say you're a famous organization that goes way back?" "Organization," he mumbled to himself. Was I totally off base? But the boy didn't seem put out. You're not... Let's stick to the facts. First, the go-between receives a request from a living person, someone like you. You tell me about the person in your life who has passed away. I take your request back with me and present it to the departed. I confirm whether they're interested in seeing you as well. If they give their consent, I set up the meeting. Right. That was the work of a go-between. I wondered how long they'd been around. When I first heard about them, I remember thinking that they did sound a lot like the Mount Osore mediums the boy had just mentioned. I'd heard numerous accounts of big-name politicians getting advice from notable historical figures with the help of a go-between, and celebrities having teary encounters with friends who died too young. Stories like those were passed from person to person like fairy tales for adults, no doubt laughed off by many. But for those in the know, the go-between was a normal presence, about as common as rumours of moguls and stars paying large amounts of money to keep a psychic or astrologer on hand. Whether somebody can find their way to a go-between depends on 3 factors. 1, that you know they exist. 2, that you believe they exist. And 3, luck. What exactly does it mean for you to set up a meeting? He looked at me as if to say, "You came to me without even knowing that?" I mean, once somebody has died, I said. They no longer exist as physical bodies, obviously. And if the funeral is over, they've been cremated and buried. They will appear looking as they did in life. He placed his paper cup on the bench and took out the notebook again. Lowering his gaze, he started to explain as if reading off the page. The spirit of the deceased is permitted to take on a physical form when in the meeting location designated by the go-between. The living person can see them, of course, and also reach out to touch them. I can't believe it, I whispered. He shot me another look. How is that possible? Isn't that why you came to me? His voice grew sharper. Why do you need to know how it works? You get to see this person. You'll meet face to face and be able to talk to them directly. What more do you need? I'm sorry. I just can't believe it. Our world connecting with the other one. You make your request and I do my part to relay it. Whether the spirit accepts is not up to me, but I will negotiate to the best of my ability. He continued to speak in a dry, bureaucratic tone. Maybe the designer coat and young appearance were all part of a disguise. Weren't Grim Reapers on TV shows and in movies often portrayed as good-looking people? Okay, I said. He looked at his notebook. So let's get started. Please tell me the name of the person you want to see and the date they passed away. Saori Mizushiro, I said, and he looked up at me. I couldn't make out any emotion in his eyes, but if he wasn't actually a Reaper and was a living, breathing citizen of this country like me, he had to know exactly who she was and the circumstances surrounding her death. She passed away 3 months ago, on the 5th of August. The cause of death was a heart attack, but she had no history of illness and appeared healthy up to the day before she died. She was found in her home by her manager, who'd gone to pick her up. That's according to the talk shows and tabloids anyway. As I spoke, I wondered how many people had come to the boy with requests to see Saori. I thought of the countless tributes and feature articles with headlines like, "Japan says goodbye to a beloved icon," that had flooded the airwaves and the internet for a month after she died. I first read about Saori Mizushiro's death on the front page of an online news site. It was during my lunch break at the office. I was eating my bento with my laptop open in front of me. Work had been relentless, the stream of random tasks never ending, and time seemed to get sucked into a vacuum. My eyes were skimming over the words on screen without actually taking in any information. I scrolled down the list of news articles, scanning and clicking the headlines that caught my attention. When I got to those words, I froze. Saori Mizushiro dies suddenly. I couldn't click on the link. It was impossible to connect the popular personality known for her candid, straight-talking ways with the image of death. This had to be some kind of mistake. A former hostess at a cabaret nightclub, Saori Mizushiro didn't hide her past, but made it her trademark, entertaining audiences and sprinkling stories with racy jokes. She spoke with a frankness that washed away any trace of vulgarity. She was known not only for her bold clothes and makeup, but for her tough and sassy comebacks. And at the height of her popularity, the city was filled with young women who dressed like her. She'd say things like, "You know me, dumb and uncultured. I have friends and allies, though. Lots of people on my side." Famous friends were always singing her praises, saying how gracious and polite she was in person. They said she hated dishonesty, and that she was shy in real life, especially when it came to love. She made regular appearances as a commentator on talk shows, and her unusual background only helped to boost her popularity with viewers, young and old, who affectionately called her Sao-chan. She spoke her mind and was unwavering in her views, but never said anything to hurt or offend anybody. Her sharp intuition and quick wit on quiz shows demonstrated her intelligence, regardless of her background. And now she was gone. She was 38, 11 years older than me, which meant I'd been seeing her on TV since I was a teenager. Her death had been unexpected, and so rumors swirled around the possibility of suicide or a drug-related incident. The press and viewers said heart attack didn't help to clarify what had led to the condition in the first place. What dark secrets had she been hiding behind that sunny on-screen smile? The media dug up her past and aired it eagerly as if to say, "Hey, who's going to stop us?" But all those so-called truths were baseless and unwarranted. For somebody with such a colourful history, she surprisingly had zero ties to the underground world often associated with show business. She dropped by rap parties and cocktail events to say hello, but never got drunk. And she spent most of her time off alone. She was virtuosic in her ability to liven up a conversation by expanding on somebody's story, making others look good, teasing them affectionately, but she rarely talked about herself. She sometimes remarked on the rough day-to-day life of a cabaret hostess or creepy customers she'd encountered back then, but she never talked about her life growing up, before she started working. Only after her death did the public learn about her parents' divorce, her difficult upbringing and the hardships endured in her teenage years. So devastating, people said. She was abused by her stepfather as a child and lost the hearing in her left ear. She began working as a bar hostess in order to convince her mother to leave him. She would provide financial support. Aside from her management agency and closest friends, nobody knew that she had virtually no hearing in one ear. She hid it to avoid causing problems on set. Past footage played on a loop showed her leaning to the right to hear whoever was speaking. Making her debut appearance on a late-night TV show in her early 20s, she went on to spend 17 years in the entertainment business. She was surrounded by friends and adored by industry veterans, but there were no whispers or reports of romantic involvements with anybody. "Oh, I have my fun. I'm just good at hiding it," she said. Her long hair, bronze skin and sweeping lashes was slightly outdated but iconic, the standard for Harajuku-inspired gals everywhere. No matter her age, Saori was young and beautiful. "Oh my God, I just saw on my phone that Saori Mizushiro died. Did you know?" I sat frozen in front of my computer. It was Yugi's group. "What? Are you sure?" The younger staff were all talking over each other. I glanced at the clock on the office wall. 12:30. When the girls went out to lunch at a cafe or restaurant, they usually didn't return before 12:45. They were back early today. I felt a pang in my chest. I didn't know if they would walk my way, but I closed the website anyway. Oh my God, how depressing. I can't believe it. I loved her. Right? Me too. I shut my bento box and stood up to go to the ladies' room to brush my teeth. I pulled my lips closed. Making sure I didn't accidentally meet anybody's gaze, I thought, me too. I pictured the perfume bottle I kept in the locked bottom drawer of my desk. It smelled like roses. Saori Mizushiro. I loved her too. She was found dead around 10, the morning of the 5th of August, and her time of death was estimated to be around sunrise, but she was alone in the apartment after coming home at about 9 the night before, which means she could have died late on the 4th of August. That's what they said on TV anyway. I can't say for sure. I'm sorry. You remember? Excuse me? You remember what time she was discovered and her approximate time of death? Yes, I replied. I do. I read a lot of articles about it and recorded all the talk shows. They found her lying on the sofa. Saori Mizushiro lived alone in an apartment building with good security, but it wasn't one of those luxury residential towers. Her life was simple and remarkably modest. She hadn't been seeing anybody at the time. 3 months had passed since an official medical report stated her death was from natural causes, quietening down rumours of suicide or murder. Some fans wouldn't let go of the possibility that she had taken her own life, but those who knew her said in unison, she wasn't an unstable person, and she would never do a thing like that. There were no traces of drugs in her body. Celebrity friends mourned her passing, many breaking down in front of the camera to cry out, "Why?" Her memorial service, organised last month by close peers, was attended by prominent industry figures and a long line of fans wanting to pay their respects. "She gave me hope," said a grieving fan who looked like a miniature Saori in her outfit and makeup. "My parents are divorced too, and when I saw on TV that Saori had gone through the same thing but was working to make her life better, I felt seen." The go-between boy listened quietly. Her celebrity status didn't seem to affect him in the least. He must be inundated with requests from people who'd lost loved ones without being able to say goodbye, everyone desperate for one last meeting. I wondered how often he took on these cases. He reached into his bag for another notepad. I recognized the brand as one that was sold in convenience stores. Not exactly something I expected to see right now. I still couldn't figure out whether he lived like the rest of us. What is your relationship to Saori Mizushiro? I'm just a fan. The boy narrowed his eyes. I could almost read his thoughts. You're not even a friend or family member? But he said nothing. Maybe because this was his job. Maybe because he just had zero interest. He jotted my name down as the client, followed by Saori Mizushiro's name. His handwriting was neither neat nor sloppy, just your everyday teenage scrawl. He noticed me watching and drew the notepad towards him as if to hide it. And what is your reason for wanting to see her? I want to thank her, as a fan. Thank her for what she gave me. In a general sense, correct? Are you acquainted with her? No, I've never met her. With every answer, I wanted to crawl further into a hole. I was just a self-serving fan. I started to think that the only reason I was able to pour everything I had into finding the go-between was because there was no guarantee that it would ever happen. Understood, he said. He returned the notepad to his bag and reached for the old notebook again. Before we make your request official, there are a few things I need to explain. I fidgeted nervously on the bench. Once I take your request, I will pass it on to Saori Mizushiro. She has the right to accept or decline. If she says no, then I'm afraid that's the end of it. Okay. Next, the meeting is a one-time event for both the living and the deceased. When a person dies, they can meet with one living person only. What? I heard myself say. So if, for example, a friend or family member has already visited her, then that will be it for Saori Mizushiro. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see her. Oh, okay. I get it. I felt my legs go weak, like the rug had been pulled out from under me. If the feeling is mutual and the deceased also wants to meet, we can move forward. But sometimes they will refuse, as this is their only chance of a meeting with a living person. He took a breath. Furthermore, go-betweens cannot take requests from the deceased. We can pass requests from this world to the other world, as you called it. But we're not able to do the opposite. All the deceased can do is wait. If there is somebody they wish to see, they must wait patiently for that person to request them. Okay, I answered stupidly, his voice flowing in and out of my ears. Why did I think I had a chance? Mine was probably one in a flood of requests to see Saori, and I had no intention of getting in the way of her connecting with somebody she actually wanted to be reunited with. I came to my senses, and the uneasiness re-emerged. The feeling was something close to guilt, like I'd made light of who she was, thinking I could see her just because I was a fan. The boy flipped a page in his notebook. For the deceased, ideally, the person they want to see requests them as well. But if their loved one never appears, they often end up regretting having turned down an earlier request. Anyway, they have to be careful about who they choose to see. As long as you know that. Of course. And the same goes for you. He raised his gaze to meet mine. Me? Everybody in this world has one opportunity to see someone from the other world. If you meet with Saori Mizushiro now, you will not be able to make any future requests. We have one chance here and one chance there. Correct. If Saori denies your request, however, it will not be counted against you. The rule applies only when both sides agree and a meeting transpires. If not, you are free to request somebody else. When I die, would anybody go to the go-between asking to see me? Who was I kidding? The answer was obvious. In any case, there was nobody I wanted to see besides Saori. That was true now, and probably forever. The conditions were uncompromising, but made pretty good sense. A door that connects this world with that one. If people were allowed easy access to both worlds, they would flock to see the ones they loved. Death would cease to have meaning, which meant living would become meaningless too. Saori hasn't met with anybody yet? But it's been 3 months. A lot of people must have come with requests. I'm not at liberty to give out information about other requests. Now that I knew this consultation had been in vain, I wanted to try to squeeze at least a little information out of him. But if you already know the outcome, why can't you just tell me? I'll be on my way once I know that Saori has seen her chosen person and is now resting in peace. Inscrutable until then, he furrowed his brow slightly. Resting in peace. He gave a slight nod, as if he was agreeing with himself. I might have even caught a small smile, but it disappeared as quickly as it had arrived. I've not said anything about attaining peace. But that's what this is, isn't it? You meet, you find peace, you move on. For the deceased, it means they're freed from the burdens of this world. Right? I'm not sure. As I said earlier, I can't explain the inner workings. You're a little uptight. You know that. After seeing that boyish smile, I felt I could speak to him in a lighter tone. But more than that, I felt as though I'd been shaken awake from a dream. I really can't, he repeated, then met my eyes again. You're allowed a meeting with the deceased for 1 night only. I will speak to her, and if she says yes, I'll specify a time and place. Meetings usually take place from about 7 in the evening until the sun rises, which is around 6 this time of year. Am I allowed to make a request? Because I basically have nothing to lose at this point. You are. I'd pretty much given up. But did the fact that he hadn't stopped explaining mean Saori Mizushiro hadn't seen anyone yet? Not everybody knew about the go-between, and not everyone believed in their existence. I knew how lucky I was that a series of coincidences had led me to him, but that was because I was a nobody. For influential people in entertainment, politics, and the business world, getting in touch with the go-between was no major thing. So, would you like to submit an official request? Yes, I would. Simply having my name on the list of people requesting to see her felt like an honor. I'd thought of attending her memorial service, but I knew the ceremony would be televised, and the possibility of being caught on camera had kept me away. I had to work late that day anyway. There was no way I could have left the office. Okay. The courtyard had cleared of patients and visitors, maybe due to the time of day. I stood up from the bench, then paused. Why a hospital courtyard? I thought you would be taking me to see somebody. Oh, he nodded. After a moment, he said, Cafes are expensive, and McDonald's is too loud. I didn't know what to say to that. Our eyes met. He asked pointedly, So? You're trying to cut down on expenses? A high schooler's reason. He squinted at me. Is that a problem? Not at all. Oh, that reminds me. The money. I'd almost forgotten. I hadn't asked him beforehand because I didn't believe I'd get this far. How much do I owe you? If the meeting happens, but also in the event that it doesn't. I expected to pay some kind of consultation fee, even if things fell through. Oh, he said in the same tone he'd used to talk about how expensive cafes were. I waited nervously. One source had said it would cost a few million yen, tens of millions according to others. I hoped I had enough. We don't take money. Huh? My eyes widened. It's free, he said. We're volunteers. But that couldn't be. Wait, people talk all the time about scams that start out free. I heard it would cost several million yen. I'm ready to pay. Just tell me how much. There is no need. He frowned, seeing that I was not backing down. But he took the paper cup from my hand and headed towards the cafeteria where he tossed our cups into the trash can. As he turned back towards me, I caught a faint glimmer in his eyes, like he was looking at something otherworldly. You didn't know how much you would be charged. It could have cost a fortune, and you made your request without checking first. Yes. Unlike the sad, teary girls on TV who looked like miniature versions of Saori, I didn't even know how to apply makeup properly. Nobody would think from my frumpy appearance that I admired Saori as much as I did. Fully aware that the boy thought I was a weirdo, I nodded. There's a euphemism that goes, your soul catches a cold. That was probably me, 4 years ago. When I tried to go to work one morning, I found that I couldn't get on the train. The stairs at my usual station felt like they went on forever, and I didn't think I'd be able to reach the top. I can't climb all these steps. I rested my head on the railing and took slow, deep breaths, sweating from my forehead and underarms. I can't do this, I thought, but pushed myself anyway, trying to keep my nausea at bay as I stepped onto the train. I somehow made it to the office that day, late. People might not get it, but when I thought about what the other staff members would think of me, what they would say when they saw my empty desk, it was easier just to crawl to my chair and sit in it. Oddly enough, once I'd made it to the office, I was able to give myself over to the stream of paperwork and miscellaneous tasks. Before I knew it, the workday was over, and the clock switched to overtime. After most of my co-workers went home, I turned off all the lights on our floor, except for the one above my desk. And in that darkened, hushed environment, I breathed more easily. Work itself wasn't bad, as long as I could go about my tasks without talking to anybody. If I didn't have to listen to my co-workers chatting and giggling, if the howls of laughter didn't sound like taunting to me, then I was comfortable. Alone. We can't ever tell what you're thinking, Hirase-san. My colleague Yugi wore the skirt of her uniform shorter than the rest of us, and if our bosses said anything to her about her nails or hair, she smooth-talked her way out of it. She and I were the only women who joined the company at that time. And in the beginning, before we knew what was what, we ate lunch together and had actually been friendly. I'd never had a lot of friends, and I'd got used to being that way. Since I was little, I'd rather read a book than do anything that would force me out of my comfort zone. I wasn't great in big groups, and I had few desires to own things or do things. I think I always just knew my place. My parents worried that I would lock myself in my room someday and refuse to come out. And they too said they didn't know what I was thinking. My father was a professor at a national university in our town, and we'd been known in the neighborhood as a family of academics, from my grandfather's generation down. My brother, who was 3 years older than me, took after our father and grandfather and excelled in school. He was the type who went for leadership roles in the student council, and he could do no wrong in my parents' eyes. He was their main concern. They didn't really bother with me. My dad once said to me, "Girls can always just get married." I was in high school then. Find someone who will take you and be a good housewife. I left home and moved to Tokyo after high school, though it wasn't to get married. I'd been rejected from every university on my parents' list and had ended up enrolling in a little-known college. My parents continued to pay for my tuition, but we hardly communicated while I was studying. As soon as I graduated, I told them I no longer needed their financial support, to which my dad said, "And you think you're going to be able to get by on your own?" He didn't fight me on it, though, and they stopped sending me money, which was why I couldn't take time off work or whine about not being able to ride the train. After I'd been working for a while, I went back to my parents' house to learn they'd told our neighbours that I was married and now lived abroad. It was my mother's doing. She, a housewife, had a lot of pride and needed to be able to show off her house and family. Her daughter wasn't the brightest girl in the world, but she'd married a successful businessman and had accompanied him overseas. That was the story she made up for the neighbours. "You have to leave before anybody sees you," my mother said apologetically, though I couldn't understand why she looked sorry. When I was in high school, I ran into my brother and his girlfriend on the street once, but he'd avoided my gaze and walked past me. This was no different. "Who's that?" his girlfriend had asked, and he'd spluttered, "My sister." I could feel her eyes on me as she said, "No way. Seriously? You look nothing alike. She seems quiet." Quiet. Mature. The words people used to describe me were inaccurate. What they were really saying, I knew, was this: she doesn't look like she has any fun in her life. It was the same when Yugi invited me out for drinks after work. "Hirase-san, I think it's amazing that you read these huge books. All those words. I could never. Anyway, I was thinking, why didn't you come out with us for once? Some guys from sales asked if we wanted to go for drinks. They're pretty cute. And I want to buy you a drink for covering my overtime for me the other day. Come on, join us." I'd been covering Yugi's overtime shifts more and more these days, because it was hard to say no when she asked brightly, "Please?" Her schedule was packed with fun and exciting things, and I looked like I had nothing better to do. Sometimes at lunch or in a cab, she'd say in her breezy way, "Sorry, can you pay?" And when I approached her about it later, she'd squirm her way out of it with, "I don't have any money on me right now." Some of the more senior staff did the same thing. She has nothing to spend money on. Think of what we could do with all that time and money. I'd heard them talking about me in the office kitchen. What's the point of saving money if you have nothing to spend it on? It's so sad. I'd been told I wouldn't have to worry about paying that night, that the men on the sales team would cover it. I'd never drunk much alcohol before, and quickly learned that I didn't know my tolerance level. I felt fine after my first drink, but by the time I was finishing my second, my legs could no longer hold me up. My head was pounding. I had a hard time telling which voices were real and which were in my head. I was a paranoid person who fretted non-stop about being a burden. Don't people usually find out their tolerance level in college? Did she, never go out? She's a loner at work too, always with these insane-looking books. I'm always telling her the books are going to, cast a spell on her or something. She's wasting her life. "Are you okay?" Yugi was peering into my face. Something was wrong with my breathing. When I inhaled, it sounded like I was laughing. I forced a smile. "Yeah." My head was still pounding. I felt sick. My body felt heavy, and I imagined how good it would feel to close my eyes and let everything go. Through my hazy vision, I saw the guys from sales further down the street, waving and calling out to Yugi. She turned to them and called back, "Be right there." She looked at me sitting on the ground. "We're going to go for another round, but are you sure you're okay? You can hail a cab at the station, right? Sorry, I should go with them." "I'm fine." She scampered over to the men. "Is she okay?" She says she can get herself home." With Yugi and her crew gone at last, I was so relieved I almost burst into tears. Except that I really couldn't breathe. What's happening to me? Everybody who passed me on this Friday night looked like they were having a blast. A few people noticed me on the ground, but nobody offered to help. I was glad. I didn't want any of them to stop for me. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Tears framed my field of vision, which irritated me because I always took such care not to make a scene. And now look at me. A tall woman in a hat walked past. She had on a leopard print fur coat, black leather trousers and studded boots. The neon lights from a nearby bar shimmered off one of the studs, blurring my vision further. I could tell her legs were long and slim, even in her pants. How is it that she and I are the same species? I always thought that when I encountered cool and stylish people. She was probably one of them. The woman in the boots stopped, then ran towards me. I closed my eyes, hoping she wouldn't talk to me. "Hey," I heard. "You okay? You're hyperventilating." I couldn't answer her. "Are you by yourself? Where are your friends? Have you been drinking?" She leaned in to check my breath for alcohol, then squatted next to me. I heard some objects scatter on the ground. "Breathe out." She placed her hand on one of my shoulders, then moved it down to tap my back. I opened my eyes and saw that she'd covered my mouth with a plastic bag. I wheezed into it. The bag filled with air with every breath, then deflated. It smelled like face powder. I gasped for breath and started to cough. I pulled the bag away, but immediately got an earful. "Don't stop! This is all I have right now. Come on, keep going." I also smelled roses. A sweet scent. I nodded again, this time without choking. To say I was drunk would be an excuse and a lie. In reality, I was shaken from having finally cracked and needing somebody to help. When my breathing finally slowed, the tears came. "I hate this," I said. "Everything's so unfair." "Whoa! Are you crying? Hold on." The woman sounded put out, but she didn't leave my side, patting my back and head a couple more times. I noticed makeup items scattered on the ground in front of me. Even I recognized the global brand labels on the mascara and foundation. The plastic bag I'd breathed into was wrinkled and wet with saliva. She picked it up. "Oh well, this is no good to me now." She collected the items one by one and brushed off the dirt before putting them in her bag. "Hey, so don't just be sitting here or you'll get snatched up by some guys, okay? The world is full of crazies who go around picking girls up off the ground. That won't happen to me. It's girls like you who think it can't happen to them that end up getting hurt. Be careful. Seriously." She turned towards me. "But man, whoever you were with tonight that left you here like this, you need to cut them out of your life." In that moment, her eyes peeked out from under her hat. Wait, I know this woman. That beautiful face, from that glamorous world. It was just for a second, and I could have been mistaken. "Can you make it home? Or do you want me to go with you to find a cab? You don't need me to call an ambulance, do you?" "I'm okay." As she stood up to leave, she looked at me and smiled. "You're right. Everything's unfair. The world is equally unfair to everybody. Fair doesn't exist for anyone," she said, not waiting for my reply. "Oh, one more thing. You control the alcohol. Don't let the alcohol control you. That's my motto." I watched her disappear into the neon lights and the commotion of vendors and drunks. In the spot where she'd been sitting was the plastic bag I'd used. A yellow bag from a famous discount store. I hadn't been presented with any opportunities to drink alcohol since. Yugi stopped inviting me out, becoming chummy with the more senior staff members and the new hires. She stopped eating lunch with me too. I did visit the makeup section of that discount store. I knew there was nothing sadder than a homely girl trying to doll herself up. I was starting to regret walking into the store when I came across the perfume section. I paused. There was a special offer on foreign brands. I picked up a purple bottle with a tag that read, "Saori Mizushiro's signature scent." I gave a little squirt of the tester bottle, and the air filled with the scent of roses. I knew I'd heard that voice somewhere. That unhurried yet self-assured drawl. I bought a bottle of the perfume and left the store. I was able to start taking the train again, and I could make it to the office without feeling nauseous. I wouldn't call it an improvement. Nothing had changed. I'd just grown numb to it all. In my desk was the purple perfume bottle, holding a scent I knew didn't suit me. I kept the drawer locked so nobody would find it. I'd never had a secret before, and it thrilled me a little. I'm a big fan, I'd written in my letter. I baked cookies and mailed those too. I assumed celebrities received tons of gifts and letters, and I didn't expect mine to reach her, but that didn't matter. After I'd sent the homemade cookies and pound cake, I discovered a blog written by an idol that read, "No food items, please. I'm super grateful for your love and support, but there's no knowing who is sending me things. And even when your gift is shipped directly from a store, I can't be 100% sure what it contains. Bath oils and cosmetics, things that touch the skin, are also a no-go. Sorry." The blog post got a lot of backlash, but I still regretted sending those things to Saori. Home-baked goods, one-sided letters about my personal life. I didn't know if she'd seen any of them, but they had to be a nuisance either way. I started to leave my TV on all day, hoping to catch a glimpse of Saori Mizushiro. When my older brother got married, I was at home watching Saori on TV. My brother, who had become an academic like my father, was getting married overseas. My mother called and said, "We're all going, but you're not interested, are you?" I told her I wasn't, and that they could go without me. I sent my congrats over the phone. The virtually non-existent little sister. As good as dead as far as they were concerned. She shouldn't have been born into the family in the first place. She says she'll see you. I wondered for a moment what I was hearing. My mind drew a blank, and I couldn't make sense of what the person was saying. I was on my lunch break at work. As usual, I was eating my bento alone while scrolling the internet when my phone rang. "Saori Mizushiro says she will see you. I'd like to give you the date and time. Is that okay?" "Oh, yes. Sorry, just a second." I rushed to the women's changing room, the phone still glued to my ear. I knew my schedule was wide open, but I wanted to check my planner anyway. My heart was racing, and I felt feverish. As I approached the changing room, the sound of laughter stopped me in my tracks, and I slid the phone off my ear. Lunch break was almost over, and I pictured a room full of women touching up their makeup. My chest felt tight. I put the phone to my ear and whispered, "Okay, please go ahead. Any day will work for me." Nowhere in the office could I speak in private, the only available area being my tiny desk space. I wandered aimlessly with my phone to my ear, aware of people milling about nearby. The date the boy gave me was in 2 weeks. "If that doesn't work for you, I'll call back with a different date. In that case, it might be an additional month or so." "No, it works. Is there a special reason for that day?" "It's a full moon." His reply caught me off guard, but I decided it made sense. The night of a full moon is when you can meet for the longest stretch of time. I will get back to you when I've secured the meeting. I said before he could hang up. "Yes?" Why did she say yes? Does she really want to see me? I grew nervous thinking about what I'd got myself into, how big a deal this was turning out to be. She made the decision. "I'll be in touch." My body quivered from the feet up, as if collecting vibrations from the ground. I stood there until I heard voices come near. "Right? I'm so with you on that." I slipped the phone into my uniform pocket. and went into the empty changing room to retrieve my planner, this time successfully. Our first meeting had been in a hospital courtyard, but this time I was directed to a newly built 5-star hotel in Shinagawa. I'd heard of it only because my bank sometimes gave away promotional coupons. It was a chic place with an elaborate foreign name that I could never remember. Tonight was a full moon, just like the go-between had said. I stepped into the hotel with the moonlight on my back. I'd been surprised to hear this would be our meeting place, but once inside, I was properly blown away. The high ceilings of the lobby and the winding staircase reminded me of a castle in a movie. Polished deep green marble floors and pillars. A vase brimming with flowers in the centre of the room. I was wearing the same tweed suit as last time. I'd considered buying something new for tonight, but was so unaccustomed to going into department stores that my feet froze before I could step into one. The boy was sitting in one of the lobby chairs, wearing the same coat he'd worn the first time. He spotted me and stood, then started towards me. I thought of calling out to him, but realized I didn't know his name. "Shall we go?" he said as he began to lead the way. "This hotel is incredible," I said. Are you sure I don't have to pay anything?" He was headed to the elevators. "We're volunteers." "Do these meetings only take place during a full moon?" "Yes. Other nights are possible, but full moons like tonight are when meetings can go on the longest," he explained again. "Wow. Depends on the moon. Do you need help with your bag?" "Oh. I'd brought a lot with me today." I pulled my shoulder bag close to my chest. "I'm okay. Thank you." He didn't say anything more. I said, "That's a nice coat." Was it from one of the high-end stores I couldn't go into the other day? And for somebody who wanted to cut down on expenses, he didn't seem at all intimidated in this luxurious hotel. "It's my Sunday best." Did kids say that these days? Sunday best. A beat passed before I could reply, and he resumed speaking. "You'll be in room 1107 on the 11th floor. I'll go up with you to the floor, but not into the room." "You won't be joining me?" "That's the rule. Wouldn't you rather be alone with her?" I didn't know. Maybe under normal circumstances, if I were meeting a family member, close friend, or partner, having somebody else in the room would be awkward, absolutely. But in this case... Here's the key. He handed me a business card-sized paper folder with the hotel name printed on it. "I'll be in the lobby. Take your time. I don't mind waiting until morning." "You're going to be downstairs the entire time?" "That's my job." What if this was all a big scam? The doubt I thought I'd let go of crept back into my mind. There was no guarantee that something terrible wouldn't happen to me as soon as I entered the room. I could be sold off somewhere. No need to worry. Seeing his expression, I made up my mind. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor. "Saori Mizushiro is inside waiting." "And you're still not going to tell me how all this is possible, right?" "Right. I'll be downstairs." I was so close, and my knees were now shaking. I reached the end of the hallway and turned the corner. The room I'd been directed to was at the end of the corridor on the hotel's east side. I stood outside and took a deep breath. I knocked twice, imagining the worst-case scenario. As if to mock my cowardliness, I heard a drawl on the other side of the door. "Come in!" I entered the room and froze. The room had 2 beds, and Saori Mizushiro was sitting on the one near the window. The curtains were open. A large full moon hung clearly in the dark night sky. I took one look at her and thought, she looks the same. Before I had a chance to take in my surroundings more closely, I was struck, simply, by the fact that she looked exactly the same as on TV. This was the real Saori Mizushiro. Confronted with somebody who looked so real, so familiar, I forgot about my shyness. I felt like I was seeing a friend I'd known forever. "So, you're Hira-chan. Don't just stand there, take a seat." "Hira-chan? Your last name is Hirase, so Hira-chan. Sorry, I have a friend named Manami, and I think of her every time I say that name. Is it okay if I call you by your last name? Or would you rather I didn't? Does Hira sound like I'm calling you a low-level employee?" "Low-level employee? Why are you repeating everything I say? I'm in the mood for some deep conversation today, but are you not really the chatty type?" The big, round eyes adorned with gold eyeshadow were a Saori trademark. She was looking at me with those eyes, and right now I was looking back into them. I felt my shoulders loosen a little. "Hira-chan is fine. And I am just a lowly Hirashain at the office." "Oh, you're too young to have a fancy schmancy job title anyway. Do you want something to drink? Apparently, I'm allowed to have alcohol. We can help ourselves to anything in the fridge. What do you feel like?" She walked towards the minibar by the door and popped it open, appearing in no way to be a ghost. The boy was telling the truth when he said she would appear fully formed. "Here," she said, tossing me a can of beer. "Let's make a toast. Thanks for requesting me. So good to meet you. I'm Saori." "Yes, I know." Her playful tone gave me head-to-toe goosebumps. This was probably what joy felt like. I pulled the tab open and raised my can to hers. "Cheers!" "So this is where you've been," I thought. Are you really dead?" Saori mimes spraying a mouthful of beer. She scrunched up her face and howled, "Out of nowhere!" She sat cross-legged on the bed. "You know, that's the rumour. It's all kind of blurry for me too, but that seems to be the story. I do remember my chest feeling super tight and me thinking I should lie down, and I plopped onto the couch like I always do. I understand now that I died, I guess. But all I can say is that I woke up like this." "What have you been doing since you died?" "Nothing really. It hasn't felt like any time has passed. I was lying down in my room, having trouble breathing, and the next thing you know, it's today. I can't explain it, but it feels like I've been asleep. I don't know, somewhere cold." She uncrossed and recrossed her legs, then gave a small laugh. "I was shocked when the boy told me I've been dead for what, 4 months?" "Yes." "Was it a huge deal? I mean, it'd be so depressing if nobody cared. But then again, I guess you can't blame them. Everybody's so busy." Michika, the model, was bawling. There was a memorial service, and the eulogy was given by... I looked in my bag on the floor. I brought some things to show you. A scrapbook filled with magazine and newspaper cuttings, a portable DVD player along with discs containing the TV specials I'd recorded. I tried to compile a collection of tributes from people Saori had been acquainted with. Saori stared blankly at the items I'd laid out. She picked up the scrapbook and flipped it open. Whoa, jeez! Hira-chan, you're like hyper-organised. This must have been so much work to put together. Wow, look at this. You're right, Michika's a mess. Doesn't she look so good in that black dress, though? It wasn't a lot of work, really, because I was already watching the shows and had the magazines and everything. I just feel so bad. For what? She was gazing at the cuttings, but didn't seem too interested. I gave my own hand a squeeze. That I took the one opportunity you have. All these people who gave comments and interviews can't see you anymore. And here I am. I was worried I was making a huge mistake. Did the go-between boy explain everything to you? That you only have one chance to meet with somebody from the living world? I know. He gave me the rundown, but we're talking about the go-between system, right? I knew about that when I was alive. Of course, I thought. Urban legends thrived in places like the entertainment industry. Naturally, she would have heard about it. I've been in showbiz forever, you know. So I heard rumours all the time, even though I didn't know if it was real. Someone even gave me the contact info once. Oh, just so you know, most of my friends and acquaintances in these articles here have heard of the go-between too. But wow, who would have thought I'd be using the service after I died? Did you ever make a request when you were alive? Nah, no way. Never. My mum and dad are both lost causes. Mum's dead, but I never thought to go see her. I didn't know how to respond. Saori couldn't hear in her left ear because she'd been beaten by her mother's second husband. I remembered that and almost looked at her ear. Like when I used to see her on TV, she acted so naturally that it was easy to forget. Yep. She took a gulp of her beer. You knew about the go-between, but you said yes to seeing me. Why? I think you've got it all wrong, Hira-chan. What? You think people are waiting in line to see me, right? Wrong. A wistful smile crossed her face then. It didn't suit her. You're the only one crazy enough to request me. No way. Sorry you got your hopes up, but I just wasn't a hot ticket item. You had a certain 100% success rate. Maybe they just haven't made it yet. Maybe if I'd waited a little longer, everybody would... No, they wouldn't. It's been 4 months, right? She didn't appear hurt. She was merely stating the facts. If they had any intention of seeing me, they would have come a long time ago. I don't know about you, but the go-between was pretty famous in our circles. Everybody knew how to get in touch with one. Everybody knew, yet nobody did. But if only I could see her again, talk to her again. It was all too sudden. Who had said that? Everybody who'd known Saori had said something to that effect. I heard it over and over. I pictured the individual faces of everybody who'd spoken about Saori Mizushiro like she was their best friend. And I felt my heart go cold. Don't look so sad. That's life. I'm not surprised. Saori sipped her beer. Think about it. You only have one chance. Of course you're going to save it. For your parents, your kids, your partner. Nobody knows when someone's going to die. You got to save your trump card, not use it up on me. But if you ask me, you're the rare one. She lifted the corners of her lips into a smile. Let me tell you something. Her alluring expression could have been photographed and turned into a poster right then and there. People are designed to feel grief only over the death of someone they truly love. Everybody loved her has a nice ring to it, but that's all it is. Sadness is a show. It's entertainment. It was an honour to be able to provide excitement at the end of my life. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm touched. But I also know everyone's going to forget about me and move on with their lives. This isn't me being humble. I'm just speaking the truth. A truth everybody in showbiz knows and understands. The magazine cuttings I'd brought with me lay before her. Included in many of them were those exact words. Everybody loved her. You must have had someone in your life who is truly broken-hearted right now. I wish, but I guess not, huh? There was one guy I hope felt that way about me, but nope. Sad thing is, he knew about the go-between too. Ugh, I can't think about it. If only he'd never heard of the go-between, then I wouldn't have to be so anxious. I couldn't believe it. A huge star like her. But everybody was really, truly grieving. They might not have made a request, but I'm sure they all want to see you. Then again, I wasn't someone who was accustomed to seeing beneath the surface of things. Saori glanced at the articles and discs. Look how many there are! Not too shabby, eh? The talk shows must have jumped all over the news. I mean, it's a dramatic story. The unexpected death of a woman at the height of her career. That person and that person must be basking in it. I'm super good at making people look and feel important, you know? I needed to keep getting work, so I had to promote myself non-stop. When someone said they liked a certain food, I made a note of it and had it delivered to their dressing room, or I'd write letters with compliments on someone's performance and send it to them. You know, little things like that. Pretty soon I became known as this sweet, angelic girl. If anything, I was just doing things out of habit, so I actually don't remember each individual thing. But it was worth it, huh? For all this? Thanks. Mission accomplished. She trailed off into a whisper, and then gave a light chuckle. So, back to your story. Why do you want to see me anyway? I don't know how this whole thing actually works, but wasn't it hard finding your way to the go-between? It must have cost you too. It doesn't. I was scared that it would, but that's what he said. Wow. Saving money is like a hobby for me, and there's nothing I want to spend it on, so I was ready to pay whatever it cost, as long as I had enough. To see me? Yes. It hurt when people said I didn't know how to have fun, or the money I'd saved was wasted on me. But they were right in that I didn't have anything to spend it on. I couldn't picture myself ever having a family or a fulfilling career. I had no idea where I was headed, and that terrified me. I decided to come out and say it. It was about 4 years ago. You helped me. I'd had too much to drink in Shinjuku one night, and I was sitting on the ground, hyperventilating. She tilted her head. 4 years ago? You were wearing a hat and a leopard print coat. Sorry, I don't remember. Saori shook her head. Like I said, I forget the things I do for people, good or bad. I was so grateful. Here I am, this nobody with this nothing life. And then having somebody like you stop and consider me for a second. It might have meant nothing to you, but I wanted to thank you. That's why I requested this meeting. Oh, well, okay, but it probably wasn't me. Are you sure you have the right person? Saori asked in her drawl. Hey! Did you send me cookies a few times? I sat up straight and widened my eyes. Saori laughed. I knew it. Yes, that was me. I turned beet red. The cookies were a mistake I'd made before I knew sending homemade treats were a faux pas. You also sent over a pound cake, an embroidered handkerchief, a small pouch, a scarf, and letters. Yes, the cookies and cake were good. You ate them. I stood up, not knowing what else to do. The beer in my hand, which I'd hardly touched, nearly spilled from the can. Yep, Saori nodded. I remember. They had pieces of plum and chocolate chips in them. I was like, oh wow, sweet and sour, good combo. The pouch was super cute. It had leopard print embroidery on it. Did you make it yourself? Yes, with a sewing machine. It was really amateurish, but that was a lie. I was proud of my handiwork. Sewing was the only way I knew how to keep busy. I heard celebrities never touch the food fans send them because they don't know what's inside. Homemade goods are out of the question, and even if it's something shipped directly from a store, they won't go near it. I heard they don't even use bath oils because they're scared of what's in them. I guess. Sensitive folks are super sensitive, but I eat everything people send me, including homemade onigiri. I don't want it to go to waste, and I've never got sick from it. I wasn't raised all prim and proper like that. Anyway, I have a terrible memory and can never remember things I do for people, but I do remember the things people have done for me. An A+ answer, and a sharp reminder that I was dealing with a star. When your request came in, I heard your name and thought, hey, that's the girl who sent me all those gifts. I couldn't have been the only one. Duh. Who do you think I am? I'm Saori Mizushiro. I get truckloads of presents. But you read my letters. Yeah. She blinked slowly. She set her beer can on the bedside table, and her expression turned serious. Hey, you're thinking of dying, aren't you? I said nothing. Once today's meeting was over, I didn't care what happened to me. I'd written in a letter to Saori before she passed away, I want to die. My boring, pointless life. Seeing you on TV every day helps me to go on, I wrote. It's all I have to look forward to. I'm not so full of myself that I think because I died you'll blindly follow, but I'm here to fulfill an obligation. Obligation? Don't think about coming over here yet. It's super dark. And then she broke out in a grin. That's what I wanted to tell you tonight. Saori? Yeah? I wish you were still alive. My voice rasped, and I had to bite my lip to keep from crying. Obligation? Saori Mizushiro had zero obligation towards some self-absorbed fan she'd never really met before. And yet here she was. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she said, "Are people saying I killed myself?" When I nodded silently, she mumbled, "Figures. Like I'd ever do that. I was having a ball living my life, doing whatever I wanted. Of course I wanted to go on living. Those tabloids are so tasteless, I swear. Blabbing about my past. A few people said your life would make a good biography. That it would give hope to kids in similar situations. I guess, but all families are messy. That's a given. And seriously, if there was a whole entire book about my past, that'd be the end of me making jokes and laughing about it, inviting people to laugh along. Would you have wanted that?" I didn't have an answer. "Thanks for saying you like watching me on TV. I'm touched." She turned her reddened eyes towards the window facing the eastern sky. "Man, when the sun comes up, it's goodbye to this place forever." "I'm so sorry." "Huh? That I'm the last person you get to... Is apologising like a habit of yours or something?" Saori looked bored. "You might think it's easier just to apologise, but I would stop doing that if I were you. So many things in the world don't get resolved with an apology. Stop being naive. It brings people down when someone around them is always like, 'I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.'" I sat up straight, and the harsh look on Saori's face disappeared. "Thanks," she said, "for this final send-off. Now that the go-between ritual is done, I feel ready to move on. The last person I see in life being a fan. I'm the very definition of an idol, don't you think?" She added under her breath, "Not that I'm really an idol. I'm just your everyday, unsexy comic relief." She laughed. Was it really Saori Mizushiro who'd helped me on the street that day? As we got ready to say goodbye, I asked, "Do you have a motto? Something you live by?" Sure. I have lots. Today's vibe is, live your best life. Go girl, think positive. What about, you control the alcohol, don't let it control you? Yeah, I can get behind that. You gave me a good talking to that night. Said the world was equally unfair for everybody. Had the world been unfair to her too? I hoped at least some things in her life had been fair, or it would be too unfair. I did, huh? She gazed out of the window. The sky was starting to turn golden. I was glad it was winter. Later sunrises. We sat side by side and watched the sun come up. When I turned to her next, she was gone. I picked up her can, which was nearly empty. Tears sprang to my eyes, and I couldn't bring myself to set it down. As I left the empty room, I gave a deep, grateful bow. I rode the elevator down to the lobby and found the go-between waiting on a sofa. There was no way he'd stayed up all night. But he looked the same as yesterday, without a hint of fatigue. The key? I handed him the key card. Even though I didn't really need an answer and knew he wouldn't give me one, I asked one last time, "So how does it all work?" Did she seem like an impersonator to you? No. It was really her. I'm glad. As I turned to leave, He spoke up as if he just remembered something. "Oh, one thing. I'm supposed to ask you for your feedback. Is there anything you can share?" Feedback. Yes. I shifted my gaze and saw a few early checkout guests leave the hotel. Idols are truly something. She'd vanished like a light, and I wanted to believe she was now in a brighter place. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Which was why I had to go on believing.
Chapter 2. The Rule of the Eldest Son. I have the money. The kid turned to face me. What was he? About high school age? Standing there in a childish coat, with an inscrutable expression that was getting on my nerves. He had narrowed his eyes at me the instant we met. "I don't accept compensation of any kind," he said, for the second time that day. In this overcast weather, only a few people were out in the courtyard, and the two of us, no doubt, looked like a pair of morons sitting on the bench together. The paper cup in my hand was filled with self-service tea, which was fine for the kid, but here I was, a guy in my 50s, wearing a suit and drinking out of a tiny paper cup at a hospital. I travelled for hours on the Shinkansen, a rare event in itself, only to be led to some backyard. I'd only been to Tokyo once before. I couldn't figure out the subways, and the high-rises looked like carbon copies of each other. I didn't care for any of it, but more than anything, I loathed hospitals. I'd avoid them at all costs if I could. "Mr. Hatada?" At the train station, our designated meeting place, I heard somebody call my name. I turned around and my jaw dropped. You're the... The whole thing was a big joke as far as I was concerned, and I'd yet to fully come to terms with it. A chance to meet with the dead. With this kid standing in front of me, I thought the idea was preposterous. I looked him up and down. "Nice to meet you. I'm the go-between," he said. I nearly snorted. "You've got to be kidding me." My anger gave way to disbelief. But the kid's sober expression didn't waver. "Shall we go somewhere we can talk?" he said, and started walking. "Wait, but are you really... My mother said the go-between was a woman, and I'm pretty damn sure I talked to an old lady on the phone. She didn't say I'd be dealing with some kid. I am the go-between. Like hell you are." The kid looked away and again started to walk. Irked or not, I had no choice but to follow. He didn't seem how I imagined kids his age to be. He wasn't trying to impress anybody, nor did he seem intimidated by talking to an adult. I guess it could have been worse. I thought about Taichi. Now 21 and in his third year of college, he was built like a rugby player, but was quite reserved. That hadn't changed since he was little. He was next in line to take over the family business, but lacked any leadership qualities, which meant I was constantly on his back telling him to get his act together. He'd improved somewhat as he grew older, but when he was around this kid's age, he couldn't even look his aunt and uncle in the eye. In that respect, I'd say this kid was probably better than most. He didn't seem like one of those thugs you saw in the news that scammed old ladies over the phone. So there was that. "Is someone joining us?" He'd led me to a hospital courtyard and served me tea from the cafeteria dispenser, but I hadn't complained, only because I thought he was acting on somebody's behalf. "Someone as in... your boss or something? Whoever I'm supposed to be talking to?" "It's just me." He made no attempt at small talk, uttering only the bare minimum required, proving he had little to no practice in actually speaking to adults. My patience was wearing thin. "I have the money. It's right here. I don't accept compensation of any kind. Yeah, so you say. The kid lifted his gaze. I don't believe you. I shook my head. It's just a front. Now, I'm not a nice enough guy to fall for that. Let's say all of this is a big scam. You need cash to hire people to help you pull it off, am I right? The kid gave me a look of disbelief. You must think I'm some kind of idiot. I carried on. There's no such thing as meeting with the dead. I don't know if you're the go-between or the in-between or what. What you are is part of a large, organized group of scammers. My mum believed in you, apparently, but not me. Yasuhiko, I was able to see your father in person. My mother, Tsuji, who died 2 years ago, was the one who first told me about the go-between. She called me into a hospital room about 6 months before her death and plunged into this strange story. There's something you should know, just in case, she'd said. That's right. Your mother made a request to the go-between about 20 years ago. That's what she told me. She said she saw my dad. The kid gave no indication of whether or not this was true. He averted his gaze as if he had some obligation to protect clients' confidentiality. My dad died when I was in my senior year at high school. He'd always had a heart condition. He instructed us, his 2 sons, to look after the Hatada family business, then provided detailed directions about the division of property and how to keep going with the contractor business my grandfather had started. Overall, I'd say he was a good man and a dedicated father. This person called the go-between contacted your father for me, my mum had said. I don't know how long these people have been around, but anyway, your father was so shocked to see me. He grumbled, how long have you been involved in this kind of thing? He never was happy about me or anyone in the family doing anything without his knowledge. Sitting up in a hospital bed, she ran her fingers through her grey hair. It was sad to see how bony her hands had become. With her sunken eyes and hollowed cheeks, she no longer resembled her old self. But I found it remarkable that her facial expressions remained the same. You and your father are so alike in that way. She laughed. Did your mother explain how the go-between works? Yeah. I thought go-betweens were like mediums, but apparently that's not the case. She swore she saw my dead father in person. Yes. I pass your request on to the person you would like to see. Once I receive their approval, I set up a meeting between the 2 parties. The kid continued as if reciting from memory. There are some rules to keep in mind, such as that you are allowed only 1 meeting in your lifetime. Once you meet with someone, you will not be able to make another request. Yeah. The deceased has also 1 opportunity. Once they accept a request, they cannot meet with anyone else. The dead party is not able to put in a request, so they must think about who they say yes to. My mum said something about that. Once I receive a reply, I arrange a meeting. It is generally on the night of the full moon. 1 night, from sundown to sunrise. The full moon? I scoffed. This had to be a cult. Maybe the moon helped to set the mood. The kid took a notebook out of his bag and opened it to a blank page. Who would you like to see? My mother, Tsuji Hatada, who died from cancer 2 years ago. I have the money. The kid shook his head. We don't accept compensation of any kind. I ignored him. Like I said, I don't believe any of this. I'm here for my mother. She told me if I ever ran into trouble with the business, I should call this number. It helped me to see your father, which is why I want you to do this. Call this number if you find yourself in trouble. Mum pulled out a notebook with a cherry blossom-coloured art paper cover that she'd glued on herself. She'd kept a diary without skipping a day since her wedding, amassing a giant collection. She bought new notebooks at the local stationers, or in gift shops whenever she travelled. This was her last diary, written in a notebook she'd found in Kyoto on a trip with the neighbourhood senior citizens club. She took out a folded piece of paper from its pages and handed it to me. The flattened memo had yellowed with age. She no longer had any use for the information herself, but had been folding it into every new diary she started. On the scrap of paper, in her handwriting, were the words "go-between" and a phone number with the Tokyo area code. Does Kunihiko know about this too? No, just you. Why just me? At the mention of my brother's name, Mum tilted her head. She smiled gently. Because you're the eldest son, the one who will carry on looking after the Hatada business. Ideally, you will never need to visit the go-between, but hold on to it just in case. She narrowed her eyes at me. It was an expression I hardly saw nowadays. Not since she'd gone into hospital. Now don't you go wasting it. I don't want you using it just because you miss me, you hear? You're better off not using it if that's the case. A living person shouldn't be going around meeting with dead people. That's bending the laws of nature, which can't be a good thing. What do you mean? I felt my pulse race. Only me, my wife, my brother, and my sister-in-law knew the truth about my mother's stomach cancer diagnosis. 4 of us had discussed it and decided to hide the truth from Mum, our close relatives, even our kids. 2 years at the most, the doctor had told us. After Dad died, my mother had been helping me run the business, taking only the occasional day off. She was from the generation that didn't believe in rest. I remember thinking it had to be serious when she asked to be driven to the hospital. She was not one to complain about a little pain. I didn't know how much she knew about the condition, but she must have had some clue. Though she never asked us directly, there were times when I thought she was speaking to us in the full knowledge of the truth. This was one of those times. When she first mentioned the go-between, I was concerned first, surprised second. Had the disease caused some mental impairment? Was she suddenly showing signs of dementia? Why else would she prattle on with this nonsense? Under normal circumstances, I would have laughed off her story. This time, I listened. Her face was the picture of calm. Anyway, now you have the information. Look after it. Hey, why'd you go and see Dad anyway? You tell me not to use it if I get lonely. But you went to see him, and at such a random moment. According to her, she'd contacted the go-between more than a decade after Dad had died. I could understand wanting to see him immediately, but why 10 years later? Such a random moment. How can you say that? My goodness. You don't have an empathetic bone in your body, do you? She sounded mortified, but also wore a half-smile. I heard about the go-between from an old friend who also lost her husband. She was at your father's funeral, and she slipped the information to me. I didn't believe it at first, but I figured I might as well try. It turned out to be real. Imagine my surprise. Do I have to pass this on too? Like a family tradition? Want me to give it to Taichi? I kept my voice light, not knowing how serious I was supposed to be. I didn't expect her face to cloud over. Taichi, I don't know. She hesitated. Her reaction both puzzled me and felt like a punch in the gut. Taichi adored his grandmother. He was a kind kid, and yes, a little slow in the uptake. He was destined to take over the family business someday, but most of the time I couldn't figure out what was going through his head. I thought about Kunihiko's kids, smart like their father, Hiroki, the older boy, and Mina, his sister. both excelled in school. When the cousins got together at family events, Taichi, the oldest of the three, sat and listened. He didn't feel the need to outperform them in any way, while Hiroki and Mina attended an elite high school in the prefecture, with Hiroki going on to a top Tokyo university. Taichi went to a regular high school close to home. He was rejected from university and barely managed to get into a local private college. We paid his tuition under the condition that he help out with the business. I agree that Taichi was far from reliable, but I never expected my mother to express any uneasiness about her grandson. I thought she loved the boy unconditionally. But now that it was just us in the room, maybe she couldn't hide how she really felt. My throat tightened. Part of the reason he turned out this way is because you spoiled him all his life, I wanted to say. But I reminded myself that she was sick and kept my trap shut. Wanting to put an end to this uncomfortable conversation about my son, I changed the subject. I didn't think you'd been to Tokyo before. I couldn't remember any trips my mother had taken, apart from the bus tour she took every November around Labour Thanksgiving Day with the Senior Citizens Club. Did she even know how to buy her own train tickets? She burst out laughing. Your father used to say the same thing. I know how to get around on my own if I need to, thank you very much. And so can Shoko and Taichi. We're all much more capable than you give us credit for. My goodness, you really can't bear to think people can do things without you. Just a few seconds ago, she'd been worried about Taichi. And now she was telling me how capable he was. No. Our house wouldn't be functioning if it weren't for me. And he still didn't have what it took. You and your father, firstborn sons, are so stubborn. Yeah. My younger brother, Kunihiko, had always been serious-minded. After our father died, I graduated from high school and went straight into the family business. But my mother and I decided that Kunihiko should go to Tokyo for college. It was an uncommon thing for anyone in our neighborhood. He's such a smart boy, our mother had beamed. He's going to do big things someday. After college, I expected him to start working for a major Tokyo corporation, but he came straight home and got a job with the local town council. I wasn't sure that's what Mum had in mind when she said he would do something big. The Hatada family business had been going since my grandfather's generation, and specific things were expected of the eldest son. His job was to look out for the whole family. Taking care of a younger sibling was part of his responsibility. My mother always had different expectations for her first and second-born sons. When I was a kid, she made me accompany her to town gatherings so that I could learn the importance of cultivating community ties. I was expected to know the ins and outs of the business so that I could run it someday. My younger brother, on the other hand, didn't have to do local networking or help out with the business because he would leave for college someday. He was raised to follow his heart wherever it may lead. Though generally easygoing, my mother could be hard on me at times. She laughed off Kunihiko's pranks as boys being boys, but refused to let me off the hook for the same things. You're the firstborn son, you should know better, she said. I had no qualms about being raised that way. It had been ingrained in me since before I could remember. The same was likely true for Kunihiko, who was used to being pampered. I was the son who would stay and look after the family home and business. Kunihiko was the son who would leave. Our roles and lifestyles were long established by the time our father died. Please tell me your reason for wanting to see your mother, the kid said. When I pass her your request, I'm required to give a reason. I'll relay it word for word. I've run into trouble with the business. Like she said in her will. I paused. Hey, nice operation you got here, by the way. You're like a fake psychic. Make us do all the talking, then come up with your answers, right? The kid gave me a long look. He probably didn't expect to be questioned. It felt good to have the upper hand. Are you going to hire someone to impersonate my mother? Well, I'm looking forward to this show. I doubt there is anyone out there who could fool someone's son. He grimaced. Then, as if to stop himself saying more, his face changed. So shall I tell her you've run into a problem? Taken aback by his cool response, I blurted, I'm going to sell the land. We own some land that's not being put to use, so I've decided to let it go. I've looked for the title deed and can't find it. I want to know where she put it. I see. He took some notes, pulling the notebook close as if to hide its contents. The scratching of the pencil came to a pause, and he looked up. May I ask a question? What? You say you don't believe in the go-between, yet you came all this way today. I felt he was mocking me, the country bumpkin who'd stumbled into the big city. I returned his stare. I told you it was in her will. I figured this had to be a scam, but what do I have to lose? I'm stuck. I've looked everywhere and this is my last resort. Understood. I will speak to your mother and get back to you with her reply. If she accepts, may I arrange the meeting in this area? You will need to make another trip. Fine. Coming out here was a pain, but it was better than running the risk of seeing family members or neighbors closer to home. I could tell the family I had another class reunion in Tokyo, or that someone I knew had died. Are there any other questions? The kid stood up from the bench and reached for my paper cup, which was still half full. I gulped down the rest of the lukewarm tea. Has Kunihiko come to you? I asked. The kid cocked his head as if he didn't know who I was referring to. If he was acting, he wasn't half bad. My brother. Has he come to you to see our mother? No, he let slip, before he straightened his back and said, I'm not authorized to give information about other requests. The confidentiality game again. If he's already seen her, I've made this trip for nothing. The least you can do is tell me. I'm not allowed to say. I will get back to you shortly with your mother's response. Do you have any other questions? One more. Yes? Do your parents know what you're up to? Do you even go to school? The kid fell silent. His expression hardened, but when he saw that I wasn't going to let him off the hook, he forced a smile. I can't answer that. I will be in touch soon. He looked at the ground and took my paper cup without making eye contact, then headed back inside. Arrogant little kid. The week after I met with the go-between, we commemorated the second anniversary of Mum's death. The same Buddhist priest who had led her funeral returned to our home to chant sutras. In preparation for the gathering, we had replaced the old tatami floors and removed the sliding doors to create space for the guests. I'd hoped for a more understated affair than the services we'd had for our father, but being the head household of the Hatada family, we had a tradition to uphold. This meant the morning of the ceremony was hectic. I wanted everybody seated, ideally before the priest arrived, but the women refused to sit still, gabbing about nothing of any relevance. My grandchild did this, the neighbour's son did that. Can't your chit-chat wait till after the service? I barked. My uncles and aunts possibly deserved a little more respect, but we were past the point of feigned politeness. Kunihiko appeared. It's fine, Yasuko. While I'd inherited my father's stocky frame and broad shoulders, my brother was willowy and thin like our mother. He was 4 years younger than me, but had passed my height by the time he was in junior high school. He had gone from office job to office job, managing the books, carrying out administrative tasks, and now worked in a department at the town council office where he could dress casually. He squinted behind his glasses. The priest called and said he was running late, so we have some time. People can take their seats when he gets here. Still, he just wants everyone seated. He's so impatient. Shoko spoke from the back of the room. She was running around with an old-fashioned electric pot, pouring tea into guests' cups. "I'm sorry, Kuniko," she said, then narrowed her eyes at me. "Must you yell like that? You're scaring the guests. Can't you speak in a normal voice?" "Oh, whatever." "See? That." She screwed up her face. Kuniko laughed and walked over to a noisy group of women. "Would you like to continue your discussion over there?" he asked. "I think it's a good idea to claim your seats now so you don't end up sitting in the front row where he'll catch you napping through his chance." "Oh, so true," the women laughed. "I'm so scared I'll doze off. If I don't, my feet will." They seemed to say whatever came to mind as they retrieved their purses and moved over to the seats. "He's like the sun to your wind." Shoko was next to me. "See how he does it? Nobody listens when you scream at them, dear." Whatever. She was starting to resemble Mum more every day, though she wasn't related. Her tone and manner, the way she frequently called me out. "Where's Taichi?" I scanned the room and saw Kuniko's kids sitting near the altar, but Taichi was nowhere to be found. He'd been fumbling with his tie that morning, needing his mother's help. Embarrassing. He'll be here when he's ready. He knows what time the service starts. I felt like tutting. Shoko and Mum were so easy on him. I glanced at the framed photo of Mum on the altar, taken more than a decade before she died, when her cheeks were full and healthy-looking. I decided this was the one for the altar, though there were more recent photos to choose from. Watching Kuniko float through the crowd seating guests, I thought about how devastated he'd been 2 years earlier, sobbing at the funeral. Who would have thought he'd be able to make jokes now about falling asleep during the service? Not that I blamed him. He'd been my mother's pride and joy. It was the younger son's job to cry. Call me cold-hearted, but I'd cared for our mother until her last breath, and then leapt into action. My head was filled with things I needed to do: who to call, what to arrange for the funeral, when to order death announcement cards, what to do about the New Year gifts our company sent out each year. I was sad, of course, but I was also the eldest son, and as long as I had responsibilities, I couldn't sit there and cry. I looked up. Taichi was sitting by the wall. When had he come in? Seeing him shrink into the corner with a lost look, I felt a rush of disappointment. "Taichi." He turned to me. Physically, he was commanding, but he reacted slowly to things, and his small, sleepy-looking eyes that were similar to mine left no impression. If he would at least sit up straight, he could have a little presence and authority. "You're late. Where were you?" "Never mind. Just go sit next to your mum. Don't sit in the corner. You're a member of the head family." "Oh, sorry. I thought family members were supposed to sit on the end. I didn't want to take up too much space." My head hurt. "Just come." I pulled him by the arm and made him switch seats. "What's this book I saw up on the altar?" I was collecting cushions after the service when my aunt Toki approached me with a small booklet. Toki was my mother's younger sister. "Oh, that's mine," my niece Mina said behind me. She set down some cushions and trotted over. "I made the national rankings in the college entrance mock exams. Grandma was so happy when my brother made the list a while ago that she highlighted his name." I wanted to show her my name too. My goodness, Toki said. National rankings. From Hokkaido down to Okinawa. That's marvelous, Mina. Where can I find a copy of this? I'd love one too. It's only distributed in high schools and really isn't that big a deal. Only a small percentage of high schools take the mock exams in the first place, so it's not every student in the country or anything like that. With a bashful smile, she pointed to the page where her name appeared. How marvelous, Toki exclaimed again. The Hataras have always been full of overachievers. My sister married into a good family. Kuniko went to a Tokyo university, and who knows where you'll go, Mina? You might end up being a professor or a politician one day. From our bloodline? Never. The two women turned to me. Mina's expression had turned icy. Tokyo colleges are full of kids like Mina. Plus, you're so headstrong. Good luck finding a boy to marry you. Uncle, Mina said in a low voice. Her eyes flashed. What? Why do you always have to say things like that? Mina was the feisty one among her cousins, maybe because she was the only girl. But she now had a mouth on her that she wasn't afraid to use. Toki tried to lighten the mood. Mina, your uncle's just being modest. No, this isn't modesty. You think you can treat me like a kid forever, but one day when I'm famous and important, you're going to be so humiliated. If and when I make it big, I don't want you telling anyone we're related. Ever. Hey, if you do become a professor or a politician one day, I'll be your biggest cheerleader. I'll even start a supporters club for you, if you ask nicely. We have councilmen and assembly members as customers. They might back you. Don't you come crying to me later saying, Uncle, help me. Mina turned as red as a beetroot. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God, you're like so small town in your thinking. I can't stand this anymore. Mina! Kunihiko, who had been listening nearby, rushed over. Mina spat out. I'm gone, and left the room. Sorry, Yasuko, Kunihiko said on her behalf. Her entrance exams are coming up and she's a little sensitive. Lay off her a bit, can't you? Kid's got a mouth on her, hasn't she? I heard a loud thump in the hallway. She'd kicked the wall. Kunihiko was so mild-mannered, maybe she took after her mother. But she really is so smart. She got that from you, Kunihiko, Toki said, trying to smooth things over. Aunt Toki, I interjected. Yes, Kunihiko's smart, and yes, he did great in school. But graduating from a Tokyo university didn't make a lick of difference since he ended up coming back here. I tried as the firstborn to give him the best opportunities, and what does he do? He ends up coming home to be a humdrum civil servant. Mum had such high hopes for him, and look at him now. I guess in terms of job security, you can't go wrong working for the city. So in that way, he was a dutiful son. Yes, he was. Nothing is more important to a mother than having her children close by, and to be able to see them whenever she wishes. Kunihiko smiled uneasily. Yasuko did all the hard work. I had it easy compared to him, and I feel bad about that. I'm grateful to him for putting me through college. Oh, but your brother also enjoys the benefits. Driving that nice luxury car around, my aunt said. Our business had felt the impact of the recession, but as the sole construction company in this small town, we were able to maintain a steady flow of income. We didn't have to let go of any employees, and we've been able to keep the car. Then again, the Toyota Century we'd purchased back when the economy was roaring was now on its last legs. The so-called luxury car had so many miles on the clock, it probably wouldn't be worth much, even if we wanted to sell it. Toki turned her gaze to the photo of my mother. I'm sure she's happy. Her 2 sons, both grown. Blessed with grandchildren. I can't believe it's been 2 years. She dabbed at her eyes. She seemed to cry easily now. Must be her age. I only visited her soon after she went into hospital. Who would have thought it was cancer? But I'm sure she was glad to have her 2 sons with her until the end. Hope so. I locked eyes with Kunihiko. He still looked uneasy. Why didn't you tell us? The normally meek Taichi had yelled. It was 2 days before my mother died, when she'd fallen into a coma. The doctors said she had a few days left, and that was when we told the kids about the cancer. We had to start preparing for the funeral, and we needed them to pitch in and help around the house. I would have gone to see her more if I'd known, Taichi had sobbed. He shut up when I snapped that this wasn't about him, but the other relatives echoed the sentiment at the funeral. Toki was one of the most vocal protesters, though she now acted like she'd forgotten all about it. I didn't feel like continuing this conversation. I left Kuniko to handle it. Out in the hall, I took my phone out of my top pocket and saw that I missed a call. The number had a Tokyo area code. Could only mean one thing. I raced down the hall and stepped into the empty backyard. I dialed the number. He picked up right away. Hello? This is Hatada. Yes, this is the go-between. Your mother would like to meet with you. My whole body heaved a deep sigh. I hadn't realized I was nervous. I straightened my posture, though nobody was in the yard to see me. She does? My mother had said I was the only person she told about the go-between. But why not Kunihiko? Her trust and pride in her kind, thoughtful second-born knew no bounds. Did he really have no idea? Or did he know, but had not made a request? May I schedule the meeting for the next full moon? That's when you will have the most time with your mother. The kids stated the date and time, and I said it was fine. He named a hotel I'd never heard of. I repeated it back to him. If you'd like, I can provide a more detailed... I'll look it up. I can find it online, right? And I'm good. I didn't use the computer, but Shoko and Taichi were always playing around with it. I would just come up with some excuse and have them look it up for me. Let's plan to meet in the lobby at 6:30. I will be waiting. What did she say? A pause. I still don't believe in all this, but let's just say if... You can ask her in person when you see her. Goodbye. He hung up. Wait, I started to say. Too late. As soon as I hit end on my phone, I heard a voice behind me. Dad? My heart skipped a beat. I turned and there was Taichi, looming in the dark like a ghost. What? I snapped. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, he said in his usual drawl. He took a step forward. It's about Mina. Mina? I heard you two butting heads earlier. Yeah, I nodded, though I wouldn't have described it like that. And then Taichi surprised me. I think you should be careful about what you say to her. Huh? I'm not saying you should apologize to her this second. You know, a little at a time. Mina's been working hard at school, and she's really doing great. I think you can acknowledge that. You're saying I need to congratulate my own niece in front of company. Ridiculous. You might think so, but... He wasn't backing down. Mina's only going to get more stubborn if you keep treating her like a kid. She might stop coming over to the house. Think how Grandma would feel if she heard. After my mother died, Kuniko's kids did come by the house less frequently. They had to be here today, of course. But they always had one excuse or another for why they couldn't make it to the New Year or Bon family gathering. I tried to brush past Taichi. Dad, I ignored him. What would my father say if he heard Taichi, the son and heir of the head house, whining like this? There was no defending him. Maybe it was good that he died without meeting his grandson. I returned to the altar room where the clean-up was almost done. A sullen-looking Mina sat with her older brother in the corner, their eyes glued to their phones. Hiroki was returning to Tokyo tomorrow. I watched as Toki approached them and asked Hiroki about college life and job prospects after graduation. Hiroki, born 6 months after Taichi, apparently wanted to continue on to grad school, though he had received a job offer from a global corporation. Either way, his future looked bright. My, you're a high achiever too, aren't you, Hiroki? It's not that big a deal, auntie. He shook his head, just like his father. Taichi walked back into the room. He started talking about some TV show, and Mina's surly expression brightened. The cousins weren't especially close, but they were about the same age and seemed to relax around each other. Hiroki joined the conversation, and soon all three were roaring with laughter. I was still watching them out of the corner of my eye when Shoko called me over. Taichi went to get more cushions. What? Before the service. When you were mad because he wasn't here, he went to get more cushions for the guests. Why don't you give him a little credit? I glanced over at the cushions, collected and stacked in one corner of the room. A little credit? Why? I squinted. He's not a kid. He doesn't need to be praised for every little thing he does. Someone notices we need more cushions, they go and get more cushions. The end. But don't call me over for something like that. Kunihiko once commended Taichi when I said that we paid for his college tuition, and in exchange, he helped out with the business. Most kids expect their parents to pay, but Taichi's working for it. Hiroki and Mina could never do that, he'd marveled. He's grown into such a kind boy. I felt the same irritation now as I did then. There was nothing to admire about my son. He was simply fulfilling his duties. Taichi swung his arms wildly and made a silly face, and Mina and Hiroki burst out laughing again. Doesn't it bother you that you're being laughed at? I wanted to shake him. When he started elementary school, my mother gave him my father's fountain pen. It was something she'd held on to since my father died. She wouldn't let me near it. Dad had received the fancy pen as a gift years ago, when he worked on the mayor's house. When I first saw Taichi holding the pen, I yelled at him for taking it without permission. It wasn't a toy. She gave it to me. I was about to grill him further, but my mother stepped in. I did. I gave it to him. Taichi scrambled behind her, peering at me with frightened eyes. He refused to let go of the pen. He was more emotionally attached to my mother than to anybody else in the house. Shoko had experienced a difficult recovery after childbirth and had to be hospitalized, while my mother cared for the newborn. Since he was a baby, Taichi had stuck to his grandmother like glue, which she of course didn't mind. She even took Taichi with her on local community trips. If she saw her 3 grandchildren now, which of them would she entrust Dad's fountain pen to? And who would Dad have wanted to take over the family name and business? Coming out of Shinagawa Station, I found the hotel in no time. I hadn't needed Taichi to look it up for me. A sign pointing to the newly built hotel stood right outside the exit. In the early evening, the station was teeming with commuters, even families with children. The map said there was an aquarium nearby. Didn't the kids have school? It was a weekday. City people must have a lot of time on their hands. As I reached the hotel, I was putting away my map when a woman dressed like a movie star stepped out of a cab. A uniformed bellhop opened the door, and she glided in as if she owned the place, passing an elderly couple in kimonos making their way out. Surrounded by these self-assured folks, I felt my shoulders stiffen under my suit jacket. The marble floors were pristine with polish, reflecting like a mirror. Is the kid going to show up? I took a deep breath and stepped inside. An employee smiled at me, but I got the feeling he was looking me up and down. Mind your own damn business. I'm a hotel guest. I have a reason to be here. I'm even in a suit and tie, whole 9 yards. I spotted the kid sitting in an upholstered chair. The tension in my shoulders eased. He was sitting like it was the most natural thing in the world, a paperback open in his hands. "Hey," I called. "Oh," he looked at his watch. "You're early." "Yeah." I wasn't that early. It was only half an hour until the meeting time. "Would you like something to drink?" My eyes travelled towards the lobby cafe. "No thanks." I couldn't fathom relaxing over a drink alongside an enormous vase full of flowers and a glimmering grand piano. Our first meeting had been in a strange hospital courtyard. And now this? Like night and day. The kid's indifference to these surroundings was maddening. I get it. You, unlike me, come to these places all the time. Isn't this hotel expensive? I'm sure it is. And my mother is coming here. What I meant was, an actor who looks like my mother is coming here. The kid closed his book. I couldn't catch the title. "A room is reserved for you on the 9th floor. I'll give you the key in a moment. Your mother is there now." She's there now. What exactly had I signed up for again? I swallowed. "She's here." "Yes." "And I can go up." "That's—" He hesitated, giving his watch another look. He kept quiet for a few seconds, as if he didn't know how to proceed. He shook his head. "I'm sure it won't be a problem, but would you mind waiting until this time? We agreed on 6:30? Can't bend the rules, huh? Like working for the government. The kid gave me a blank stare. His look reminded me of Mina at the memorial service. Kids today, fed with a silver spoon their whole lives. And look how they turn out. How much do you get paid for this anyway? Or is this, what, like a family business or something? Something like that. The kid nodded. I'm going to check on something. I'll be right back. Check with who? I thought. But the kid took off towards the front desk. I sat in his chair and took a look at the time on my phone. After a few moments, he was back. Here's your key. He handed me a thick paper envelope with the hotel name and logo. It probably held a key card like the one I'd used on a business trip. The door kept blinking red, refusing to open. I must have held the key wrong or something. I preferred a regular old key, but ritzy places like this must all have key cards now. I accepted the key. Hey, how can you afford to pay for this place? And why did the meeting have to be here? Don't worry. We're still a little early, but would you like to head upstairs? I checked if it was okay. We made our way to the elevator. He said. What? About your question from the other day. About this job. You asked if my parents knew what I was up to. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. I think I'd also asked if he went to school, but before I could bring that up, he said, I don't have parents. I was really young when I lost them. He sounded oddly calm. Didn't appear to be seeking sympathy. I studied his face. Ping. The elevator arrived. Both of them? A dumb question. The kid nodded. I didn't know what to say. The elevator opened and the kid stepped in. There was nobody else inside. We travelled in silence up to the 9th floor. Ping! The doors opened. We were met with another vase full of flowers, though smaller than the one in the lobby. "You'll be in room 907. I'll wait in the lobby. Please take your time." "Okay." I noticed the wallpaper covered in tiny flowers. Even in our small town, housewives would go for a similar look. Not exactly tasteful, but in a posh Tokyo hotel, the floral pattern looked remarkably cosmopolitan. I scanned the kid's face. Was he going to stay up all night waiting for me? Though he was taller than me, I could tell that under his coat he was still skinny. The realization made my molars ache, all the way to the back of my mouth. I looked down and started walking. After a few steps, I turned. "Hey." "Yes?" the kid replied, returning my gaze. "I'm really sorry about that question." He stared back, his expression unreadable. "Sorry," I said again. "That's okay." I set off again down the corridor. I could feel his eyes on my back, and only after I turned a corner could I let go of my breath. Room 907. The keycard in my hand was damp with sweat, the paper envelope starting to crinkle. I inhaled deeply, made sure I had the card in the right direction, then inserted it into the slot. A green light flashed. As I pushed open the door, I heard footsteps. A familiar, easy shuffle like I used to hear in the office and at home, in the hallway, the kitchen. That sound. I closed my eyes, smelled a familiar scent. "Yasuko." I opened my eyes. My mother stood before me in a kimono, the colour of persimmons. What? Her twig-like fingers had their colour and softness back, and she had a full head of hair. The strands were still black, pulled back with one section braided. Aunt Toki had taught her the style. "It's fashionable," she said. Her persimmon kimono, an everyday garment, wasn't meant to be worn formally, at weddings or funerals, but it was the only one my father purchased for her. After she died, it was passed down to Shoko, and was, as we speak, folded up in a dresser at home. I could not take my eyes off her. No actor in the world could recreate that smile, complete with the trademark dimples on each side. "Yasuko, my goodness." She blinked her damp eyes. "I told you not to use the go-between just because you miss me. It's not like I had a choice." The deed. She reached out her palm towards my cheek. The last time I'd felt her had been right before her body was placed in the coffin. Cold and hard as rock. "Yasuko." My body trembled under the warmth of her hand. I gritted my teeth and fought back any sound. Tears slid down my cheeks. I gathered myself. "Mum, why are you in a kimono?" "Why not?" She spread her arms as if to show off the garment. I pulled out the chair from the desk and sat down. My mother started to boil water for tea. "They only have tea bags." She laughed. "This isn't exactly a traditional inn, is it?" I asked if I could wear anything I wished, and they said yes, and I knew this would be my last trip, so I chose the kimono. "Where have you been all this time?" The memories from 2 years ago were still clear in my mind. Every family member had tried in their own way to manage life without her. But now that I was looking into her eyes, I couldn't help but think she'd been alive the entire time without us knowing. She gave a light laugh. "What do you mean, where?" "Up there, where else?" She flicked on the kettle and came over. I caught a glimpse of her in the large mirror over the desk. Were ghosts visible in mirrors? Mum followed my gaze. Places like this always have mirrors above the desks, don't they? You've been to places like this before? The few family trips we'd been on, and the tours with the local community group, I'd assumed, were all to traditional ryokans. I've been to this very hotel, she said, back when I made my request to see your father. The hotel was called something different at the time, but I asked the boy and he said it's the same hotel. It underwent a major renovation a few years ago. Boy? You mean the kid? Yes. Did you meet him? She chuckled merrily. Her best kimono and a luxury hotel. I could tell she was excited, even as she gave me a hard time about it. She didn't have many occasions in her life to wear a kimono, now that I thought about it. The only reason I recognized it at all was because I thought it unusual for Dad to buy her something with no practical purpose. He had always frowned on extravagance, even more than I did. I assumed Kunihiko would have already been. I fixed my eyes on Mum, but she gave me a blank stare. Why? Her face indicated she knew what I was about to say. She had a sixth sense about these things, perhaps because she'd been doing business deals for a long time. Didn't I say you were the only one I told? Did you think I was lying? Silly boy. With your one chance, wouldn't you rather see Kunihiko? That mouth! You haven't changed at all. You sound just like your father. I snorted. It was rare for us to be talking like this. The only long conversation I recalled having with her was before she died, when she called me into a hospital room to discuss the go-between. Kunihiko, on the other hand, had always been a mama's boy. He would know what to do in situations like this. The water in the kettle had come to the boil. Mum stood up. The deed is in the safe in the office, very bottom shelf. The kid must have told her. I watched as she placed tea bags into separate cups and poured in hot water. In the right corner, where I kept all the important documents, I put it inside one of our company envelopes. Oh, yes. The room fell silent except for the sound of pouring. She came over and handed me a cup. You knew it was there, right? She fixed her gaze on me. I felt my body stiffen. I hadn't expected her to call me out. I wanted to look away, but then I noticed her face shift. Were you testing me? To see if I told Kunihiko first? She asked. No. I had wondered in the past whether she'd shared the go-between story with Kunihiko. I thought of how distraught he'd been when she died. I wouldn't have blamed him if he'd seen her already. My visit to the go-between had nothing to do with wanting to rob him of the opportunity. But you're lying about wanting to sell the land. You know it won't amount to much, and we have somebody managing it now. I can't imagine it will ever be a burden for you. Well, yeah. She was right. I had no plan to sell the land, and I knew where she kept the documents. I also knew her well enough to know she would accept my request, with or without a reason. Then why? I didn't have an answer ready. Ma, did you know what your illness was? Surprise spread across her face. She widened her eyes and tried to speak, lost for words. I had been uncertain, wished I could have asked her directly. Did I make the right decision in keeping her cancer diagnosis from her? I had no way of knowing. I played back everything she'd said, trying to convince myself that she had known all along. But had she? If she knew how much time the doctors had given her, she would have had to live each day in fear. Then again, if she knew her days were numbered, she could have chosen how to spend them. Taichi and Mina had sobbed. demanding to know why we'd kept the truth from them. If they'd known, they would have spent more time with her. Kunihiko believed we should inform the kids and relatives. At least let our sisters know. But I'd stopped him. Was I wrong? Would my mother have wanted to know? There was no way to find out. Until... Oh, you, Yasuhiko. She set down her cup, obviously shaken. She walked towards me and took a deep breath. I clenched my fists and looked into her eyes. She didn't answer my question. Our eyes met. Her gentle expression said it all. Yes, this was why I had come here today. To see this very expression. I wanted to apologize for keeping the truth from her. I wanted her forgiveness. Wanted her to tell me off. To tell me I'd been wrong. I don't have what it takes, I thought, during and after the funeral. Even now. I had the chance to tell Kunihiko about the go-between, and to give him the opportunity to see Mum one last time. But I didn't. I couldn't. You're a kind boy. Even if you're unbelievably stubborn and I want to wash your mouth out with soap sometimes. Tears were brimming in her eyes. She wrapped my clenched fists in her palms. You worry too much about Kunihiko. Don't you think it's time you stopped? You feel guilty about inheriting the business because you're the eldest son. And Shoko and I know you beat yourself up about pushing your brother to go to college. You think you ran him out of the house? Kunihiko might know it too. I don't beat myself up. It was true that working in a local government job didn't match the responsibilities of running a business. But I was the one with the land, and I had the nice car. Kunihiko's lifestyle suits him. Don't you think so when you look at him? Working for the city is right for him, just like running a business is right for you. He would have done great running the business too, even though I could never work for the city. You always need to have the last word, don't you? Anyway, you can stop crying over this now. I've never cried over this. She screwed up her eyes and brushed off my reply. Then do something about your eyes. They're all red. Pull yourself together. I sat with my arms folded. My face felt hot. I had a good life. My mother sipped her tea. I'd never seen her drink tea out of anything but a traditional Japanese teacup. I have wonderful children and grandchildren. Grandchildren? Yes. Taichi's grown so big and strong. I used to worry about him because he got sick so often as a baby. He's just physically big now. Mum shot me a look. He's a good boy. He's not pushy like you, doesn't have your mouth, and he knows how to bring people together. He took after Shoko and me, thank goodness. Hope so. But you think he's not cut out to run the business, right? I wanted to ask, but I kept my mouth shut. If being a business owner wasn't right for my son, he should be free to do what he wanted. I'd been waiting for some sign he was interested in something else. But his inability to communicate also irritated me. Maybe this was my mother's way of bringing Taichi and me together. This was, after all, the last conversation we would ever have. It's true. I'm proud of my grandson. Her face crumpled into a smile. Is Dad up there too? I asked, as dawn approached. My mother laughed. Don't worry about what's up there until your time comes. It's something to look forward to. Oh, which reminds me. Do you know why I went to the go-between to request to see your father? I stared at her. You don't? You really don't? I hadn't given it much thought. Was there a special reason? Oh, you're horrible. She paused. One day you'll understand. You're a parent too, after all. She wasn't going to tell me. I knew her. She was like Dad. Once she set her mind to something, Stubborn as a mule. Why can't you just tell me? I couldn't bring myself to ask aloud. I knew we were out of time. Look after everyone. And then she disappeared. As if shaken from a dream, I found myself alone in the room. Now that she was gone, it hit me. I realized too late how glad I was to see her so healthy and strong, her cheeks flushed and glowing. I pressed the palm to my forehead. I had to get a grip before I went back downstairs. I felt my eyes begin to well up, and with a sigh, my tears came tumbling out. When I made it down to the lobby, I saw the kid slipping back into the hotel through the entrance. He appeared to have been seeing somebody off. My eyes travelled to the glass doors, where I caught sight of a young woman wearing a bulky-looking suit. Fierce morning light was streaming through the windows. The kid came towards me. He had the same coat on. "Is your session finished?" "Yeah." Where had he been this whole time? Was he up all night? It might be my imagination, but his eyes looked a little droopy. He held a palm out. "The key?" I handed over the key card. How composed he was. Not a loose word out of his mouth. He gazed intently at me. "We don't take money, but I'm supposed to ask for your feedback. Is there anything you can share?" Feedback? That was all? Was he serious? The kid looked nothing but serious. I straightened my posture. "You almost had me fooled. She looked like the real thing. I'm impressed." I couldn't help it. I was going to be like this for the rest of my life. My son and niece would probably go on hating me. I let out a long breath. "Thank you. If, I reached for my wallet. The kid frowned. "We don't take..." I took out a business card with rounded corners. "I appreciate what you did today. And if there's ever anything I can do for you, I hope you'll call me." The kid took the card and blinked. "It could be something small. Anything," I finished quickly. I couldn't find the words. The kid's face softened. It was the first time I saw him smile. "Thanks," he said, sounding like an actual kid, before he caught himself. But I was quicker. "Forget the formal talk. Makes you sound arrogant." "No, I have to. Thank you very much." He folded his body in half and put my business card in his pocket. It wasn't until a few winters later that I learned why my mother went to see my father. Taichi now ran the business, and he was also newly married. We were cleaning out my mother's old room for the newlyweds, and I decided that it was time to sort through her belongings. I found a stack of her time-worn diaries. The go-between had said my mother made her request 20 years earlier. I counted back 20 years from my meeting date and flipped open one of the dusty notebooks, making my eyes itch. I found the entry right away. The 23rd of November. The local community group went on a trip every year around Labour Thanksgiving Day. Had she lied about the trip? Tonight wasn't a full moon, and I was told the meeting would have to be cut short, but I'm glad I went. I took Taichi with me. He wept when he saw his grandson. I'm glad I went. The year I'd visited my mother in the hotel, Taichi had just turned 21. She had seen my father 20 years before that, or more accurately, 19 years before that, as Taichi had been 2 years old. You still don't get it. Her voice echoed in my ear like I'd heard it only yesterday. That was why she went to see him. As soon as Taichi was old enough to walk, she had taken him to meet his grandfather, the future head of the Hatada household, the grandson to whom the fountain pen was passed. When I asked whether I should tell Taichi about the go-between, she'd said, "Taichi, I'm not sure." I now understood her hesitation. A living person can meet with a deceased person only once in their life. Taichi had met my father, though he was too young to remember. In the short diary entry, she'd written, "I'm glad I went," twice. I couldn't imagine my father weeping over anyone, but I could picture him patting Taichi's little head with his rugged, tanned palms. Would I be like my father someday? Shoko and Taichi's new wife were calling me from the kitchen. "Coming!" As I joined my family in the living room, I felt the warmth from the heater swaddling my shoulders.
Chapter 3. The Rule of the Best Friend. After Misono died, and I know this sounds like a cliché, I felt empty inside, both in my body and my soul. It happened on a cold morning in December, when temperatures were at their lowest of the season so far. When I first heard she'd been struck by a car at the bottom of the hill, I assumed she would pull through. A car hit her. She knocked her head badly. There was a lot of blood. Even after learning how serious it was, even after her body stopped functioning and she lost consciousness, I still believed there was a way to bring her soul, her life back. There was no doubt in my mind. She'd been alive until that very morning, her body still warm. So hurry up! Whoever is with her now, hurry, before it's too late. Go and catch her spirit, floating around somewhere, and return it to its owner. Hurry, hurry, hurry! It didn't seem real. Her loss felt like when you're looking for something you've misplaced, but only temporarily. Like a form you had to hand in at school, or the train ticket you're sure you put in your pocket, but can't find now that the train has pulled into your station. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? You panic, but you're sure it has to be somewhere. You just haven't looked there yet. When you finally run out of places to search, once you've looked through the same places over and over, you come to the realization that there's nothing you can do. That was how Misono's death felt to me. And to think I'd prayed for it to happen. I knew about the cold water that trickled down that hill. I spotted it before Misono did. I was aware of what could happen if water leaked from the faucet in front of that house, right where our bicycle tires started to pick up speed. I knew a long time ago. In winter, the water freezes over. We rode down that hill every morning. It was me. I killed Natsumi Sono. Nobody knows I did it. Nobody knew except for Misono, and now she was dead. Oh my god, Arashi, I have the biggest crush on him. Misono and I were walking down the corridor at school. Huh? That boy just now from homeroom 4. I turned round to look, but she squealed, "Don't!" But I was a second quicker, and I caught the back of the boy's head. I knew instantly which of the two she meant. The one on the right. He was Misono's type. He was talking about a program on TV or some other silly thing, making huge gestures and hollering, "No way!" and "crazy!" like a child. I knew his face, but had never given him much thought before. I didn't realize Misono had a thing for him. The one on the right? Yeah, he's so cute. He dresses nice too. Don't you think he looks like Ayumi from the manga you borrowed? And guess what? His name's Ayumi too. Must be fate, right? I don't really see it. And it doesn't feel like fate to me, I said. The protagonist with the chiseled features from the love manga Misono and I were into didn't have the kind of face from everyday life. I wouldn't have minded a handsome actor playing him on screen, but I wasn't about to let Misono compare him to some random high school boy. "So harsh, Arashi," she giggled. "Sorry, I only respond to perfectly symmetrical, beautiful faces." "That's right. You only approve of celebrities and ultra-high-definition close-ups. Is that it?" "Yup," I nodded. Misono and I called ourselves hybrid otaku, meaning we were well-versed in manga, anime, novels, and romance magazines, naturally, but we were also up to speed on fashion and makeup. We took pride in our knowledge and were always hungry for more. People thought of otaku as awkward, antisocial creatures, but we got along fine with our classmates too. If they asked to borrow a manga, we immediately said yes. "You and Misono don't look like otaku," they said, and we would tilt our heads and reply, "You think?" We knew it was true, though. "Anyway, I think he's super cute," Misono said. The boys had turned a corner and disappeared. "'Kay," I said half-heartedly. Misono laughed again. "Your standards are so high." "I'm just not into romance. But promise me, you'll tell me if you ever have a crush. I want to know what kind of guy is good enough for someone like you." "That day will never come." I made a face. Misono shrugged. "Come on, we're going to be late for practice." Misono always tried to make me look good. Until we met in high school, I didn't think I would ever find a best friend. I'd always kept a safe distance from my classmates, thinking it was cooler not to reveal too much about myself. I never felt I was missing out. But Misono and I met in drama club and hit it off instantly. She was clued up on otaku topics I thought only I knew, things people in junior high had never heard of. Her parents were strict and didn't allow her to buy manga, but the secret manga collection she had accumulated was more impressive than mine. People told us we looked like sisters. I think she and I struck a nice balance. Misono was kind, a good listener, and knew how to deal with my outspokenness, which people often dismissed as me being self-centered and rude. I was the youngest of my cousins and had been raised as the baby of the family by my relatives. I was used to getting my way, which I am aware is not an attractive personality trait. I knew where to draw the line, of course, but I once confessed to Misono about an older cousin's newborn becoming the center of attention at a family gathering, and how I'd pretended to join in the cooing when, in fact, I was lonely and bored by the whole thing. She was the only one I could admit that to. "I hear you," she nodded. "It's so like you to come right out and say that." "Is it?" "Yeah. Who says things like that out loud?" she laughed. "I wish I had your bluntness sometimes." It felt good when Misono called me weird, strange, different, silly. She made me feel unique. She was forever complimenting me on my looks, too, saying how much she envied me. I once became obsessed with a super cute actor, and she said, "If you and him ever got married, your kids would have amazing eyes." Misono always said I had great eyes. "I can get lost in them. They're huge. You look like a celebrity idol." I basked in her every word. "I wish I looked like you. My eyes are tiny and completely unmemorable." Whenever we stood side by side at the bathroom sinks, she would look in the mirror and say, "I love your eyes." Our school was known among local high schools for having a vibrant drama club. We had a lot of members, and even though it was categorized as an arts and culture activity, our vibe was more sports team than arts club. We ran laps around the school to build physical strength, and often held vocal training sessions on the riverbanks nearby. Some classmates joked that we trained more than the track team. The club had a distinct hierarchy according to age, and the main roles at school performances and drama competitions traditionally went to seniors. First years were rarely given a role unless there was a good reason, such as that they suited the part to a T or they were undeniably talented. In every other case, the unwritten rule was that newbies did not even audition. It was Misono, of course, who suggested I try out for a part in our first year. "You should audition. You're beautiful and you have such a strong voice. Most of all, you're crazy about theatre. Anybody can see that." Misono had joined drama club in high school, but I'd been doing theatre since junior high. More accurately, I fell in love with it back in nursery school when our class put on a Christmas show and the teacher chose me to play Cinderella, even though I hadn't volunteered. Another girl had wanted the role but was assigned the part of the stepmother because she was so tall. Standing in the spotlight while the girl sobbed in the wings, I thought that maybe I'd been born to be a star. I knew it was wrong, but I laughed inside. I'd simply been born luckier than other kids. Whether I'd actually been born with a gift was beside the point. What was important was that I believed I was. I never shied away from giving my whole self to a performance, either on stage or simply reciting a passage in class. I loved to perform. Still, I would never have thought to put myself forward if Misono hadn't suggested it. Knowing I had her support, I decided to give the audition a try, even as the older students shot me looks the entire time. I was thrilled when the teacher assigned me a role, though a part of me had also expected it. I'd always got the role. "Just between us, I thought you were way better than the juniors and seniors. I bet the other kids thought so too," Misono whispered in my ear. I thought about the direct impact my reputation had on her social status and felt proud that she could count on me. The teacher was impressed. "You're good under pressure, Arashi. I wonder if it's something innate." And I meant it when I replied, "It's because I had my best friend rooting for me." "My mum always says, 'Don't give up before you try,'" Misono said. "It's better to do something and regret it than to regret not doing it at all." That's what Misono taught me. Once we became friends, Misono and I started meeting up in the mornings to ride our bikes to school together. I sometimes had to go in early or stay late for rehearsals, but whenever we could, we rode alongside each other. Sometimes we bumped into Ayumi, Misono's crush. She and I basically treated him like a fictional character from a manga or movie. We'd laugh and squeal every time we saw him, which was so much fun, but she never did anything more, like try to talk to him or share her feelings. People talked about falling for your best friend's crush all the time, but I never really got it. How did it happen? But the more attention I paid to Misono's crush, the more I started to think he wasn't half bad. I wouldn't go as far as to say I liked him, and he came nowhere close to my beloved manga Ayumi, but he was starting to look like somebody I could consider going out with in real life. I noticed his sharp profile when I passed him in the hall, the high cheekbones, flawless skin, his shiny, smooth hair. As a boy in the real world, he was not bad at all. Don't you think he has a little milk scent to him? He didn't smell sweaty all the time, unlike other boys. When I pointed this out, Misono shrieked, "What? No! What are you talking about? I get so nervous whenever I run into him that I forget to breathe. I never noticed a milk scent. Not fair, Arashi." "Come on, that's why I let you ride on his side." I always gave her the side of the street where Ayumi passed. And yet, I'd noticed something she hadn't. I don't know why it felt like a victory. And it always felt good to win. By the end of our first year, we'd started taking a shortcut to school. While the other students took the main street, we rode through a residential neighbourhood. The bike lane on the main street was too narrow for two bikes to ride side by side, which meant we couldn't chat, so we naturally gravitated towards the quieter streets. And those few extra minutes in the morning made all the difference. We rarely crossed paths with kids from school, but if we timed it right, we could catch a glimpse of Ayumi when we merged back onto the main road. Along our bike route was a house we called the watering hole. There was a faucet by the gate facing the street, used for gardening or maybe to wash the car. It was a simple fixture that looked like it had been installed after the house was built. The drain underneath it was small, not made to hold large amounts of water, so the asphalt around it was often wet. We started calling it our watering hole on training days when we were so thirsty we couldn't resist. Summer. I was jogging a few steps behind Misono, who was huffing and puffing. Seeing her try so hard struck me as earnest and endearing, and the light sweat marks on her back made my heart flutter a bit, even more than the bra straps peeking through her white tee. Think it's okay to have some of this water? Yeah, just a little. We exchanged glances, then turned on the faucet and watched it release a silver stream of water, glistening like the magical, life-giving waterfalls of Japanese folktales. We splashed water onto our faces. Our skin and hair dried in a flash under the sun's glare. "I feel alive!" Misono cried, her shiny, freshly washed forehead aglow. "We're water thieves," we giggled. During another run the same summer, we were filling our half-empty water bottles when the front door opened and a friendly-looking woman wearing an apron stepped out. We stiffened in alarm, but it was too late to shut the faucet off. Misono sprang into action. "We're sorry," she called out, startling the woman. "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry," the woman smiled. "Do you go to Soe High? And you're training on a team? In this heat? My goodness." "Yes, we're in drama club, but we get mistaken for the track team because we train so much," Misono explained smoothly while I shrank back. "I'm good with adults," I'd often bragged. Ever since I was little, grown-ups were always impressed with how mature and polite I was. "If we ever have to talk to the teacher or anything, I know exactly what to do," I said. But it was Misono who now chatted with the woman. As I stood flustered, she'd gone ahead and apologized. "So the water is for washing the dog," Misono said as we resumed our jogging, holding full water bottles. "Huh? I saw a huge dog behind her. She probably rinses off the dog's feet after a walk." "Yeah, probably." I hadn't noticed a dog. And even if I had, I don't think I could have connected the dots. I felt my heart flutter again. The house sat atop a hill. We picked up speed when we barreled down the steep incline as though pushed from behind. Each step I took vibrated through my entire body. Our water bottles swayed as we raced. I'd lost all desire to drink. Once we got back to the school, I dumped the whole thing out. "I heard it's Junya Watanabe." The stylish coat Ayumi started wearing to school as winds grew colder in late November was adorned with checkered lining at the sleeves and hood. The leather detail on the shoulders upped the sophistication factor. Whenever we passed him in the hall, we slowed down. I even stopped talking mid-sentence once, and Misono had screamed, "Oh my God, don't stop! He's gonna know!" I've always liked Rei Kawakubo's designs for Comme des Garçons, but Junya's pretty cool too. I mean, I've only seen the clothes in magazines. How can he even afford that? Is he rich or something? Oh, it's Junya Watanabe, I said, though I'd never heard of the brand. As soon as I got home, I went online to read up on it, wondering how Misono knew so much. Did she hear this stuff from other drama club members? A bad feeling crept up on me, like I was being left behind, laughed at for my ignorance. I didn't know if it was because of my personality or the nature of our friendship that I couldn't simply ask her, "What kind of brand is that?" It had always been this way, now that I thought about it. She and I both loved to talk. Because we were avid readers of books and manga, I'd say we had a broader selection of words and phrases to choose from than other people. Wild urban myths, internet gossip, American and European pop music, foreign movies, genres that others had never even heard of. We loved sharing tidbits and trivia with the uninitiated, watching their eyes widen in amazement. One day, during the winter of our first year, the cast members were doing stretches when Misono joined our circle after she was done making props. I think it could be an urban myth, but I heard about this thing where you're allowed one meeting with a dead person. There are these people who can arrange meetings, and anyone can make a request. I heard lots of famous people go to them. A bigwig politician met with a legendary politico for advice and pulled Japan out of a crisis. Star actress so-and-so was reunited with a fellow star who died years ago, and they wept together, etc. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if it's true, but it's exciting to think about the possibility. You said anyone can make a request? Asked Asakura, the club leader. That's what I hear, Misono said, and the rumor is that it's totally free. The only catch is that you only get one chance. Once you use up your request, you're done. The group, captivated by Misono's story, had stopped stretching. Oh, and one more thing that I thought was interesting, the dead can only meet up once too. If they say yes to one request, they can't accept any more. They have to sit and wait for a request to come in, and they can't go back to someone they've already turned down, which means they have to be super careful about who they say yes to, so they don't end up regretting their choice. Wasn't there a game show like that once? A senior student spoke up excitedly. Contestants were asked questions and had to choose from 4 answers, but the answers came on screen one by one, and if they didn't hit the button when they thought it was the right one, it went away forever. So if you let one go because you're not 100% sure but the ones after it are definite no's, you're like, oh man, yeah, maybe. That sounds kind of close. Kind of close? It didn't sound close at all. But there was Misono, nodding in agreement. She was great at making others feel good. No one needed all that flattery, if you ask me. Where do you get these stories, Misono? You know the wildest things. Everyone was nodding until Club Captain Asakura clapped and announced, "Right, back to stretching." "Misono," she said, "don't talk so much during practice. When you start telling your stories, everybody gets all caught up and forgets about rehearsals." "Ha, I do that too. Oops," I piped up jokingly, raising a hand. I believe I'm the chatty one in the club, I thought. Asakura glanced at me. "You're fine. We know we can just let you yammer on." I felt my face muscles stiffen. My lips pulled into a strained smile and froze. Asakura turned away and said, "Okay, next," signaling to me that her comment wasn't mean-spirited. She was simply calling it as she saw it. Wait, did she just say something incredibly rude to me? I thought as I reached an arm over my outstretched leg. I couldn't look at Misono, who was stretching behind me. What was the difference? I bit my lip. I didn't know if I was grateful or not that nobody seemed to notice or care what Asakura had said. What was the difference between Misono and me? Asakura was right. If I were the one telling Misono's story, everybody would continue stretching. They would nod or acknowledge that I was speaking, but no one would ask me to elaborate. So Misono had a good story today, I told myself. I decided to leave it at that. In the early fall of our second year, we were biking home when Misono slammed on her brakes as we neared the top of the hill. "Careful!" she yelled, her brakes screeching. I came to an abrupt stop behind her. Winter was approaching, and the air was beginning to dry. Even from the street, we could see the short, leafy trees near the watering hole start to change colour. The faucet was leaking. Water trickled down in a small stream, darkening the asphalt around it. "Oh no," Misono said, hopping off her bike. "She must have forgotten to turn it off after their walk." I heard the knob tighten. "I should tell her next time I see her. The hill's so dangerous. People could slip." "I'll tell her." I had early morning cast rehearsals and had been leaving for school before Misono. I'd run into the woman a few times when she came out to get the newspaper and milk delivery. I said hello, though I wasn't as gabby as Misono. I was annoyed to hear Misono talk now like she and the woman were old friends. "Yeah? That'd be great." "Sure." I thought back to elementary school, when I fell off my bike and fractured an elbow. Lifting myself up from the ground, I remember being shocked to hear my shoulder pop out of its socket. Once winter came, any water that leaked from the faucet would no doubt freeze over. Misono seemed to have only just realised this, but I'd known it for a while. The hilly street intersected with the main road below, where cars sped by day and night. For a while, I glanced over at the faucet every time I rode past, but never spotted it leaking again. I soon forgot about alerting the lady and stopped checking. That fall, casting began for the performance that would take place in January. Seniors were now studying for their upcoming college entrance exams, which meant we, the juniors, would be given the main roles. Our teacher suggested the Yukio Mishima play Rokumeikan, and my heart raced as scripts were distributed. This was the same play Misono had encouraged me to audition for when I was a first year. I hadn't got to play Asako, the lead, of course. But watching Asakura deliver those long, difficult lines and be showered with compliments had lit a fire in me. That's going to be me someday, I thought. I practiced the lines at home and dreamt of the day I would replace her on stage. I was the only one who could play Asako. There was no reason to doubt it. "Okay, first, who is keen?" the teacher asked. I saw another hand go up with mine. I don't know how to describe the shock when I saw it was Misono. Betrayal felt like the closest emotion, followed by fury. How dare she? Only after that did I think, why would she? Our names went up on the blackboard, and she turned towards me with her hands in prayer position. "Sorry, Arashi." I stared at her, unable to blink. It would have been more mature of me to act like it was no big deal, but the thought didn't occur to me. I've always wanted to give acting a try and reckoned I could do it once the seniors retired. You're more of an Akiko than an Asako, don't you think? The sweet, vulnerable one that people want to take care of, I blurted. There was more I wanted to say to her. You have no onstage experience. You're a backstage person. You think you can just decide one day to be the star of the show? You said you hated your unremarkable eyes. How are you going to pull off the glamorous Asako? There were a million mean things I could have said, but only one thing I truly wanted to say. I clamped my mouth shut. Do you actually think you stand a chance against me? I just want to give the audition a try. Sorry, Arashi. If I don't get it, that's that. No hard feelings. She'd retreated slightly to avoid any confrontation, as if she could read my thoughts. Did she know how arrogant she sounded? Of course she wasn't going to get the part. It's better to regret doing something than to regret not doing it. That's what my mum always says, she told me once. To think she acted on that nonsense. Rage surged through me. I bit my lip. Okay, if I smiled right now, would that help to turn this tense moment around? But it was too late. Misono had already seen me glowering at her. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to act? How come I had no idea you were going for the lead? I thought it would be awkward competing with you, she said, choosing her words carefully. Huh. I hoped I sounded as irritated as I felt. The word competing only made sense when two people were of equal talent and ability. That was just a few months ago, but those days seemed to be in the distant past. Even after we officially became rivals, I remember us riding through our neighborhood together. I only had a vague notion of what we talked about, or how I was able to look her in the eye. I hadn't forgiven her. She had to have known that I would never forgive her. In the days leading up to the audition, she and I rehearsed in separate classrooms. The drama club regularly split up and rehearsed all around the campus, from the fire escape to the rooftop, so I hadn't thought of it as us avoiding each other. Not until that moment. I was passing by the art room when I happened to overhear something. She doesn't stand a chance against me. The familiar, soft, breezy voice belonged to Misono. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Totally, a drama club member chimed in. I couldn't move. How could she say that? I was the one with the experience, the looks. A creepy chill crawled up from my feet. It took everything I had to keep from bursting through the door. I was impressed, frankly, with my level of self-control. What the hell? My lips quivered. Misono was the one who had put me on a pedestal all these years, fawning over me, reacting with delight when I told my stories. She was the reason I was the way I was. It was all Misono's fault. The voices continued on the other side of the door. I wanted to hear more, learn what Misono really thought. But I felt jittery about somebody walking by, with our friendship teetering on the brink of collapse. The core of my brain felt numb. She'd been deceiving me. I knew that some kids in drama club joked that I would tsundere, an otaku term for people who blow hot and cold. Tsundere people tried to act cool and aloof until the person they liked showed up and turned them into mushy cornballs. I use the term all the time to describe my fave fictional characters. But why would anyone call me that? I didn't have a crush on a boy, I fumed, until somebody explained that they were talking about my relationship with Misono. They said I tried hard to act cool when it was obvious that I was crazy about Misono. They found it adorable how I scrambled around trying to get her to like me. Tsundere. The playful term was meant just to tease me, and the girl who told me about the rumor was giggling. Apparently, somebody had quipped to Misono, I understand playing hard to get with someone you want to date, but with your best friend? Isn't it exhausting having to play along with someone who has so much pride? It's really not like that, I swear. Arashi's really sweet. I couldn't stand being talked about like I was some manga character. It was mortifying enough that people thought I was a tryhard. The only reason I didn't explode then and there was because I thought Misono still valued our friendship. I didn't think she would ever look down on me. Until... She doesn't stand a chance against me, she'd said. I thought we were friends. Best friends. But now I knew my gut instinct had been correct. She'd betrayed me. I went into the audition with the intention of crushing my opponent. But Misono ended up winning the lead. Her acting had been natural, whereas I was too forced, evidently. Some club members tried to make me feel better by suggesting that maybe the teacher had given Misono a chance because it was her first attempt, while I had been on stage multiple times. I hated that their words made me feel better. Misono was elated. I can't believe it! This is incredible! She didn't come up to me to apologize. Of course not. That would be like rubbing salt into the wound. But this was Misono we were talking about. Sweet, humble Misono, who always put me first. Apologize to me. I repeated the words silently. Apologize, apologize, apologize. She always thinks about other people, I heard somebody say. Whenever Misono told a story, she never forgot the listener, instinctively setting up a narrative that ended with a good punchline. She didn't tell stories for her own entertainment, instead selecting anecdotes she hoped others would enjoy. The same instinct came alive in her acting. She was genuine and selfless. Nobody said anything negative to me directly, but with every compliment Misono received, I felt the opposite sentiment. A dark, sharp shadow pierced right through me. You weren't bad, Arashi, they said. I hadn't helped out backstage in some time. Why, I thought, did the stage crew have to run long distances with the cast? Our job was to make props. I thought about the affection I'd felt running with Misono last year and felt like an idiot. I had no idea how Misono felt about me. Misono came up to me wearing an apologetic look. I have to start coming in early tomorrow for rehearsals, so I can't ride with you. I'd said the same line to her numerous times. No prob, I replied. I hated her so much, I don't know how I was even able to smile. You were mocking me this entire time. Who could have said whether I wasn't already the laughing stock of the entire cast and crew? Because I didn't know for sure, I started to avoid Misono altogether. She pretended not to realize that, and continued to try and talk to me. Even that was infuriating. I would never forgive her. Was there a way for Misono to hurt herself a little? Just a foot or an arm or something? As I watched rehearsals continue without me, my thoughts began to veer in a strange direction. Just a minor injury. If she disappeared from the stage, the role would be mine again. I found myself daydreaming about what would happen if I clipped her shoulder as she was going up or down the stairs. If I came up behind her and grabbed her ankles. Back in 6th grade, when I fell off my bike and fractured my elbow, the doctor gave me an X-ray, saying, "Don't worry, Young people's bones mend and heal quicker than adults. I remember feeling shy and bewildered about being called a young person and not a child. Wasn't that what we were now? Young people heal quickly. In December, winter begins in earnest. In the winter, water turns to ice. During a rehearsal break one day, Misono called my name and walked over, pinching the hem of her costume. Asako's costume had been a perfect fit for the petite Asakura, but it was too short on Misono. I winced at the thought of the society hostess in the play, throwing a ball at the swanky Rokumeikan venue in a gown that was inches off the floor. What? I just, want to say I'm sorry again. She led me to a corner of the hallway, as if to hide from the other members. Her eyes looked wet with tears. I felt my heart harden. Sorry? For what? I know I should have stopped there, but I couldn't help it. You're not sorry about a thing. Misono stood stunned. I turned on my heel and walked away. Riding my bike home from school that day, I passed by the watering hole and paused. That was the moment that started it all. An impulse. The cast was still rehearsing, but the stage crew had been released for the day. We'd been building the main set, the Rokumeikan mansion, and by the time it was done, it was dark. If I'd waited a few more minutes, Misono would probably have finished too, but I ran out of school as fast as I could. There were no pedestrians around the residential area at night. Most of the house lights were on. At the watering hole house, yellow light filtered through the living room curtains into the front yard, and faint shadows swayed occasionally through the screen. My breath came out in white puffs from the cold. Everything felt dreamlike in the moment. I wasn't even nervous. This is just like a superstition, I told myself. Things will never go as planned anyway. The faucet was cold beneath my fingers. My hand was still on the knob when I heard a piercing bark from inside the house. The dog. A rush of heat swelled inside me, kicking my emotions into gear. Before I could stop myself, my arm moved as if somebody had bumped into me from behind. A thin stream of water trickled from the faucet, falling on the ground in a small shower. The water ran towards my feet and dampened my toes. My body heaved a deep sigh, as if to release all its negative energy. The helplessness that weighed on me since I'd lost the role eased. The water no longer splashed, now flowing in a thin, silent line. I jumped on my bike and pedaled away furiously. Only when it was too late did I wonder if anybody had been watching me. I'd approached the faucet with caution, that I remembered. But once my hand reached for the faucet as if pulled by an invisible force, I'd forgotten about my surroundings. What if Misono or someone else from drama club had seen me? I felt anxious all of a sudden. If Misono saw, she'd know right away what I was up to. We'd already had the conversation about the hill, the water, the danger. Someone will walk by and notice, or the woman will come out of the house and turn the water off. No one will know it was me. I didn't expect it to actually freeze. The excuses rose from the pit of my stomach. I didn't know which one was the closest to the truth. Each allowed me a way out, and I was still in a place where I could choose any of them. The dog continued to bark behind me. Its growls grew distant as I pedaled, until the thumping of my heart and my own heavy breathing drowned it out entirely. I felt somebody's eyes on my back. I wanted to turn around but didn't have the nerve. It's all in your head. But my heart continued flipping. The next morning, Natsu Misono skidded on her bike and slid down the hill at full speed, crashing into an oncoming car where the slope intersected with the main road. The school was in a state of chaos by the time I arrived. I'd avoided the hill that morning, and I didn't know what had happened until I got to school. Arashi, oh my god! Misono got into an accident. She's in hospital. It could have been an issue with her brakes, somebody said, but her bike was totaled and past the point of inspection. There were signs she had tried to tip over on her bike before reaching the intersection. The left side of her body was all scraped up. The morning Misono died, I learned how my escape routes now stretched before me for a cruel eternity. In the ambulance on the way to the hospital, Misono had continued to mutter incoherently. One of the things she said was, "Why, Arashi?" Misono's mother conveyed her daughter's final words to me and asked what they meant. "I'm not sure," I answered, confused and distraught. "It might be about our fight over the role." I was shaking as tears streamed down my cheeks. Was I crying because I was mourning Misono? Because I was terrified? Or because I was overwhelmed by the situation morphing into something beyond my control? Why, Arashi? I'd sensed somebody watching me turn on the faucet. A chill shot up my spine. Had she known? Was she thinking about me as she tried desperately to stop herself skidding down the street? Her mother twisted her apron in her lap. I dropped by the soba restaurant owned by Misono's parents numerous times in the past. I watched them greet customers in their booming voices, saw Misono help around the restaurant. I could see how her upbeat personality and authentic manner had been nurtured in this family. Her mother was open and warm. It was hard to believe she wouldn't let her daughter read manga. Her mother stared down at her apron, which was spotted with brown sauce stains. A few days later, I visited the watering hole house where the owner informed me that the night before Misono's death, the dog was barking so furiously that she had to open the window to see what was causing it. Misono happened to pass by on her bike. "My, you're just finishing rehearsal now." "Yes, it's not so bad." The woman thought she looked less chipper than usual. Who would have imagined that would be the last time? She looked at me sympathetically. The barking dog. "Do you remember what time that was?" I asked desperately. The eyes I'd felt on my back, did they belong to the dog and to Misono? She had seen me messing with the faucet. When I saw who was approaching, my heart leapt. No way. No way, I thought as he came closer. He was across the street, and then he was crossing the street, and now he was heading right for me. My first instinct was to look away. I would run and hide if I could. But it was too late. He was right there. Why, oh why, did I have to be in my school uniform? My stomach tightened. I hadn't eaten much these last 2 months, and the pang that now lived in every part of my body started to throb. Walk past me. Walk past me. I stared at my toes. I silently cursed the hem of my checkered skirt, peeking out from under my coat. "Misa Arashi?" He stopped. I could almost hear the pounding of my heart. Edging out my anxiety was the shock that he knew my name. I lifted my gaze and saw his face right next to mine. We'd never spoken before, but I'd followed him with my eyes at school, almost obsessively now, when he was with his classmates. How did he know who I was? Yeah, so? My voice came out sounding a lot more guarded than I intended. It was a habit of mine. I couldn't help it. He narrowed his eyes as if to signal that he was bored, then shot me a long, discerning look. What he said next shocked me. Did you contact the go-between? Huh? What I'm about to say might come as a surprise, but can you forget about school for a sec? He inhaled deeply, and in a single breath said, I am the go-between. I set up meetings between the living and the dead. I thought for a moment that he was making fun of me. Wait, but, I said, finding my voice, you're Ayumi Shibuya, right? From school? Yeah, he replied sullenly. He gazed up at the sky behind me, then turned his eyes back to mine. Come with me. It's awkward talking here. That's a Junya Watanabe coat, right? I asked, not knowing what else to talk about. Ayumi had brought me to the courtyard of a hospital. I didn't know why our conversation had to take place under freezing February skies. I asked if we could talk in the cafeteria, but he'd said, sorry, these are the rules. And then he'd gone back into the very same cafeteria for some self-service tea. White steam rose from the paper cups he brought back with him. He took a sip of his tea and gave me a look. He told me to sit, but remained standing himself. Yeah, it's Junya. Good spot. Thanks. I actually liked Rei Kawakubo's designs for Comme des Garçons better, though. Ayumi looked surprised. Huh, he said, and looked down. He blew on his tea to cool it. Mine was still too hot to attempt to sip. What do you mean you're the go-between? I'd been holding on to the question the whole walk here. After thinking about it deeply, I had decided to make the call. A kind, elderly woman answered the phone, and I'd thought, yep, it's always a sweet, grandmotherly figure in these situations. I did not expect a boy from school to show up. Ayumi's face hardened. I remembered Misono squealing about this expression of his, saying how cute he looked when he was annoyed. There are some conditions. Are you okay with that? Conditions? It's up to you to decide whether to go through with your request. If you decide to do it, I'll follow the protocols and do my job. But you can't ask me for additional information. If you do, I won't be able to take your request. If I decide not to go through with it, will you tell me more? He fell silent, as if he hadn't expected to be questioned back. I still won't tell you. Besides, why would you want to quit? Didn't you spend a lot of time and energy to get here? That was true, which was precisely why I didn't expect to find myself looking into the eyes of somebody I knew. I thought for a second that Misono might have plotted all of this. But then I remembered she was no longer here. I'd scoured the internet for everything I could find on the go-between, a topic she had loved. She'd said there were people with special abilities who could set up meetings with the dead, and that there was a special phone number to call. I had confirmed all of this through my online research. What I came to understand was that this process could not be carried out unless you believed in it. If you did, and you went about your research diligently and with persistence, even a high schooler like me could find their way to the source. I wondered how deep Misono's interest in the go-between had actually been. She devoured books and movies and knew more scary stories and urban myths than anybody else. She just knew so much. Did you know, Arashi? She'd start her stories like that and go on to tell me a whole range of interesting things. Her stories fascinated the drama club, but I wondered how many of them believed her. The problem was that she had mentioned the go-between to everybody. They all knew the secret. Once you make your request official, I'll do my job. And in case you're wondering, the go-between does exist. I was staring again. This was Ayumi Shibuya, the boy Misono never had the chance to see up close or talk to in person. And you're saying you're it? Yeah. People don't believe me. Some of them come up right to my face demanding to know the truth. Realizing he'd said too much, he tightened his expression. I'm as surprised as you are. I never expected to see anyone I knew. Your friends don't know you do this? No. They'd never believe me. He shook his head, his face taking on a childish pout. I was trying to get over the fact that he'd called me someone he knew. Had he ever spotted Misono and me at school? I wanted to run and tell Misono. It was unbearable. Is it true that you can help me see someone who's died? Yeah. Have you read up on it? A little. I know both the living and the dead have one chance to meet up. I paused. Is there a chance they'll say no? There's a chance. I tightened my grip on the paper cup. Is it possible to know whether the person has already met someone? I can tell you after you make your request official, but at this point I'm not allowed to say. That's the rule. Okay. Who would you like to see? There was no way Ayumi didn't know. But he kept talking about rules, so maybe he didn't have the freedom to proceed as he wished. Natsu Misono. His expression did not flicker one bit, which felt like a slap in the face. Don't you know who she is? She had a huge crush on you. Natsu Misono, who got hit by a car on her way to school in December. We were in drama club together. You know about the accident, right? I was aware that I was about to add something irreversible to a situation that already couldn't be recovered. But I was beyond the point of logical thinking. I'd come here in an almost delirious state. And what is your reason for wanting to see her? Because we're best friends. Why do you even have to ask? I fumed inside. You know how much time we spent together. That was the honest-to-goodness truth. But I could also feel my blood boiling for a different reason. Ayumi could probably see right through me. He knew I was here for self-serving reasons. I want to see her one last time. Say goodbye for real. I didn't even get the chance. We're best friends. That's why I want to see her. Ayumi looked inscrutably into my eyes. Okay. Why, Arashi? I didn't know what she meant by that, but I couldn't ask her now. None of us could. We had all lost that opportunity. Or had we? I had one final chance. If somebody else used the go-between to get to her first, she would undoubtedly tell them everything. The thought made me so anxious I feared I would burst. Some nights I woke up screaming from nightmares of Misono's mother and the drama club circling me, accusing me. I had to see her before somebody else did. I had to step in and take away her one shot at revealing all. I had to stamp out that possibility. Working hard, Arashi? I heard Asakura's voice behind me. She had been dropping in on rehearsals more than usual this past month. I didn't have to ask why. She had always looked out for Misono and me. I'd started wearing Asako's dress in rehearsals the previous week. The skirt, too short on Misono, was a little long for me, and I needed to hike up the dress at the waist. The cast was running through the first scene of Act 3. This was a rare scene in which Asako, who was on stage pretty much from start to finish, did not appear. A few actors forgot their lines and prompts flew across the room. I was watching from the wings when Asakura appeared next to me. You really know your lines. You're so good I almost feel bad for the rest of the cast. You practice a lot at home, don't you? I have to, I said, looking down. I think too much about things when I'm by myself. I don't blame you. I couldn't reply. When the production had lost its lead performer, there were discussions about cancelling it. I didn't care if the whole thing was called off, even if I'd long dreamt of playing the role. I had lost all motivation and wasn't sure I could continue with drama club at all. And then somebody said something about a tribute performance. The phrase seemed to capture it all. The tears that had been shed for Misono. The voices mourning her loss. A tribute performance held in her honour. Wouldn't she have wanted that? It was decided that the performance would be postponed but not cancelled. The show would take place following the graduation ceremony in March. I had been memorising Asako's lines since my first year at the school. I'd read the script over and over, fantasising about the day I would step into the role. When people said that nobody could play the part but me, especially as Misono's best friend, I could have declined. But I didn't, which meant the decision to stand on that stage was mine. I was out of excuses. Asakura stood still beside me. Misono will be happy. She always looked so proud when you got compliments, as if she was the one getting rave reviews. I'm not sure. The drama club teacher was suddenly waving her arms. No, not like that. She stopped the scene. Why do you keep doing that? Her voice sounded far away, but also like it was reverberating inside me. Asakura looked at me quizzically. The cheap lace on the costume's cuffs scratched at my wrists. The cast wore contemporary dress in Act 3, but Acts 1 and 2 required kimonos, which we were to supply ourselves. Asakura and Misono had both borrowed their mother's kimonos. I would be wearing the lavender kimono that Misono had worn. Some time after Misono's funeral, her parents paid the school a visit. They stopped by our rehearsal, where her mother blinked repeatedly, hardly able to bear the pain, before breaking down in her husband's arms. She turned to me with bloodshot eyes. When I heard she got the leave, I was so happy I told her she could wear my kimono. I think she would want you to wear it. Her mother told me how she was the one who had encouraged Misono to audition. She told her to dream big, promising to close the restaurant on the evening of the performance to see her on stage. Go up against Arashi. I could never do that. Misono had shaken her head, but her mother persuaded her. Good friends make excellent rivals. Which will you regret more? Trying and failing, or not even giving it a shot? Her mother sniffled and took my hand. I'm sorry I caused the two of you to fight, she said. I couldn't bring myself to look at the elegant kimono that lay in the corner of the rehearsal space. "I don't think Misono would want me to play this role," I whispered, feeling a squeeze in my chest. "Oh, that's not true," Asakura comforted me. I wanted to lean into her kindness. I clenched my teeth to keep my tears from falling. I overheard Misono talking before the audition. She said I had no chance against her. She was laughing like it was the funniest thing, and the person she was talking to laughed and agreed. She and I weren't best friends, turns out, and people don't love me the way they loved her. I'm selfish and demanding. Asakura swung her head towards me, eyes wide. I hadn't expected to pour my heart out. I must be more unstable than I thought. But there was still so much more I hadn't confessed to, so much I could never say out loud, about what I had done to her and felt about her. What would happen if everybody found out? I didn't believe Misono would want to see me. I'd got in touch with the go-between because no other options were available, but I was also prepared for Misono to say no. Ayumi called me on my cell phone. But he was calling from a landline. I didn't have his cell number. I took this to mean he thought we weren't friends, that he was calling me in an official capacity and not as schoolmate Ayumi Shibuya. She said yes. At least he now talked to me like a fellow student. Hearing my stunned silence, he continued, "The meeting will be at a Shinagawa hotel on the next full moon. I'll give you directions later. Let's meet in the lobby at 6. Did you see her?" There was a short silence before he replied, "Yeah." I felt a little faint. Now that it was actually happening, I thought about whether I was ready to see her, ready to have her come at me with her rage. Sitting on the train on my way to the hotel, I realized I wasn't spooked over the idea of going to see a ghost. Maybe it was because this meeting was being arranged by a boy from school. Or maybe it was because my fear lay not in encountering a ghost, but in seeing the real Misono. I would have run away if I could. Felt nauseous imagining what she planned to do when she saw me. Like when I'd met up with Ayumi before, it took nearly an hour from my house in the outskirts of the city to our meeting spot in the middle of Tokyo. The long distance seemed to emphasize the fact that this was not a game. We were too far away to worry about running into kids from school. I'd passed Ayumi a few times in the school hall since our encounter, but our eyes never met. He was probably being careful too. The hotel was as luxurious as it looked on the website, reminding me of the Hawaiian resort my parents and I visited a few years ago. The place was so beyond my comfort zone that I felt foolish for worrying for even half a second about meeting a boy in a hotel. Ayumi was waiting for me in the lobby. He handed me a room key and looked at his watch. I'd barely made it in time. I'd got off the train at Shinagawa Station, but was tempted more than once to turn around and go home. Worried that he could read my mind, I tried to play it cool. "Is Misono here already?" Ayumi nodded. "Room 707. I'll ride the elevator up with you. I can go by myself." I didn't want to let anybody near our meeting place. Also, I somehow felt like I was betraying Misono by walking side by side with Ayumi. I didn't mean for my reply to sound so sharp. "Do what you want," he said. "You have until dawn. I'll wait downstairs, so find me when you're done." I was still on the fence. even as I stepped into the elevator and pushed the number 7. What would happen if I ran away? If I went back downstairs, I'd run into Ayumi. Would he be mad? Would he come after me? What if I pretended to go and see Misono, but hid somewhere and waited until morning? If I bailed on the meeting, would it still count towards my one opportunity? And would it mean that I had robbed Misono of her chance? A different pain pierced through me. I'd felt pain constantly since the moment of Misono's death. Didn't know how to describe it, except to say that I pictured a black, dense smoke, like that from burning tires, circulating around my insides. I couldn't tell whether I'd been swallowed up by the smoke, or whether it was erupting out of me. I reached the 7th floor and headed down the carpeted hallway. As I stood in front of the hotel room door, the sooty black feeling subsided for a moment. I made up my mind. I didn't know what Misono thought of me, but she had given me her one opportunity. It's better to do something and regret it than to regret not doing it at all. I knocked. There was no answer, so I inserted my key into the slot. As I was about to lean into the door, it swung open from the inside. My eyes shot up. There she was, staring at me with a startled expression that I'm sure mirrored my own. I had to bite my lip to keep from crying. I stood dumbly until Misono said with a smile, "You've lost weight." Why? For weeks now, I haven't stopped asking why. Why did I do what I did? Why did I get in touch with the go-between? Why did I beg Misono's mother at the funeral for one last glimpse of her daughter? I refused to believe Misono's body would cease to exist once she was cremated. I didn't want that. I hated the idea. I wanted everyone to leave her alone. When my grandfather passed away, I remember saying my final farewell as he lay in the coffin. His eyes were closed and he looked like he was asleep. But something was decisively different. It was his skin tone, the wrinkles on the eyelids. When I reached out to touch him, he was hard and cold. It was jolting. But it also helped me to accept his death and let go of the hope that he might come back to us. I hadn't yet fully grasped that Misono was no longer here. I needed something to help me let go. Her mother sobbed and shook her head, then held me tight. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," she said through her tears. "I can't let you see her because of the accident. I'm sorry, Arashi." I didn't know what she meant. I also started to cry. They said there was a bad head wound. How hard had she hit the ground? What happened to her body? I couldn't stop shaking. I wasn't allowed to see Misono in the end. But now, she smiled at me under the bright room lighting, looking as she had always done. She was radiant. "Can you believe Ayumi is the go-between?" Misono was wearing her school uniform. She invited me in and said his name the same way she did when she used to squeal about him at school. I passed him in the hall. He smelled like milk. He's so cute. I freaked out. Life is so weird sometimes. I hate that this happened to me. But who would have thought I'd be talking to him now? Doesn't he seem way more mature one-to-one than when he's with his friends? Oh my god, Arashi, you two are in touch. Did you exchange phone numbers? Yeah, I said, then added, "But I don't know his number. I just gave him mine." "Still, I'm jealous." "How much did you talk to him?" I wondered what they talked about. I wanted to take away Misono's one opportunity before she had a chance to tell someone else the truth. But it hadn't occurred to me that Misono could confide in Ayumi and it would all be over. I felt a rush of anxiety, but she giggled and said, "Just a little." The joy on her face was disarming. It was unbearable. How much time did she have from when she fell over on her bike to when the car struck her? Was it instant? And how did she experience the passage of time from that moment until now? Could it be possible that she learned about her own death from Ayumi? Wouldn't that be too cruel? "Why have you come?" she asked with the same gleam in her eye as when she opened the door and told me I'd lost weight. "They told me you said my name in the ambulance. Do you remember?" "Is that why you've come to see me?" "I don't remember, but I guess I must have. After things got awkward between us, I thought about you all the time. I wanted us to get back to the way we were." I held my breath. I'd been terrified of the emotion I would find on her face. But the instant she asked me why I'd come, I knew. She didn't know about my momentary, evil lapse in judgment. It didn't occur to her, not even now. The resolve that I'd built up all the way to the hotel now floated around, searching for a place to land. I couldn't peel my eyes away from her. The words, "I'm sorry," were on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to come clean, confess everything, but I caught myself. How selfish would it be for me to apologize now? I finally understood. My wish to release all that I had bottled up inside me wasn't for Misono's sake. I wanted to lighten my own burden. After today, we would never see each other again. If I came out with the truth, I would be passing on a massive weight that wasn't hers to bear. I would only be adding to the despair I'd already caused. "Why did you say yes to this meeting?" Misono shook her head. "I should be asking you that. Ayumi said it had to have been really hard for you to track down the go-between. You're the only one I know who'd go to all that trouble to see me." "Not true." "Totally true. Everybody in drama club knows about the go-between, but you're the only one who sought him out. My parents have never heard of the go-between, of course, and that's why I said yes to the meeting. Also, I have a favor to ask." "A favor?" "Yeah," she smiled. Can you get rid of my manga collection for me?" I blinked at her. "Please, my one and only wish ever." She clasped her hands in prayer pose. "I have a huge collection of zines and BL manga in the back of my closet that my parents don't know about. They would freak if they knew, and I wanted to get rid of everything before they could find it, but I had no idea I would just die, you know? Mangas were forbidden at my house, right? My mum would flip if she saw some of the stuff. Can you grab my collection before they find it? You're the only one I can ask." That's it? I had expected her to scream at me, to shake me and curse at me. I'd been prepared to sit and talk until the sun came up. Misono said in a peppy voice, "What do you mean that's it? It's a huge deal for me." She puffed out her cheeks. "Oh my God, please, Arashi." If she was acting right now, the girl was a born actress. I didn't even come close. She hadn't known about the grimy black vortex of emotion inside me. She still thought of me as her best friend. My chest tightened and I couldn't breathe. It hurt. It hurt so much. I let out a cry. I had no right. I couldn't start crying in front of Misono. She was the dead one. I knew I shouldn't, but there was no stopping the tears. I'm sorry, Misono. Nothing I said would ever be enough. Not even close. What? What's wrong, Arashi? She sounded worried, but soon she was sobbing too, just as loud, if not louder than me. We wept. I apologized. There was nothing else I could do. I couldn't tell her the truth in the end. Confessing to her, asking her forgiveness seemed too convenient, too easy a way out for someone who had done so much harm. I repeated sorry over and over, desperately and without end. I would have to carry what I had done with me. She was ready to move on, and I couldn't let my selfishness get in her way. Can you ask Ayumi if he has a message? Misono asked as she saw me out. A message? For me? And if he does, can you tell me what it is someday? Okay. Misono gave me a wan, transparent smile and waved her hand. I don't want you to see me disappear, she said, and I stiffened. New tears were brimming in my eyes, now sore from all the rubbing. Can't you just run away with me? I asked. Misono looked the same as when she was alive. But I'm going to disappear when the sun comes up. I'll see you again sometime, okay? Those were Misono's last words. I rode the elevator down. Ayumi was sitting in the lobby. He appeared to be reading a book but lifted his gaze when he sensed me coming. He looked surprised. You still have some time left, don't you know? He asked, standing up. She didn't want me to see her go. The back of my nose stung, and my eyes began to water again. I had been crying so much that the slightest trigger could now set me off. I looked away. She asked me to ask you if you had a message. I promised to tell her the next time I see her. I thought I saw a light flicker in Ayumi's eyes. He seemed to be bracing himself. Before I could make sense of his reaction, he blurted out, "She said the street wasn't frozen." My tears stopped, and I was almost struck dumb. I emitted a noise that resembled a, huh? The meaning of his words hit me after a delay, like the pain following a sharp pinprick. His expression remained unchanged. This message wasn't intended for Misono. It was meant for me, I realized. Maybe he'd simply been told to say the words and he didn't know what they meant. He now looked puzzled, but maintained his composure as I reacted in horror. She said to tell you that if you asked. And if you didn't ask, she told me to just forget about it. Arashi? I thought I heard him call my name, but the sound was distant and almost inaudible. My knees shook, threatening to give way. I covered my mouth with my hands and collapsed forward as Ayumi reached out to catch me. I opened my eyes so wide that the rims started to tremble. I turned and lunged for the elevator, but Ayumi grabbed my arm. "Let me go," I said, swiping at him. "Let me go. Let me see Misono one more time. Arashi!" Ayumi yelled into my ear, and my body jolted as though I'd been poked with another needle. I tried to wriggle free. His skinny arms were stronger than they looked. "Let me go. Back to Misono one more time. I just need a second." "I can't," he said. Please, please, I begged. Then you go, please. Can you go to her? If Misono's still here, can you go and be with her until she disappears? The go-between can do that, right? Go to Misono, please. The street wasn't frozen. She'd known what I'd been plotting. She knew I'd turned on the faucet. After the accident that took my friend's life, I asked anybody I could find for any information they could give me about what had caused it. Our teacher, the police officer, the owner of the house. Did Misono slip on her bike because the street was frozen? Did she die because of the leaky faucet? There was no water on the street, and the street wasn't frozen, they all said. The accident had nothing to do with water or ice. Faulty brakes had been to blame. The faucet I'd turned on had been shut off that night. There was no trace of water anywhere by morning. Misono's accident was the result of an unfortunate series of coincidences. But she'd lost her life in the very spot I'd plotted her death, as if I'd masterminded the whole thing. Why, Arashi? She'd said. If she had, in fact, seen me at the faucet, then she might have been lying in the ambulance blaming me for the accident. She might have cursed me as she skidded down the hill, but she would be wrong. What if she saw somebody via the go-between and told them what I'd done, not knowing it was the wrong conclusion? That was why I had to do everything I could to stop her from seeing anybody else. Meeting her today meant I would have to admit to my evil impulse. Still, I needed her to hear me out, clear the misapprehension. But now that I thought about it, if Misono had seen me turn the faucet on, there was no way she would have left it running. The lady of the house was adamant that the faucet was turned off. She'd said nothing about shutting it off herself, nor did she make any mention of it running in the first place. She checked outside because her dog was barking, and that was when she saw Misono. It was possible that Misono had just watched me flee and gone to tighten the faucet. Otherwise, she would never have biked down the hill the next morning. She knew the street couldn't be frozen because she turned the water off herself. I don't know if that was what happened, but Misono knew what I had done. Instead of having the conversation with me, she had left it as a message. She had decided I wasn't worth the effort. As soon as I realized this, I knew I had nowhere to run. Something told me there was no manga collection in the back of her closet. I understood now that her impeccable timing, demeanor, everything that had me thinking she deserved an Oscar had been, in fact, in mockery. She'd pretended to act like nothing was wrong in order to avoid one last tense conversation with me. She no longer wanted anything to do with me. And now I was truly out of options. I had no way of seeing her again. We would never speak again. My apology, which I'd kept back, thinking I couldn't burden her with it, would never reach her ears. We had chattered on about the silliest things, not saying the things we needed to say most, all because I didn't have the nerve. My actions weren't the direct cause of her death. Why, then, did Misono's life have to end at the bottom of that particular hill? Was it a coincidence? Was it inevitable? Was there a connection between the two? Who could say for sure that I hadn't placed some kind of curse on Misono? I felt guilty after she died, and that was why I had to see her again. And Misono had died, believing that her best friend wanted to kill her. Or was it some other reason? Did she leave her message out of kindness, to reassure me I hadn't caused the accident, to clear my guilty conscience? Or was she punishing me? blaming my resentment for her demise. Maybe she was pushing me away, making it clear that whether she lived or died had nothing to do with me. I would never know. If I had been honest with her and apologized, she wouldn't have used the message. She would have left the words for Ayumi to keep in his heart, and she and I might have been able to confide in each other the way best friends did, no matter how awkward or bitter things temporarily became. We could have cleared the air, said sorry, and gone our separate ways in peace. We might not have gone back to the way we once were, but we could have been best friends again, if only for those final moments. I had thrown it all away. Misono no longer considered me a friend. And now, she was moving on to a place where I would never reach her again. She didn't want to give me the chance to atone for my actions. I'm so sorry, Misono. My voice croaked with emotion. I meant it more now than when she was standing in front of me. I had been clueless, truly, honestly clueless. She doesn't stand a chance against me. When I told Asakura what Misono had said, she furrowed her brows and said, "Are you sure that's what she said? She was always saying she didn't stand a chance against you." What? She used to say that all the time, that she could never beat you. Trust your best friend a little. What had I done? She had said yes to seeing me. It was my last chance to make things better, and I'd robbed us both of the opportunity. Wasn't that like killing her all over again? Now Misono was really dead. Arashi, are you okay? I heard Ayumi's voice. I pushed his hand aside and said, "Please go. Go and see her. I'm not the one she wanted to see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Misono. I could never be the person you are. I can't believe it took you giving up on me for me to realize it. But I loved you, Misono. I did. I know it's selfish and easy to say, but you are my best friend. You spoiled me. And I killed you." I could tell Ayumi didn't know what to do. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I stared through the glass entrance at the faint glow of morning. The sun rose, even in the winter sky, silent but sure, melting away the ice in the air. My tear-stained eyes spun dizzily in the light. Feeling the finality of the goodbye in my bones, I thought about what I had done, and how Misono hadn't punished me enough. I prayed with my whole heart that she could now forget about me and move on to a peaceful place.
Chapter 4. The Rule of Lost Love. There's somebody you wish to see, isn't there? The elderly woman asked this in a gentle voice. I didn't know how to reply. We fell into a long silence, which I later regretted. The quiet in the air held too much meaning for two strangers making small talk. I thought so. She smiled, though I hadn't said a word. What makes you think so? I squeaked, finding my voice. I looked and felt like an idiot. I just have a feeling. The discomfort was so subtle at first that I thought I'd simply slept awkwardly. But the pain that initially felt like a strained muscle persisted for days, before spreading from my neck all the way down my entire back. It was annoying, but not unbearable, so I ignored it until late one night at the office, when I was consumed by a stabbing pain I'd never experienced before. I felt fear for the first time. "Ow!" I croaked, though nobody was around to hear me. I flopped onto a small sofa reserved for visitors, gasping. Craning my neck up at the wall clock, I could see through my blurred vision that it was past 1 in the morning. I hesitated, then decided to call my colleague, Ohashi. He and I ran into each other occasionally, but I hadn't called him in some time. He was in a separate department 2 floors down, and I remembered him saying he had a deadline coming up. He might still be around. Sounding surprised to hear from me, he dashed upstairs. "Hey!" I turned my face slightly from my faceplant position. He grimaced. "What's wrong with you? What hurts? Can you walk?" He asked whether I had had any sleep lately, and I told him 6 hours in 3 days. Despite my protests, he called an ambulance. When he arrived outside our office, he helped me climb in. It was my second time in one of these. The first time, I was accompanying somebody, and now I was the patient. My shoulder burned, but I leaned forward, forcing myself to sit up. The pain wasn't so severe that I couldn't talk. I explained when and how it had begun, feeling sheepish for being able to speak in logical sentences. The paramedics had rushed to my aid, sirens blaring, and I was sure they, and Ohashi, preferred a patient who needed actual assistance. The paramedics made a note of my symptoms, checked my blood oxygen level, inquired about my medical history and any chronic diseases, then asked me to stretch and bend my arms. "Looks like you'll be all right," they concluded. I could perform the arm movements, though they were excruciating. "We think what you need is an orthopedic assessment, but we can't guarantee there's a specialist in ER who can help you right away. It's highly likely you won't receive the necessary treatment tonight, and it will only cost you money. Our recommendation is that you go to an orthopedic clinic first thing in the morning." My condition was not an emergency, but they sounded sincere, not peeved. "There's no risk of him not waking up in the morning? You sure nothing's wrong internally?" Ohashi asked. I wanted to laugh. I signed a few forms and stepped out of the ambulance. "Think this will be filed under prank call?" I asked Ohashi. I'd seen TV ads about drunks calling ambulances to get a ride home, or parents calling the emergency number because they needed someone to watch their kids. Ohashi shot me an exasperated look. He hailed a cab and saw me back to my apartment, although I assured him I was fine. Hearing me give the driver my address, he mumbled, "Still haven't moved." The dry, brittle voice of a man who'd given up hope a long time ago. I'd lost track of the number of times in the past 7 years he had told me to move. I ignored him every time. "A 3-bedroom place for what I pay? You don't chuck something like that away?" "Stop working so damn hard. Don't you have people to help you?" countered Ohashi. "What about you? How do Kumiko and the kids feel about you working so late?" "I only work late when I have a deadline. I'm usually out the door by 5. Ohashi and I worked for a video equipment company headquartered in Osaka. Our sales accounted for a solid share of the market, and we both took home decent salaries. But our work environment was anything but. There was even a joke, a bad one, that company employees made enough money to build houses in their 30s and graves in their 40s. Ohashi followed me up to my apartment and helped me inside, settling me down on the couch, which was strewn with yesterday's clothes. "What a mess," he said. "Why do you do this to yourself? You were the last one in the office today." "The others left only an hour earlier." "Get married already." An abrupt turn, but not the first time he'd said that to me. I looked up to see his face contorted into a frown. "How long has it been? 7 years?" "You're keeping track?" "I actually counted the other day. 7 years. Kirari is not coming back. I'm going to say it again. She tricked you. Ohashi squinted at the coffee table, which held the remote control and the remains of yesterday's convenience store bento. I closed my eyes. When I first met Kirari, Ohashi was single and had no kids. He and I had both finished grad school, landed full-time positions, finally started feeling comfortable in our jobs after 3 years. He was a good guy. He invited me out to drinks when everybody else thought I was a bore. My reputation for being a square goes back to junior high. His face was still youthful and handsome, though he'd added some weight under the chin since getting married, and his laugh lines were now permanent. We'd both got older. 7 years, I murmured, and then, not wanting to be a downer, added, "That's how long it takes for a baby to get to first grade." Not only that, if you are married, that's the number of years it takes for a man to kill his wife. I answered a beat late. Nicely put. When a spouse goes missing, the one left behind can officially declare it a death after 7 years. The law exists so that you can legally kill your spouse and start your life afresh. That's how long 7 years is. Then again, you two weren't even married. All that girl ever did was lie. It's not like I'm sitting around waiting for her. I just don't have women falling at my feet. I was telling the truth. Ohashi's eyes remained cold. He looked over at the closed door to the study, the room Kirari had used. "Go to the hospital," he said, and turned to leave without giving me another look. The throbbing in my shoulder kept me from following him out. I crawled off the sofa, thinking I should at least try to sleep in my own bed. I knew about the critical 7-year point. In legal speak, it was called adjudication of disappearance. Those eligible to file a petition were the spouse and other concerned parties. In the case of Kirari Himukai, I was not a concerned party. After my checkup, in which I'd received the laughably basic diagnosis of fatigue from overwork, I sat numbly on a bench in the hospital courtyard, feeling little desire to return to the office. According to the doctor, the stiffness in my shoulder muscles was preventing blood from circulating properly. It's become quite common over the past decade or so, with everybody spending so much time on their computers. I'll prescribe some medication and pain relief patches, but I want you to get a physical therapy massage before you leave today. Right, I replied, hearing disappointment creep into my voice. I'd nearly scoffed last night when Ohashi had been worried for my life, but a part of me had been hoping for a more serious diagnosis. It was ridiculous to wish for illness and disease. Why would I want that? I knew exactly why. Getting sick meant something in my life would have to change. I let out a low chuckle. There was my answer to Ohashi's question about why I worked so hard. I ran myself ragged, hoping my body would give out so I would be forced to make a change in my lifestyle. And yet, all I could manage to produce through overwork were everyday symptoms of fatigue. The sun shone brightly as if to mock me, but the chill in the air remained. I loosened the tie I'd retied following my checkup. I removed my glasses and squeezed the bridge of my nose, and as if I'd set off a signal, my back began to cramp again. Everything in my vision appeared hazy in the sun. The frigid winter air had a disorienting effect, but I could very well have been staring out at a scorching desert. My eyesight was terrible. When an old woman in front of me started to stagger, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I ran over to her without thinking. She steadied herself against me with one hand and patted the area between her throat and chest with the other, swallowing several times like she was hiccuping. "Oh, I apologize. Are you all right?" We were alone in the courtyard. Placing a hand on the woman's shoulder, I realized I wasn't wearing my glasses. I swiveled and saw that they had fallen on the ground by the bench. I led the woman back to the bench and helped her take a seat, then picked up my glasses. There was sand on the lenses. "I apologize, young man," she said again. "I nearly blacked out." "Are you all right? I can call somebody." "I just feel a little faint. It will pass." She was wearing a pink gown, which must have made her a patient. I put my glasses on, and her blurred silhouette became clear. She was thin, but not frail, and I would guess that she was about 70. Though slightly bent over, she appeared tall for a woman her age. Her face was pale as she hung her head, and tightened her grip on my hand. "Wait here, I'll be right back." I ran inside and found a nurse in the hallway. I explained the situation and we raced back to the courtyard, the young nurse calling the woman's name. "Are you all right? How are you feeling?" "I'm sorry. I was just a little..." She'd said she felt faint, but now she was clutching her chest and moaning. I'd been in a similar situation last night. The pain could be serious. "How can I help?" I found myself saying. The nurse looked up in surprise. My back felt better than yesterday, thanks to the treatment I'd received. "We should move her somewhere warm. It's cold out here. Let me help." "Yes, good idea, thank you." I gave the woman my shoulder to lean on and lifted her up. She was light as a feather. We helped her into the cafeteria with a view of the courtyard, and the nurse rushed to get assistance. Once we were alone, the elderly woman said, "Thank you. May I ask your name? I want to repay you." "Oh no, I didn't do anything." As I shook my head, I remembered being in a similar situation years before. It was the day I met Kirari. She had fallen down in front of me, and I'd helped her up. The nurse returned with a doctor, and I was about to excuse myself when the woman said, "Will you be back here again?" No. My doctor had said to return in a week to show him my shoulder, but the woman didn't need to know that. I hadn't done anything that warranted such appreciation. I shook my head again and said, "Please, take care." As I walked down the hall, I noticed a few grains of sand still stuck to my glasses. Flicking them with my fingers, I felt a small round indent in the middle of one lens. Before I turned the corner, I glanced back towards the cafeteria. The tables near the window were bathed in sun. Her condition must be pretty serious, I thought. Maybe she was here for an extended stay. When she asked whether I would be back, she sounded as if she expected never to leave herself. I was ashamed for wishing to come down with some ailment, for thinking of illness as a welcome game-changer. In my right eye, the concave patch where the lens was chipped created what looked like fog that would never clear. I met Kirari Himukai on a spring night 9 years ago, as I was headed home after a singles party organized by Ohashi. He was already dating his now wife, Kumiko, but he often hosted get-togethers with the intention of finding me a partner. I don't know why he looked out for me the way he did, aside from the fact that we were colleagues. I don't recall having done anything to earn his friendship, but he said he found my stiff, offbeat personality peculiar and entertaining. It was a blustery Friday night in late March. As we paid our tab at the restaurant, we could hear passers-by complaining about the wind. "Hey, Tsuji, she's taking the JR line too. Why don't you two go together?" Ohashi said, pointing to the woman seated next to me. Was he trying to be helpful? He teased me throughout dinner, saying, "She's sweet and cute and seems like your type." Whether she was actually my type, I couldn't tell, but I was impressed with Ohashi's confidence that she was. He and I usually took the same train home, but not wanting to let his efforts go to waste, I agreed to walk the woman to her station. Ohashi and a few other co-workers had advised that it would be polite to ask for a number before saying our goodbyes, but I couldn't do it. The woman held down her windswept hair and gave me a quick, "See ya," before disappearing into the station. While I did feel somewhat let down, I was more anxious thinking about Ohashi's disappointment in me. I walked back through the crowd towards my real station. A powerful gust blew, sending a loud roar through the city. A neon-lit metropolis, full of people being bowled over by the wind. It was like a special effect in a Hollywood movie. The blast took with it a sidewalk sign that belonged to a nearby bar, one of many that lined the street. "Whoa!" somebody yelled. Employees handing out flyers outside their bars lunged for their signs. The biting wind was harsh on my face. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I squinted at the back of a petite girl walking a few steps in front of me. A pair of skinny legs poked out from under a fluorescent pink coat. She was wearing long boots that ended above the knees. Both her outfit and her light brown hair, streaked with grey highlights, stood out on a street teeming with office workers. But the most striking thing about her had to be the enormous duffel bag she was hauling. I was trailing behind her, when suddenly, she vanished. What? I looked at the ground. Did she fall? The next thing I knew, her unsteady body was swinging to the right as though it had been swept up by the wind. She was headed straight for a sidewalk sign displaying an izakaya menu. "Watch out!" I tried to yell, but it was too late. The girl tipped over at an angle and smacked into the sign, forehead first. A loud whack reverberated in the air. The scream I heard didn't come from the girl, but from a woman who had been walking towards her. "Are you okay?" I swallowed and raced over to the girl. When she lifted her face, a chill ran up my spine. Her forehead had been split open and was pouring blood. At the sight of the dark red-black streaks, I felt my own blood drain. Her eyes were closed, and I could see she was wearing a lot of makeup. Her unnaturally long eyelashes trembled, and her lips sparkled with glittery lipstick. She let out a groan. "Are you okay? Can you stand?" "Ooh, ow." She clenched her fists, and I saw that her nails were perfectly manicured. She cracked her eyes open. Her boldly lined eyes were small and round, reminding me of a doe in the woods. A woman from a nearby bar handed me a towel. I grabbed it and placed it on the girl's forehead. Somebody said, "I'll call an ambulance." A few of us helped the girl to a bench in front of an izakaya. When we tried to lay her on her back, she rasped. "That hurts." She sounded drunk. "I'd rather sit." I worried that sitting up might cause her to bleed more, but she couldn't seem to bear the pain otherwise. Several lines of blood trickled down from under the towel. She gritted her teeth. I grabbed my own handkerchief from my pocket and dabbed at the blood around her mouth. Her legs fell open under her miniskirt. I didn't know where to direct my eyes, but there was nothing suggestive about her legs spread wide. If anything, the fact that a young woman was in so much pain that she had to sit this way in public was hard to watch. "You'll be okay. An ambulance is on the way." She nodded. Her clenched fist brushed against my hand as I held the towel to her forehead. She was drenched in sweat. The ambulance arrived and the paramedics ran to her side. I started to move my hand away, but she pulled it close. "Are you with her?" a medic asked. I was about to reply when the girl removed the towel from her face and squeaked, "Can you come with me?" The rims of her eyes were streaked with blood, sweat, and likely tears, reminding me of a rainy scene through a window. The bold colours melted into each other like paint mixed with water. with most of her jet black eyeliner gone. Her eyes were now visible, reminding me again of a small animal. I found myself nodding. I studied her later as she lay on the gurney. Was she a teenager? I ended up sticking around the hospital until she was discharged. In the lobby, she lowered her bandaged head towards me in a bow. "Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die." She spoke slowly, with something of a drawl. Her half-smeared makeup made her somehow look like both a panda and a raccoon simultaneously. May I ask for your name and phone number? I want to thank you properly." "Here," she said, handing me a planner in the same shade of hot pink as her coat. I jotted down my name and number without thinking. I doubted I would ever hear from her. "Mr. Tsuchiya." She read my name, then introduced herself as Kirari Himukai. Himukai, with the characters for facing the sun, and Kirari is written in katakana. She gave a playful salute then, catching me off guard. I nodded before scurrying out of the hospital. Kirari really did call me. The following night. She sounded as though she hadn't had much practice speaking honorific Japanese, but in a slow and deliberate way, she asked me if I would like to have dinner with her. You probably won't believe me since I was bleeding from my head when we met, but I'm really not a crazy person. The accident wasn't your fault. May I treat you to dinner? I was no expert at describing the many types of women in the world, but I would say that Kirari Himukai was the opposite of what Ohashi would call the sweet and conservative type. She was the kind of girl who would normally have nothing to do with somebody like me. Maybe she was feeling lonely, overwhelmed by her accident. She'd had 3 stitches at the hospital, 3 stitches on a young woman's face. Okay. It was not as though I'd never dated before, but I'd always left it to the woman to make the first move, going back to my school days. A woman asked me out. We started dating. She grew tired of me. She eventually broke things off. This was my first date in some time, as unexpected as the circumstances were. The next night, we met in the early evening at a station near my house. It was a large transit hub in the middle of Tokyo, but Kirari was unfamiliar with the area and didn't know any restaurants. "I just moved here from the middle of nowhere. I don't know the city that well yet." She was wearing the same fluorescent jacket from 2 nights ago. I could tell she'd scrubbed the cuff numerous times, possibly to get rid of the bloodstains. The material on the cuff was now a few shades lighter than the rest of the jacket, but I could still see a faint brownish-red line. Following my gaze, she drew her arms close to her chest. "This is the only coat I have," she said, blushing. "You just moved to Tokyo?" "Yes, which is why I was so grateful for you the other day. I don't know a lot of people here." "Is it okay if I ask how old you are?" "I'm 20. I moved here hoping to find a job." Her outfit and makeup were loud and showy, a complete contrast to me. Anybody would assume she was the born city girl. When I told her so, later that evening in a low-key Italian restaurant we found, she tapped her cheek happily. I couldn't help but look at the large white bandage under her fringe. "Really? I don't see it at all. This is how we all dress back home." "Where's home?" "Saitama." "That's not that far." "Yeah, I guess. But still." I thought I could hear an accent in her drawl. I had several colleagues from Saitama, but none of them spoke with an accent. "Have you lived in Tokyo your whole life?" "No, I came here for college, so I guess it's been about 10 years. "College?" She widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands. "You're super intelligent." What? Her reaction baffled me. Everybody knew colleges had basically become playgrounds for grown-up kids. We discussed our hobbies, families, friends, and work. I'd assumed from her appearance that she would be chatty and extroverted, but she mostly listened while I talked, clumsily, nodding and reacting with great attention to everything I said. Though I had no interesting hobbies to speak of, I did go to the movies on occasion. Kiradi exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm jealous. I was really little the last time I went to a movie theatre. My parents took me to see an anime. Tokyo must have like 1,000,000 theatres." "You're not really a movie person?" "No, not really. Have you seen anything good lately?" "Well, it's a little niche, but I saw this movie from Denmark." I quickly regretted bringing up a foreign film to a girl who had no interest in movies. But she asked quite naturally, "Where's Denmark?" Surprisingly, this didn't annoy me. People talked all the time about things they knew nothing about. I counted this every day in my line of technical work and at singles parties. And it was rare for somebody to admit they didn't know something. Kirari told me about wandering around the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building when she first got to Tokyo. She didn't need to be in the area, but wanted to stand among the high-rise buildings. I almost cried thinking that I'd finally made it to Tokyo. I know it sounds dumb, but it's true. I'm now having dinner with you. I can't believe it. You're like a real city person." "Me? A city person?" "Mm-hmm." Her expression was serious. "A handsome businessman in a suit." "Huh?" She nodded firmly. "Men in suits look so good." No one's ever said anything like that to me before. "Really?" She blinked her heavily lined eyes. She tipped her head, eyeing me. "I don't know. You might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I like your face a lot. My heart was beating so fast when you helped me up the other day." I didn't know how to react, but she didn't appear to expect a reaction out of me. "This is good," she said, taking a bite out of her over-seasoned pasta. Her smile was luminous. When our bill came, I offered to pay for my half, but she refused. "No way. I invited you tonight because I wanted to thank you for helping me. If you paid, that would defeat the whole purpose." I felt uncomfortable letting a young woman pay for me, but I stepped away if that was going to make her feel better. A few seconds later, she came running towards me. "Tsuchiya-san," she cried. The pink wallet in her hand was open, and in it were a few coins. "I'm sorry. Oh my God, this is so humiliating. May I borrow 300 yen? I didn't have my health insurance card at the hospital the other night and had to pay the full fee, which came to this humongous amount. I promise to pay you back. I start a new job tomorrow and I'll earn the money really quickly." "It's no problem." I glanced at the cash register and saw the total had come to 3,300 yen. I remembered how she hadn't ordered a second drink tonight, how she'd stared longingly at the dessert menu, but then shook her head vehemently. Knowing it was rude, I asked, "How much do you have?" 3,000 exactly, she replied, still rattled. I could sense she was telling the truth. "I'll pay, don't worry." "No, you can't. I just need 300 yen. "It's okay." We went back and forth a few more times until she gave in and let me pay. When I turned to her, her shoulders had drooped. "I'm sorry," she whispered once we were outside. "I will pay you back next time." "Don't worry about it. If you spent everything on dinner tonight, how are you going to get home?" "I'm sorry, really." She made it sound like 3,000 yen was all she had, as in her life savings. When we reached the station, I asked, "Which way do you live?" Oh, no worries, she smiled. I'm going to hang out for a while before I go home. But it's already pretty late. I was worried about her injury. Kirari shook her head. I'm okay, I'm sorry. Please go. If you say so. Thank you. She waved as I passed through the turnstiles. I took a few steps and turned to see that she hadn't moved. I wondered if she planned to stand there until I was out of sight, and felt a pang in my heart. She grinned from ear to ear, like she'd had the time of her life tonight. I did wonder where she lived, but once I was back in the office the next day, it didn't occur to me to get in touch with her again. The following week, Kirari texted me. She used fewer emojis than I'd expected. She wrote about watching the Danish movie I'd recommended, and told me how much she'd cried. I'd never heard of the movie before. Thank you for sharing it with me. You know so much. Had she dipped into her 3,000 yen to rent the film? I felt unreasonably happy. After debating it countless times in my head, I decided to ask her out to a movie that weekend. Not a foreign film this time, but a Japanese movie the whole country was talking about. I'm a fan of the director, I wrote. Would you be interested? She replied after a short pause. I don't think I can pay you back yet. I laughed. We had just met, but I was feeling less nervous about inviting her out. Don't worry about that, I texted. We have to go while the movie's still in theatres. She called me on the phone. I would love to go. A movie with soda and popcorn. A real date. Kirari popped a handful of popcorn into her mouth and squealed. This is amazing. I've never had anything so good in my life. Her eyes shone. Midway through the film, Kirari's eyes became glued to the screen. She even stopped eating her popcorn. As the movie neared its end, I heard her sniffling and quietly blowing her nose. That was unbelievable, Kirari said, once the lights came back on. Her makeup was smudged again, but only her eyeliner this time. You're going to laugh, but this is my first real movie theatre date, ever. Oh my God, I feel like I'm in a drama. A drama? Yep, this is like a date scene from a drama or a movie. Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes, which she wiped away with an embarrassed smile. Seeing her do that, I thought, oh no, she looked so cute. I tried to stop myself, but I knew I was done for. A few days later, I finally asked, where do you live? She was carrying the same large duffel bag she had the day we met. I looked everywhere for a coin-operated locker, but they were all full. She'd said it so defensively that I felt it was time to ask the question that had been burning a hole inside me. Kirari went bright red and fell silent. It took time and patience to get her to tell me about her situation. She admitted that she'd been staying in 24-hour manga cafes and karaoke booths. I'd had my suspicions and wasn't surprised when I heard. I remembered seeing manga cafes with signs that read, showers available, along the bar-lined street where we'd met. But the izakaya where I work is staff accommodation and a room is supposed to come free at the end of the month. Nearly 2 months had passed since we'd first met, and Kirari's light brown hair was starting to show its natural black roots. You could have told me, I said. But she leaned forward to speak, then cast her eyes down. Here you are, this person who's got his life together. It was too humiliating. I was neither fast nor confident enough to ask, want to come stay with me? I thought briefly about the unused study in my house, but I wasn't ready to mention it just yet. I suggested it 3 months later, after we'd officially started dating. Kirari had been over to my house a few times by then, and she had paid back every penny she'd borrowed. She noted every expense I covered in a planner, beginning with our first meal. Dinner, 3,300 yen. Movie ticket, 1,800 yen. Popcorn, 300 yen. When she handed me a brown envelope containing the grand total of 24,500 yen, I knew I was in love with her. Money is no joke. Kirari's face was solemn. She looked as though a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. On her list were several items I planned to cover from the start. I got this one. I crossed off an item. And I was going to treat you on that day. Another one. I subtracted these amounts and took what was left over. I enjoyed going over these small, seemingly silly tasks with her. Move in with me, I said. When I filled Ohashi in about how Kirari and I met and started dating, he was stony-faced. She's playing you. Do you hear yourself right now? You're crazy. It's straight out of a fancy manga or video game. You think I'm going to believe that a girl fell from the sky right into your lap? She didn't fall from the sky. And who knew you were into fancy manga? I'm not. It's common knowledge. He scowled. Anyway, she's one of those gals, right? A Harajuku gal who's never been to a movie and who cries over popcorn. In this century, get a grip. I mean, I guess you can get overly excited sometimes. But the thought of her acting that way, in order to reassure me she was having a good time, even that was endearing. Ohashi sighed. Just let me meet her. What's her name again? Kirari Himukai. Sounds like a rice or vegetable brand. Ohashi always looked out for me and was, I suppose, my only friend. When I told Kirari that he wanted to meet her, she surprised me by dyeing her hair back to a natural colour. What'd you do that for? Well, he's your friend and I want to make a good impression. Kirari's makeup had become increasingly understated in the time we'd been seeing each other. I could now see her eyes properly, which were no longer hidden under heavy black eyeliner and eyeshadow. I thought that was how you were supposed to wear makeup. That's how everybody back home does it. But people at work do theirs differently. And my hair needed a touch-up, so I thought I'd just dye it black. Is it weird? She patted her hair and looked up at me anxiously. You know, you always say I know what I'm doing and have everything under control. But that's not true. You do. You have a good job and you're headed somewhere in life. You make me want to get my act together. She nodded, though she was still preoccupied with her hair, checking herself in the bathroom mirror from all angles. She looked like a whole new person when all she had done was dye her hair black. We met Ohashi and Kumiko for dinner. Tsushiya-san has told me such a lot about you, Kirari said in a near whisper and bowed her head. Looking so nervous, I almost felt sorry for her. Oh my God, she's totally sweet, Kumiko exclaimed to Ohashi in her usual loud way, and I could see Kirari relax her shoulders. I'm so sorry, Kirari. This guy here is just being overprotective of his friend, saying there's no way someone could be this sweet and innocent, eating popcorn for the first time ever. What? Kirari whipped her head towards me. You told them? I can't believe it. Her cheeks flushed, the red shooting up to her ears. Her eyes darted back and forth between our faces as she explained. It was my first time eating caramel popcorn. We stared at her. The popcorn, it was coated in caramel. It was the best popcorn I'd ever had. She finished quickly, then covered both cheeks with her hands. Kumiko burst out laughing. Oh my God, you're kind of a nut. Her laugh was affectionate, but now it was Kirari's turn to stare. Kumiko! Ohashi said, though he too was smiling. As the meal went on and they grew tipsy, the three of them started chatting like old friends. When the night was over, Kumiko waved and called, "I hope you two find your happily ever after." "Thank you," Kirari waved back. When the pair were no longer visible, she turned to me. "Did you hear what she said?" From that night on, we shared numerous dinners and even went on trips with the couple. When they invited us to their wedding, a tearful Kirari threw her arms around Kumiko, crying harder than the bride or her family. 2 years had passed since we started dating. I want us to be family, I thought. I want us to be able to celebrate our friends and family like this forever. 2 years in, I was finally ready.
"It's nice to see you again."
I heard a voice behind me, but didn't realize it was meant for me. My shoulder pain had eased significantly, but I'd come back to the hospital out of a sense of duty. That was me, following people's orders, repeating my life, day in and day out, without drama. I turned around to see the elderly woman I'd met here a week ago. "Oh, hello. May I?" I sat up straight. "Of course. How are you feeling?"
"Much better. I'm sorry for the other day. I don't know what happened."
She did look better than last time. She was carrying a small red net containing tangerines.
"Would you like one? A token of my gratitude."
"Oh, no, that's not necessary." I started to shake my head, but then thought it wouldn't hurt to accept a tangerine. Maybe our bumping into each other again wasn't a coincidence. Maybe she had been coming out into the courtyard every day around this time. It was sunny and clear, same as last week, but the temperature was still low. The woman was about to take a seat, but I suggested we go inside to the cafeteria. We sat facing one another at a table that reflected the gleam of the morning sun.
"I need to take a walk at least once a day to keep my legs strong,"
she said, peeling a tangerine and patiently removing the white pith from each segment. She placed a peeled piece in my hand.
"My grandson comes to see me often, and he's a sharp one. Always checking to see how far I can walk him out."
"He checks on you?"
"Yes. He'll say, 'Today it was the hospital entrance. Today it was the hallway. Today it was only to the hospital room door.' I didn't feel well one day and said goodbye from my bed, and he went straight to a nurse and asked, 'My grandmother couldn't walk today. How bad is she really?' I was mortified and decided to walk him all the way out every time he comes to see me, to the point where I annoy him."
"Wow."
"So, walking practice. I'm sorry to have troubled you the other day, young man."
"Oh, no. I wasn't used to being called a young man. I was over 30 now. Then again, maybe we all looked young in her eyes." I felt time slow as I spoke to her. I was halfway through my tangerine when she asked, "There's somebody you wish to see, isn't there?" Her tone was gentle, but I didn't know how to reply. We fell into a long silence which I later regretted. The quiet in the air held too much meaning for two strangers making small talk.
"I thought so."
She smiled, though I hadn't said a word. "What makes you think so?" I squeaked, finding my voice.
"I just have a feeling. When you get to be around my age, you can just tell. I don't know that I can be of much help, but if you have a minute, can I tell you a little story?"
On a regular day, I would be at the office by now. and it felt surreal to be lounging around eating tangerines by a sunlit window. This sense of dreamy disconnect did something to me. "Yes," I said. I couldn't imagine what was coming. The elderly woman smiled again.
"Young man, have you ever heard of the go-between?"
I stared at the phone number the woman had given me. It was a Tokyo number, nothing unusual. I played back the story I'd just heard, placing the memo on the table. I lay down on my sofa and stared up at the ceiling, the fluorescent lights stinging my eyes. Any sane person would call the woman's story absurd. There's a person called a go-between who can summon the dead and arrange a meeting.
The go-between receives a request from a living person and passes it on to the deceased. If the deceased agrees, the two parties are then able to meet.
If the elderly woman had spoken to me in a hushed, grave tone, I might have lost interest, but she chatted away casually while nibbling on a tangerine.
But you can only meet once. If you use your one opportunity, you can't make another request in your lifetime.
My hand froze in the air, holding up a piece of citrus. The woman finished a tangerine and took out a handkerchief from my gown pocket. She wiped the juice from her fingers and retrieved a folded piece of paper, which she held out to me. My hand reached for it automatically. A phone number was written inside.
"I don't know if you'll need it, but that's the number. Take it with you. Some people search high and low and never find their way to the go-between, while others, the ones who really need it, don't do anything and the information finds them. It's not a coincidence that this information made its way to you."
"Well then," she said as she stood. Before she could turn and walk away, I said, as though I'd finally been permitted to speak, "Have you ever called this number and met with—" The woman's face shone under the white sunlight, and I could barely make out the shape of her nose and mouth, let alone read her expression. But I did hear her say quietly, "I have." I turned my head, and my eyes landed on the door of the long-shuttered room. 7 years. The number of years it takes for a person to kill a spouse. The same number of years had passed since Kirari had disappeared without a trace. I'd looked everywhere I could think of, searching for clues she might have left behind. Did something happen to her? Was she in an accident? Did she get caught up in some kind of crime? I contacted the police. For the first year of her disappearance, I hardly slept. It wasn't until much later that I considered the possibility, or, more accurately, accepted the likelihood that she had meant to leave permanently. I reached for the piece of paper and stared at the number that would supposedly connect me with the go-between. The woman had no reason to fool me. She believed the go-between was real, even claiming to have met one herself. I didn't know why Kirari had gone missing. Not then, not 7 years later. But as time passed, I came to my senses. She had left me. Or Hashi had shown concern in the beginning, helping me search everywhere for her. But at a certain point, he began to suggest I do myself a favor and forget about her. "Pull yourself together." His tone had become impatient and critical. This was a plan from the start. Even now, he told me, "Forget about her, move on." I closed my eyes. Why did I continue to live here? It wasn't as if I expected her to come back, but I also couldn't say for sure that she would never turn up again. I understood that Kirari had left of her own accord. But what if she wasn't able to come back because of something beyond her control? I'd gone through this routine more times than I could count over the past 7 years, feeling as though my heart was being ripped out of my body. Even as my head refused, my heart yearned to believe. There had to be an explanation, which would include, unfortunately, the worst-case scenario. It was possible she was no longer in this world.
There's somebody you wish to see, isn't there?
I opened my eyes and picked up my phone. I stopped in front of a boy sitting on the bench. He looked up from his paper bag. I was pretty sure I had the right place. Could this be? He stood before I could complete my thought.
Koichi Tsuji?
Yes. I spoke to you on the phone. I'm the go-between. He and I were about the same height, but he, in his navy jacket, had the lanky frame of a teenager, early 20s at most. His hair was undyed and his eyebrows unplucked, unlike other kids his age. His chiseled jawline and large eyes gave off an air of intelligence. You're so young. I couldn't help myself. I get that a lot. He'd asked me to meet in the same hospital courtyard where I'd met the elderly woman, though there had been no mention of her on the phone. It seemed a little too convenient, and for a split second I wondered if this was all part of the woman's grand scheme. Even so, I thought I might as well see it through. Why are we at a hospital? Would you have preferred a different location? No, I'm just surprised. This is the hospital that I go to, and this is where I was given your number. I watched for his reaction, but he only gave a disinterested nod. Really? I could see he wore a bright green shirt with a rounded collar under his jacket. At least he dressed like a teenager, even if he didn't sound like one. He invited me to sit next to him. More patients and visitors were out on this Saturday afternoon than during the week. The old woman was nowhere to be seen. I'd like to explain the rules of the go-between. You may be familiar with them, but I'll go over them just in case. Sure. The rules, which he seemed to be reciting from memory, were along the same lines as what the woman had told me. Do people ever turn requests down? Yes. I'll be sure to let you know if that happens. Does this work with people who are just missing? The boy's eyes met mine. I waited a beat before continuing. The person I want to request is my fiancée, who disappeared 7 years ago. Right after I proposed, she left the house saying she was going on a trip with her friends, and she never came back. I still don't know what happened to her. Kirari had made a lot of friends in Tokyo, which wasn't a surprise given her bubbly personality. The friend she said she was traveling with was a co-worker and somebody I'd been introduced to. Trip to Hokkaido in the middle of winter sounded like an odd choice, but I figured she wanted to make a few memories with her friends before she got married. Be careful, I said as I saw her off. She was carrying the same large duffel bag as when she'd moved in. The trip was supposed to be for 2 nights, but she didn't return on the 3rd day. Her phone went unanswered, and by 10 o'clock that night, I was worried. Something must have happened. What if she was in an accident, or worse? I considered reporting it to the police, but first, I phoned her workplace to find out her friend's contact information. The very same friend answered the phone. She wasn't with Kirari. She knew that Kirari was taking a few days off, but this was the first she'd heard of any trip. I couldn't make sense of it. Why? Did something happen to her? The girl on the phone didn't sound like she was acting. I opened the closet in Kirari's room for the first time since she'd moved in. It had been cleared out. except for a few items, mostly clothes, including the hot pink coat. The platinum engagement ring was gone, box and all. I looked everywhere for her. My voice became progressively drier and blunter as I spoke. The boy listened in silence, for which I was grateful. My friends and even the police said it was clear she had intended to leave. Maybe it was part of a plan all along to live in my house for free. She hadn't expected the relationship to turn serious. And when the talk of marriage came up, she got scared and ran. I filed a missing persons report, but the police pretty much battered away my concerns. I found it hard to breathe as I spoke. A week passed and she still hadn't come home. I was a mess, reacting to every news story on TV, obsessed with finding clues that could lead me to her. Any mention of Hokkaido had me glued to my TV set. Hearing of an accident or crime, I was filled with relief when the names and photographs of victims didn't include Kirari, though the calm was quickly replaced by anxiety. On the day she left, a ferry headed for the island of Kyushu encountered engine trouble and sank. Numerous passengers had been thrown overboard and killed, and a few remained missing. I studied the list of deceased passengers, but couldn't find Kirari's name. Was there a chance she'd been overlooked? Around the same time, a bus in Saitama, Kirari's home prefecture, drove off a cliff and killed 2 passengers. After their names were made public, I wondered if there had been a third victim. What if it was Kirari? I imagined the worst in every situation. I pictured the blood trickling down her face the day we met and felt a chill in my spine. Her phone was still disconnected. I'd gone through every item she left behind, but hadn't found anything that might help to locate her. When I eventually decided to file a missing persons report, I realized as I walked to the police station that I knew next to nothing about her. She had mentioned her home prefecture, but never a town or city. In the 2 years we were together, she hadn't gone home once. When I went to visit my parents for the New Year holiday, she stayed in Tokyo, saying she had to work. I explained the situation to a workplace and asked to see the CV she submitted with a job application. In curly, bold handwriting that could only belong to Kirari, she had written a Saitama address, most likely her parents' house. She didn't have a Tokyo address then. It only took a quick search to learn the address wasn't real. I couldn't believe it. How much of what she told me was true? Was any of it true? A short time later, I called her phone and got a recording. The number you have dialed. For all I knew, everything could have been made up. Her name, Saitama, the hint of an accent in her speech. I can see why people would think she tricked me. If this happened to somebody else, I would think the same thing. But what if the decision to leave hadn't been hers? I could still see the look on her face when she accepted the engagement ring, her voice trembling as she expressed her joy. She couldn't have been lying or acting. The more days, weeks and months I spent thinking about her disappearance, the more I began to question whether I wanted her to be alive at all. On the one hand, I prayed that she was safe. On the other hand, I was scared to learn that she had betrayed me. The months stretched into 7 years, in which I wished for a return while considering various scenarios for why she couldn't. I see. The boy nodded. Sensing I had run out of words, he said, I will move forward with your request, though it may take a while. Kirari Himukai might not be her real name, I said. I understand. His calm, worldly expression made me feel like a child
who had just thrown a terrible tantrum. That day, when I asked Kirari to marry me and gave her the ring, the colour drained from her face. She parted her lips as if she wanted to say something, and then she closed them and clenched her jaw, her eyes sinking into mine. She stood stock still. Her fingers started to shake as she placed the blue box on her palm and cracked it open. "Do you think I can meet your parents to ask for their blessing? I want you to meet mine too." A layer of moisture formed in her eyes. She opened them wide, knowing that a single blink would force tears out. I'd noticed early on that she was hesitant to discuss her life before Tokyo. She never talked about her parents or her family. There were no childhood stories. There had to be a reason why she'd come all the way to Tokyo without securing a place to stay first. I never brought up the subject of her past, not wanting to cause unnecessary anguish. But I did hope to talk everything over with her as we moved forward. I was ready to embrace all of her, regardless of the baggage she might bring. Kirari held the box open and inhaled deeply. I heard air pass through her throat as she choked out the words, "I am so happy." Tears wet her cheeks and caught a few strands of her hair. She fixed her eyes on mine and whispered, "I'm so happy." She didn't smile. Despite the joy in her words, she looked as though she would crumble any second. And then she began to wail. Wait, is that a yes? She was crying so hard that I had to draw her close, the box bumping up against my chest. She attempted to speak. But when she finally said, "I can really have this?" I assured her she could. Thank you," she repeated several more times that day, throwing her arms around me each time. The following week, she said she was taking a trip with her friend. She and I had just started talking about visiting her parents. The go-between got back to me sooner than I expected. I took the call at the office, stepping out into the hall with the phone to my ear. I was about to open the door to the fire escape when the boy said, "She says she will see you." I felt as though an icicle had pierced me in the chest. A cold gust blew in from the open door and wrapped itself ferociously around my neck. The boy continued in a dry, administrative tone, as if he'd expected my reaction. "Her real name is Teruko Kuwamoto. She was on the ferry that sank 7 years ago. She didn't make it." I couldn't take in half of what he was saying. The feeling in my fingers was slipping away. I didn't know what to make of this name that I was hearing for the first time. "She's dead," I heard a voice say from the back of my head. It sounded muffled and distant, like the low hum of a woodwind instrument. I stepped out onto the fire escape and felt my knees buckle. The boy said something about a meeting date. I couldn't muster a reply. In that moment, I understood. No matter how much I pretended not to care, I had been waiting for my fiancée to come back to me. I had preserved the life we had shared, refusing to move the clock forward. This wasn't what I wanted to hear. I couldn't forgive myself for questioning, even for a second, whether I wanted her to be alive. I clenched my jaw, anticipating tears that never came. Kirari's not alive. Rage erupted in my chest then. How convenient, I thought, now that she was gone. This fury was directed at none other than me. Why did I have to go and find out the truth? Why couldn't I have left it alone? I'd been hoping for Kirari to be alive, even if it meant that she no longer wanted to be with me, even if it meant she had tricked me. I wished she was alive,
Somewhere in the world. I'm sorry, I heard the boy say. His voice was devoid of emotion, pity, and I almost felt grateful to him for it. I arrived in front of the hotel much earlier than our meeting time. It was raining. These meetings were supposed to take place under a full moon, but the layers of clouds billowing like smoke kept the moon and stars hidden tonight. The black asphalt shone like a mirror, reflecting the rainbow of umbrellas passing over it. Earlier, the go-between boy had called as I was about to leave the house. Your meeting might be cut short because of the rain. Would you like to reschedule? No. Today is fine. Ever since my late-night ambulance episode, I'd become less hesitant about asking for time off from work. I've been walking around in a daze since the go-between called with the news. It amazed me, frankly, that I was able to continue going about my day, working and living as if nothing had happened, just like in the days and weeks following Kirari's disappearance. I wanted this to be the last day where I felt like I was suffocating, dying a slow, painful death. I stared up at the modern-looking hotel near Shinagawa Station, not yet able to go in. I was supposed to meet the boy at 7. I was almost an hour early. An indescribable pain shot through my body, starting at the soles of my feet. I was terrified. What was I getting myself into? What more did I think I needed to know? Seeing her meant that I would learn what my 7 years had been about. If what the boy said was true, I would have no choice but to finally let her go. Kirari, who until today had been alive inside of me. After tonight, she would be dead. I took a step back. I looked down and couldn't lift my head up again. I turned on my heel, started back towards the station. I fished my phone out of my top pocket and switched it off. As I crossed the street, I was caught in a crush of people headed home from work. My body swayed, and I couldn't see in front of me. I forgot about the folded umbrella in my hand. If I slowed down to think at all, my feet would stop right there. I brushed all thoughts aside and made my decision. I would flee. The cafe I stumbled into was run down and empty. I ordered a coffee but couldn't take a sip when it came. Soaked from the rain, I could feel my body temperature drop rapidly. I clasped and unclasped my hands under the table, staring at them and trying to shut my mind off. Time inched along. I studied my watch and then the wall clock, imagining a heavy fluid flowing in slow motion. I prayed for time to pass. My hands were now frozen in prayer position. What am I doing? As soon as I put words to my thoughts, I felt a sharp sting in my toes. I didn't want to go home or back to the office. The downpour outside seemed to grow louder, amplified by the music playing in the cafe. My senses were heightened, and I could hear the sound of car tires on wet asphalt. The bell on the door jingled. As the door swung open, I sensed wind and raindrops whoosh into the cafe. Slow and steady footsteps were approaching my table. Tsuji-san. My heart gave a loud thump. I lifted my face and locked eyes with the go-between. The red umbrella in his hand dripped with rain. He too was drenched, his breathing heavy. We stared at each other wordlessly. I kept my mouth shut, not knowing where to begin. The boy's jaw was tight. His eyes looked nothing like the last time we'd met. I sat in silence, expecting him to give me a piece of his mind. "Let's go," he said. "She's waiting for you." "I'm sorry, I couldn't. I'm not scared," I said. The boy's round eyes widened. I saw out of the corner of my eye that it was past 10 o'clock.
Had he been walking around for 3 hours looking for me? His sopping fringe dripped water onto his face. He looked like he'd stepped out of the pool. It took me a second to register that he was the one who yelled, "But you have to see her!" I stared at him. "Hurry," he continued. "You probably think it's none of my business, but you really have to see her. You'll regret it if you don't." "Is this part of your job too?" After a pause, he retorted, "No, it's not." He sounded like a teenager, a child even. His voice no longer mechanical. The mask had come off. "It's not, but I've seen it happen. People who meet but don't say what they need to say and end up regretting it for the rest of their lives. I've seen the pain it causes. That's why I'm here." "But grow up." I was stunned, but he didn't budge, not even to wipe the beads of water off his face. "Come on, man, you still have a chance. Did you ever stop to think how Kirari feels right now waiting for you? She only has today." My breath stopped at the sound of her name. Kirari. The boy was now red in the face. Still breathless, he paused to compose what he was about to say next. "This is probably against the rules, but I'm going to tell you anyway. She had a hard time deciding if she should see you too. If she saw you, you would know she was dead. But she said yes. She said yes, even though she wants to live inside of you forever. Even though she wants you to never forget her. She knows that once you see her, you'll forget about her and move on. But she agreed to the meeting because she heard that you waited for 7 years. She wants you to close this chapter and move forward with your life. This is just as hard on her as it is on you." Hot tears rose at the corners of my eyes, blurring my vision. "Go and see her." His expression softened as if he remembered his place. In a small voice he said, "Please meet her." I'd been given a room key, and as I waited for the elevator in the lobby, I turned to look at the boy. He was wiping his hair with a towel he'd borrowed from the hotel, still wearing a frown. "I'm sorry." "No," he replied in a formal tone, then looked down. "I'm sorry for being rude." "No, you helped me make up my mind." I felt clear-headed, like after a good cry. I stepped into the elevator and raised my hand. As the doors closed, he stopped toweling off his hair. "Good luck," he mouthed. I walked to room 917 and knocked, and then opened the door with my key. Waiting on the other side was Kirari. She had been 7 years ago, wearing the outfit she had on the day she left for a trip. The only difference was the ring she now wore on her left hand. I drew a sharp breath. "Tsuji-san?" I heard her say my name. Tears welled and tumbled down both our faces. I pulled her into an embrace, remembering the warmth of her touch, her scent. Time hadn't changed any of that. "Kirari, I told you to be careful. I'm sorry." She hugged me tighter. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry it took me so long to come see you." 7 years ago, when the ferry sank off Kyushu, she was listed as a missing person under the name Teruko Kuwamoto. Her age was listed as 3 years younger than what she had told me. I was 17 when I first met you. Kirari, or the woman I now knew had a different name, started to speak quietly. "I grew up out in the boondocks of Kumamoto Prefecture on Kyushu. My parents run a print shop. And from the minute I was born, it was decided that whoever I married in the future would take over the business. My parents were always telling me to help out in the shop, which I hated, and I was always rebelling against them. We fought a lot. I screamed that I would never end up like them. I would never run my own business, that it was too hard a life. I told them I was going to marry a businessman who wore a suit to work. By the time I was in junior high,
My parents and I barely spoke, and I spent all my time at my friends' houses. I hardly ever went home. When I was in high school, I got so sick and tired of everything. I decided just to run away. It's stupid, I know, but I thought that if I went to Tokyo, my life would change. And that was when I met you.
Kirari lifted her fringe. There was still a faint scar from her injury.
It was crazy what happened that night. I got hurt, but I had no health insurance, so I ended up using all the money I had on me. I was so scared that I was going to be sent home to my parents.
Her expression turned grave, and she bowed her head.
I'm sorry for lying so much.
None of that matters now. I rested my palm lightly on her head. I was afraid that if I didn't hold on to some part of her, this moment would melt away. Kirari narrowed her eyes, looking sorrowful.
I was just about to tell you everything.
My chest felt like it was caving in.
For me, 7 years had passed. But how much time had accumulated for her? How much was she conscious of? In her mind, she was probably still just about to tell me. I was going to tell you everything, and then you and I would...
Were you on your way to see your parents?
She nodded. I hadn't talked to them since I ran away to Tokyo, and I was going to see them for the first time in forever. Because I said I wanted to meet them. That too. But when you told me you wanted to introduce me to your parents, I thought I should take care of unfinished business too. I was going to apologize to my parents for running away, and then I was going to tell them about the engagement.
She lifted her face, and a tear was flung off one of her eyelashes.
I wanted to show them my ring, and then show you off to them. I'm not... She'd had a plan. She was going to take care of things.
She also gave me too much credit. I shook my head, and she smiled at me.
I think it was love at first sight.
Her expression was clear and bright.
I mean, I was pretty messed up back then. On the plane to Tokyo, I was thinking I would probably have to start working as a hostess at one of those nightclubs. It was scary, but I knew it was the only way to make quick money. That's when I came up with the name Kirari Himukai.
She brushed her face softly against my nose.
But then I met you, and you helped me, and I thought, I don't want this person to hate me. So I decided I would try to find a regular job, even if the pay wasn't great. I figured I could do the club hostess thing after you broke up with me. But thanks to you, I never had to.
She put her hands together in prayer pose and bowed again, deeper this time.
Thank you.
I wasn't able to do anything for you.
Huh?
Kirari raised her head, but I couldn't look her in the eye. For 7 years I waited. I thought I'd waited, but I'd be lying if I said I believed in her the whole time. Was I able to love her as much as she loved me? I should have asked about her parents sooner. If she'd felt that she could confide in me, she might not have boarded that ferry by herself. If I had loved and accepted her for who she was, if I'd been more open with her, she wouldn't have had to lie to me about going to see her parents. Hanging my head, I bit down on my lip. Kirari peered into my eyes and gave me that soft smile again.
I'd never been so happy in my life.
She opened her arms
and wrapped me in them. Being proposed to was amazing. Being introduced to Ohashi-san and Kumiko was really, really amazing. Knowing you loved me so much, you wanted your friends to know I was your girlfriend made me so, so happy. I just sit and grin to myself like an idiot.
For that,
that's how happy it made me. I didn't want to show you my flaws because I loved you too much. But I shouldn't have lied to you. You know what's worse? A part of me thought deep down that when I eventually told you everything, you would forgive me.
Promise me you'll be happy, okay? She said then.
When the ferry started to sink and my lungs were filling with water, and it was getting harder and harder to breathe, I still somehow believed I would make it out, okay? I thought, there's no way I'm going to die. We're getting married and I'm going to make up with my parents, and life is going to be so good from now on. Only good things would happen to us. I wasn't scared. I couldn't breathe, but I felt good. I knew you would be with me when I woke up. But I couldn't help you. You didn't make it out. She shook her head. When I found out that I died, I was furious, livid. I couldn't believe it. More than anything, though, I thought about you, and I wanted to cry. I was ready to go back to the island and argue with my parents again, and then I would come back to Tokyo and tell you all about it, and you would help me talk to them. We were going to fight them together, you know, like, we're in this together. It was going to be a major pain, but I was ready for it, looking forward to it even. And then it all got taken away from me, and it's just so unfair. It still makes me mad, but... She pulled her body slowly from mine. When I heard that you waited 7 years for me, nothing else mattered. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I left without saying anything. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Thank you for loving me, lies and all. It's okay now, she said. You don't have to wait for me anymore, even though I wanted to be the one to marry you. I haven't met anyone else. Liar. She gave me a light slap on the cheek. I mean, yeah, you're a little old, but you still have a nice face. And you make good money. Money's no joke. She looked so stern it made me chuckle. As I laughed, I started to cry again. Late night shifted gradually into morning, and we became acutely aware of the sounds of rain outside and the silence inside. I tried to keep our conversation going, terrified of the moment I would have to say goodbye. She tapped me gently on the face again and stood up. I think it's almost time. Her face was glowing in a blue-white light. I wondered where the light was coming from. There was no moon out tonight. Did you look through my things? Yeah, sorry. Did you find the cookie tin? The cookie tin? Did you know the floor of my closet has 2 layers? When I didn't say anything, she whispered, Thought so. I've one last favour. This is the grand finale, to wrap up your 7 years of waiting. At the bottom of the closet, there's a cookie tin with my most prized possessions. A hat my mum knitted for me, things like that. Do you think you can return it to my parents? You can just mail it to them. Oh. After the ferry accident, her parents had no doubt been notified that their daughter was missing. I couldn't imagine how they felt, anticipating the return of their daughter after several years apart, only to be robbed of their hope. Maybe they were still waiting for her to come home. But, you should know, sorry, I know that in dramas the main character always finds a letter addressed to them, and then they break down crying and it's super emotional. But I was planning to come home right away, so there's nothing in the tin for you. I'm telling you now so you're not disappointed. I won't be disappointed. It was like her to worry. I'm sorry I didn't leave anything for you. The rain clouds didn't lift all night, not until near dawn when the sky began to lighten. Is it morning? I asked. When I turned, Kirari was gone. The rain fell quietly. The room had grown dark. Even the temperature seemed to have dropped. I love you, Kirari had said, her arms wrapped fiercely around my shoulders, until the moment she disappeared. 1 second she was next to me, and the next second I'd lost the feel and weight of her touch. Even her scent was gone. I went down to the lobby to find the boy waiting on the sofa, looking as calm as when I first met him. The boy had yelled at me and the cafe was nowhere to be seen. Thank you, very much. I bowed my head. He shook his head and said, Of course. He seemed determined to complete the job in an official way. He took my key and said, May I ask how it went? Just a comment. Apparently, client feedback was the only compensation the go-between asked for. I'm sorry to be so unoriginal, I began, but I'm really glad I got to see her. Truly. Now I don't have to carry any regrets with me. Good, he said. Happy to hear that. Thank you, really. He shook his head. When I got home, I opened Kirari's closet and got down on the floor. I hadn't gone near this closet in some time. She was right. The wardrobe had a false bottom. Only upon close inspection could I make out a slight dent in the floor, which turned out to be a handle. I was surprised Kirari had found it at all. The old closet had come with the apartment, and there was an identical one in my bedroom. I'd been using that one for years and knew it had no secret storage space. I found the cookie tin. I thought about a child hiding a treasure chest and felt touched, sad and nostalgic all at once. I lifted the lid to find Kirari's treasures, a knitted hat made with pink and red yarn, her old student ID, an album filled with stickers and photos with friends. There was Kirari, with her dyed brown hair and thick-lined eyes. Her real name was on her student ID, Teruko Kuwamoto. Her identity, which I'd been desperate to figure out, had been under my nose this entire time. At the bottom of the tin was a brown envelope, holding a thick, folded paper object and a yellowed slip of paper. The paper object turned into a square-shaped tub. I looked at the slip of paper. The print had faded, but I could vaguely make out a movie title. Kirari's caramel popcorn container. She'd ordered the smallest size, along with her ticket stub. She had rinsed out the oil-stained container and kept it. It was her first movie day with popcorn. I remember thinking she must be pretending to be excited for my sake. I stared at the popcorn tub in my hand, seized by a sense of loss that was more urgent than when we said goodbye in the hotel room, deeper than when she had walked out of this apartment. The magnitude of the loss overwhelmed me. She had called this tin her prized possessions. The objects inside had meant the world to her. I set the container down and picked up a student ID. Teruko Kuwamoto's home address was in Kumamoto Prefecture, as she'd said last night. I decided that I would deliver the tin to her parents in person. I would finally meet them. I couldn't quite put into words what I felt, but my hope was to have it out with them, to get into a big, honest fight. I was in love with your daughter. We were going to get married. If you didn't approve, she and I were going to fight you until we wore you down. I expected that they would berate me, condemn me, for living with a teenage girl, their only daughter. According to Kirari, they were quite temperamental. I had no hope of winning an argument. Still, I wanted to meet them, talk to them. I hadn't quite made it into their family, but I was the only one who could tell them about her, about us. I don't know how Kirari would describe the times she and I shared, what we had together. I too had never been so happy in my life. I'm sorry I didn't leave anything for you. What are you talking about, Kirari? I returned the contents where they belonged. I closed the lid and gently ran my fingers along it. The edge felt rough and rusty, an indication of the number of years the tin had sat abandoned.
Chapter 5. The Rule of the Go-Between. Ayumi, I want you to take over from me after I'm gone. His great-uncle Sadayuki Akiyama had already arrived at the hospital. The weekend afternoon sunlight was floating in through the window in a soft haze. Perched on a round stool by the bed, Sadayuki waved to Ayumi as he walked into the room.
Hey, you're here. Look at you. What are you now?
17.
I know that. I meant your height.
He guffawed in a way that made Ayumi forget he was 80 years old. A large fruit basket with an impressive melon in the center sat by Ayumi's grandmother's bedside. 175, Ayumi said, taking off his coat. Sadayuki squinted and mumbled, Haven't passed me yet. I was 177. I'll tell you when I pass that. It'll be soon. We can't allow that to happen now, can we? Ayumi plays basketball at school, his grandmother said, sitting up in her bed. He's just going to keep on growing, right? She turned to Sadayuki. You may have been tall once, big brother, but you're all bent over now. I'm allowed to reminisce about the good old days, aren't I? When I was at the top of my game. Ayumi? I guess. Sadayuki nodded and stood from his stool as if to offer it to his great-nephew. Okay then, Aiko. I'm off. He waved. His slender but muscular arm bulged with thick blue veins, and even the occasional age spot on his tanned skin seemed like marks of health and vitality. Thanks for coming. Ayumi's grandmother started to get out of bed, but Sadayuki held up a hand. Stay there, I'm fine. He took the hat, one of those bowler hats Ayumi had only seen in old movies, that had been resting on his knee, and placed it on his head, his silver hair so shimmery it almost looked dyed, then grabbed his cane. Today his great-uncle wore a regular shirt and jacket, but once every few visits he showed up in a haori, hakama, and caped overcoat, looking as though he'd wandered in from another century. But he looked so dapper in his costume that Ayumi sometimes wondered if he was the one in the wrong era. Are your aunt and uncle on their way? Yeah, we're meeting here and driving home together. Ayumi had come straight from basketball practice. That's so. Sadayuki nodded. Did you come in your car today? His grandmother asked her older brother. Drive home safely. The car awaits. I have my driver today, but I'm usually on my own. He looked at Ayumi and touched the brim of his hat. Need to take the old motorcycle out for a spin once in a while. I can still get around, you know. You always had too much energy for your own good. That I did. Hey, Ayumi, walk me out? As soon as they stepped out into the hall, the smile vanished from Sadayuki's face. How is everything going? His great-uncle had looked out for Ayumi since he was a little boy, giving him encouragement over the years. It had become something of a routine. It's good. Sadayuki nodded again. If you ever need anything, you come to me, you hear? And another thing. They say Grandma's going to be all right, so don't go worrying. You got that? Ever since Ayumi heard that his grandmother had been hospitalized, he'd felt a terrible tightness from his chest all the way up to his throat. Okay then. His great-uncle tapped him lightly on the shoulder. I'll see you soon. Okay. Sadayuki waved and headed towards two suited men waiting in the lounge beyond the nurse's station. They gave Ayumi a small bow. They were Sadayuki's assistants, once described to Ayumi as administrative/sales/PR staff. They fell into step behind Sadayuki, and they all turned the corner, out of Ayumi's sight. Back in the room, his grandmother was peeling an apple from the fruit basket. What time did your uncle say they were coming? Around 4. They're picking Akane up from cram school and coming here. I see. His grandmother glanced from the knife in her hand to the clock by the TV. They had about an hour. The alarm clock with a popular cartoon mascot was a gift Ayumi's cousin Akane had given their grandma when she entered the hospital. How was Chiba? I only got to see the school gym and around the campus a little. It looked just like Tokyo. He'd mentioned last week that he had a practice game at a school in Chiba Prefecture. How are you feeling? His grandmother handed him a peeled apple slice. You ask me that every week, but I feel the same as last time. Ayumi hadn't known about his grandmother's heart condition until earlier this year. He'd seen her take pills after meals and knew she had regular medical checkups, but he'd assumed the appointments were standard for somebody her age. And, in fact, her symptoms hadn't been urgent enough to require surgery. Last month, however, she had complained of chest pains and been referred by her physician to a hospital some distance away from the house she and Ayumi shared with his uncle, aunt, and Akane. His aunt and uncle had reassured him she was getting a few tests done, nothing more. 2 of the 4 beds in the hospital room were empty. The other occupied bed, diagonally across from his grandmother, had its curtain drawn. Ayumi could make out the murmurs and occasional blinking lights of the TV. The apple was sweet and juicy down to its core. His grandmother handed him another slice.
Ayumi, I have a favor to ask.
Sure. Sitting up in bed, she looked pale, like a typical patient. But Ayumi thought he saw a mysterious, steady glimmer deep in her eyes.
I want you to take over a job for me.
A job?
A job.
She nodded, then curved the corners of her mouth into a smile.
I've scheduled meetings with a few people, but now that I'm in hospital, I'm in a bit of a bind.
Meetings? His grandmother was turning 75 this year, and as far as everyone knew, she had no job. Ayumi had no idea what she was talking about.
The go-between.
She breathed out, as if she were blowing on a hot drink.
I've given it a lot of thought, and you're it, Ayumi. I want you to take over.
Ayumi blinked, not knowing where to direct his eyes. His grandmother's wrists and neck, which showed from under her light blue gown, looked thinner than ever. He thought he caught sorrow and resignation in her smile, as if she were bracing herself. What do you mean?
You know about Great-Uncle Sadayuki's work telling fortunes, don't you?
Yeah. Ever since he was a small child, Ayumi had been taught that the Akiyama clan, the family in which Uncle Sadayuki and his grandmother were raised, was special. They were landowners of long standing who, for generations, had made a living through fortune-telling. Many of their regulars had been coming to them for years and included cultural figures and celebrities. The business brought the family great wealth, and they had used it to support Ayumi after he lost both of his parents.
Well, there's one gift that was passed to me in the family. I haven't told anybody about it, not even your aunt and uncle.
Wait, are you a psychic too?
I'm not a psychic.
Then, what do you do?
I summon the deceased and arrange meetings with living people.
What? He started to laugh.
It's the truth. People like me who bring together the living and the dead are called go-betweens. I want you to take over for me.
His cheeks twitched. He could tell from her eyes that she wasn't kidding. More to the point, she had never said anything about this before. Though she came from a family of psychics and fortune-tellers, she had always acted as though it had nothing to do with her. Ayumi had grown up hearing that fortune-telling was nothing more than a family business, not unlike other professions, and his grandmother had never shown any signs of having supernatural abilities. She was generally easygoing and relaxed, as was Sadayuki, now the head of the Akiyama household. Which was why Ayumi had been able to maintain a healthy attitude towards the existence of unseen forces, feeling neither dependent nor hostile towards the idea. Why me? He needed more information. He couldn't understand any of what was being said, but the most pressing question was why his grandmother had chosen him over her other grandchildren.
I thought you would be the best,
she said, without batting an eyelid. Seeing the half-eaten apple slice in his fingers, she waited before passing him a new slice.
You visit me in hospital the most out of all my children and grandchildren."
She let out a chuckle.
"Though you do have a tendency to waste money on silly extravagances." "I do not."
He placed his palm on the Comme des Garçons coat he had just taken off. The duffel coat was a limited edition collaboration between the traditional British coat brand Gloverall and Junya Watanabe, and featured leather patches on the shoulders and checkered lining in the hood. He had spent all his savings and paychecks from part-time jobs on it. Excited about the biggest purchase of his life, he'd easily let the cat out of the bag. His grandmother noticed it as soon as he walked in the door. When he told her the price, she screamed,
150,000 yen!
Ayumi's aunt, uncle, and cousin now teased him every chance they could.
"You do know you're wearing that for the rest of your life."
They called the coat his Sunday best. His grandmother chortled.
"Do it for me,"
she said, this time even bowing her head. The go-between receives a request from a living person, then negotiates with the deceased. If the deceased agrees, the go-between arranges for the two parties to meet. His grandmother explained the details, and as Ayumi listened blankly, he began to worry more about her state of mind than the story itself. She noticed that she was losing him.
"I'm not doolally, if that's what you're wondering. You don't believe what I'm telling you, do you? What a rude child."
I mean, he'd heard before that forecasting one's future was all about statistics. He didn't know what kind of fortune-telling his great-uncle specialized in, but his grandmother's go-between story seemed lacking in factual basis. If this wasn't the occult, what was it?
"Oh, well,"
his grandmother let out a deep sigh.
"You'll learn one of these days, whether you like it or not. The work of the go-between is an important gift passed down in my family. It's with me right now, but the Akiyama household has been helping me manage it."
"Helping you manage it? How?"
"By booking rooms for meetings, accompanying clients. There are certain administrative tasks to be carried out beforehand, you see. I call it a job, but this gift, I would say, is more of a contribution to society, which is why we don't take money from clients. The Akiyama family makes that possible."
"So, why don't you ask Uncle Sadayuki to help you?"
"He has been helping me. I used to be able to meet and accompany the clients myself, but since I can't move around much these days, Sadayuki and other Akiyama family members have taken over my duties. Everything except answering the initial call and negotiating with the dead."
"Can't you pass your powers to him?" He pictured his great-uncle with an assistant on either side.
"Silly boy. I'm trying to pass this on to you because I'm getting older, and you're saying I should ask my older brother who has fewer years left in him than me. Goodness, child. So, what's it going to be? Are you in or are you out?"
He didn't hesitate. "I'm in." His grandmother stopped talking for a moment and stared. "What?" Ayumi returned her stare.
"Don't you want to give it some thought?"
"I mean, I have no idea if I can do it. I might learn I'm not cut out for it. But you've made up your mind, right, Grandma?"
"Yes."
"Then I'm in." When Ayumi had first learned that his grandmother was being hospitalized, he had started to feel dizzy. What he was feeling now was nothing compared to that. It had been pouring with rain after practice, as he stood under the elevated train tracks trying to hail a cab, watching the streaks of red and yellow pass him by. There were no empty cabs, and he almost gave up trying. His eyes and nose stung from hot tears. "You can't die, Grandma. You can't leave me, like Mum and Dad." When he'd finally spotted an available taxi, he'd made a vow to himself. "I'll do anything for you, Grandma." Now, his grandmother laid her head back on the pillow in silence.
You don't have to master everything right away. Try it a little at a time. Learn what being a go-between entails. If you think it's too much, then you can say no.
"Oh, I haven't even done anything yet," he said. "And also, is it that bad?"
What is?
"Your condition." His grandmother's eyes met his, and he held her gaze. "Is your condition so serious that you have to retire from this job you've done forever?"
Weren't you listening? I plan to live longer than that tiresome older brother of mine. That crazy old man riding a motorcycle at 80.
She gave him a mischievous smile.
But don't tell him I said that. He gets so competitive.
"Right."
Though I have to say that being in this hospital is tiring. I want to pass this on to you while I still have the energy.
She seemed nonchalant, though to Ayumi this sounded closer to the truth. She cast her eyes down, so he couldn't ask any more questions.
There are some things I hope you'll help me with right away. I'm expecting 2 requests to come in. I've already made the appointments, but can you go and meet them for me? Explain to them what a go-between can and can't do, then ask for the names of the people they want to see. I'll explain what to do from there.
She pulled herself up with an oof and ordered Ayumi to retrieve her bag from the bedside table. The large fabric bag with the worn-out handles accompanied his grandmother everywhere. She'd been carrying it around since before people started calling them tote bags. She rummaged around, then pulled out an old college exercise book. It was an ordinary notebook, but the edges looked dogged and had turned a dirty brown.
Take this. It has everything you need to know about the job. Study it carefully.
He opened the faded cover. The pages were filled with his grandmother's tiny handwriting. The first page read,
Hello. I am the go-between. The go-between receives requests from living people who wish to meet with a loved one who has died. We will pass the request on to the deceased.
Grandma,
I wrote a script.
The dialogue reminded him of a manual he'd found behind the counter of a fast food restaurant. How easy does she think she has to make this for me? How little faith she has in me. After a moment, he bounced back and thought it was just like his meticulous grandmother to prepare a script in advance. Meticulous didn't begin to cover it, he realized as he turned a few more pages. And then he stopped flipping through. Above his grandmother's writing was somebody else's bigger, bolder handwriting, possibly a man's. Be sure to clarify difference from Mount Osore mediums in first meeting. Make clear we don't receive messages from dead. We only set up meetings between parties. The instructions could have been written by somebody younger than his grandmother. Bringing the notebook closer, Ayumi thought that it looked too old and worn out to have been created just for him. Grandma, when did you even write this stuff?
Oh, a long time ago. Now, read it closely and ask me if there's anything you don't understand.
The handwriting was neat, and the notebook had been prepared with the intention of thoroughly educating its user. It was definitely too detailed to be a prop in a scam.
Hi, Yumi. You still don't believe me, do you?
I believe you more now, Grandma, even though I do think you have had too much time on your hands making something like this.
Smarty pants.
She inhaled with her whole chest, her gown rising and falling, looked over at the alarm clock. It was 5 minutes past 4. Ayumi's uncle and aunt would be arriving any minute.
I've already told Sadayuki that I want you to take over. I'm sure he'll be there for you when you need him, and I will too, of course. I'll teach you everything you need to know. You're new to this, so really listen to the people around you, and talk to as many potential clients as possible, hear their stories. Everybody will come to you with great urgency, so be sharp and act mature, like a real go-between.
A real go-between? He started to laugh, but she glared at him.
I'm being serious. I'll keep negotiating with the deceased for a while longer. I want you to be the main contact for the living. You're going to be mediating for the mediator, just like Sadayuki's staff are helping to do right now.
Okay.
And one more thing.
There's more? Ayumi didn't know if he could take any more. His grandmother hesitated.
Like I said earlier, this gift is passed from person to person. Once I pass it on to you, I will no longer have access to it. That's how it works.
So, only one person can use it at a time?
Correct. I'll show you later how it's done, but only one person can have it at any given time. Once you become the go-between, you yourself will not be able to meet anybody who's died during your own lifetime.
Meaning what?
You can grant other people's wishes, but nobody can grant your wish. Once you become the go-between, you're in that role until you pass it on to the next person.
Ayumi wrinkled his brow.
Is there anybody you wish to see right now?
His grandmother had asked this question so casually, and he finally understood what she was getting at. Laughter from the neighbour's TV echoed vacantly. Before he could respond, his grandmother spoke again.
If there is someone, now is the time to do it, before I hand over the gift.
Can I think about it?
Yes, you can.
Sensing her eyes on him, he let his own gaze fall on the notebook, lying open on his lap. His uncle, aunt, and cousin must be running late for their visit. There was an awkward silence.
Now, put the notebook away. Oh, and by the way, this is our secret, okay? Not even your aunt and uncle can know.
Ayumi nodded.
So, how do you feel about meeting clients downstairs in the courtyard?
She leaned over to look from her bedside window. The bare winter lawns stretched out below.
I would feel better knowing I can see you from here. What do you think? On the bench right there?
Ayumi swallowed.
Okay. My boy, there's still so much I need to share with you.
She trailed off, as though she were talking to herself.
Especially you.
Through the open door, Ayumi could hear familiar footsteps skipping down the hall towards them.
Grandma!
Akane appeared. Ayumi casually tucked the go-between manual into his bag, his mind darting about. Who did he most want to see? Or more accurately, which one did he want to see? There were only two people in his life who had died. His mother, who had died in their home 11 years ago, and his father, who had killed her. He had taken his own life. Ayumi did not remember much about his parents. They were fun, that much he knew. One of the few memories he had of his mother involved an omelette onigiri she'd made for one of his school field trips. In most households, rice balls were wrapped in nori, but at Ayumi's house, they were wrapped in egg. White rice sprinkled with furikake was rolled into a ball, covered in flour and egg batter, and fried lightly in a pan, creating an onigiri with a yellow egg coating.
Ayumi's onigiri is yellow,
his friends had cried in envy. The onigiri had the wonderful smell of slightly charred egg. Back home, he shared his friends' reactions with his mother, who had said, "I'll make them any time you want." A picture Ayumi had drawn of their field trip won a prefecture-wide art competition, and his name was printed in the newspaper. "I love that his onigiri is yellow," he heard his father say to his mother. "You can spot his drawing from a mile away." If Ayumi remembered right, his mother was a good cook. When he'd bumped into someone from his early childhood recently, the friend had reminisced, "The first time I had keema curry was at your house.
We only ate Japanese food at home, and I never heard of a pilaf that tasted like curry. It blew my mind.
His friend's story triggered a memory of his childhood home, especially the backyard. It had a small but well-cared-for garden, with a row of daffodils lifting their necks towards the sky and a camellia tree hovering above them. Bay leaves and nutmegs for cooking hung in red nets from the eaves of the storage shed. Whenever his mother announced they were having keema curry, Ayumi and his father selected a nutmeg and cracked it open with a hammer on the concrete floor of the carport. Ayumi then ran into the kitchen to deliver its contents to his mother. His father had been a kind man, most probably. He placed his palm over Ayumi's hand to guide him as he hammered the nutmeg. He took Ayumi to the movies. They went on fishing expeditions. Whenever they had to drive long distances, his father would take hour-long naps in the car or under a tree before driving home. "He needs to rest for the drive," his mother told Ayumi, placing a finger on her lips. Playing quietly on the swings nearby, Ayumi watched the light and shade from the leaves dance across his father's sleeping face, while his mother cooled his forehead lightly with a paper fan. It wasn't until much later that Ayumi learned that his parents had eloped. By the time he found out, they were no longer around. Ayumi's paternal grandfather had been a stern man who didn't approve of his parents' marriage. He had his own idea of who his son should marry, but his son turned the woman down. Ayumi learned later that his mother was already pregnant with him. His grandfather had long served as principal of the local high school, and he wished for his son to follow in his footsteps and find a safe and reliable career. His son, to his dismay, chose the path of a freelance interior designer. He enrolled himself in design school without consulting his parents, dropping out of the educational department of the national university his father had approved. He was already on thin ice with his father, who blew up when the topic of marriage was raised, and later kicked him out of the house. With him being the eldest son, his father had higher hopes for him.
It had to be rough on Ryo and Kasumi too, Ayumi's grandmother said about her son and daughter-in-law. When Ayumi asked why his dad couldn't simply talk it over with his father, she replied, "Your grandfather was a stubborn man, but his heart was in the right place. Your father thought saying no to his father would be a rejection of everything he stood for." Which was exactly how Ayumi's grandfather did see it. He disapproved of pregnancy before marriage and refused even to meet Ayumi's mother. He never ever accompanied his wife when she visited the couple. For a long time, Ayumi believed he didn't have a grandfather on his dad's side. The year Ayumi started elementary school, his grandfather passed away from a stroke. It was sudden. Memories of events over that period were hazy. All Ayumi could remember was that his father had been deeply sad. He couldn't recall specific instances, but he did recall thinking he had never seen an adult cry before. The mood in the house was intense and anxious. His mother would watch her husband quietly, hoping not to upset him. 6 months later, it happened. "Ayumi!"
His grandmother had screamed his name and wrapped him tightly in her arms, her silky hair covering his mouth and nose so that he couldn't breathe. Where were they in that moment? It could have been the hospital or the police station, or maybe it was at his uncle's house. His aunt and uncle were weeping uncontrollably. How did he come to understand his parents' death? Who had explained it to him? Did he ever go back to the house that became the scene of the crime, the house with the nutmegs and the bay leaves? This was the story as he now knew it. His father had killed his mother. It was his grandmother who found them. Ever since her husband's death, she'd been visiting their house more frequently to check up on her despondent son. She had brought over some homemade food for the family that day. She rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. Turning to leave, she glanced through the window and saw her son and daughter-in-law lying folded over one another on the living room floor. Heart in mouth, she leapt into action, breaking the glass with a broom handle. But it was too late. The couple were dead. Her daughter-in-law had been strangled. Her son's hands were not around her throat, but instead he was holding her hand, as if he were trying to stop her from leaving. He had died by biting off his own tongue. There was no sign of anything missing, and so the possibility of a burglary was ruled out. The incident was filed as a murder-suicide. Both the victim and suspect were dead. Ayumi's uncle and aunt, his father's siblings, objected vehemently, saying there had to be another explanation. Their brother would never commit such a horrendous crime. His marriage had been happy. They would never leave little Ayumi behind, and even if he had committed suicide, death by biting off one's tongue was too bizarre. They begged the officers to reinvestigate, but their pleas were dismissed. Ayumi went to live with his uncle. His uncle had made the decision to bring him into his family when his own daughter Akane, who was 5 years younger than Ayumi, was still small. Not only had Ayumi lost both of his parents under the most gruesome of circumstances, but he was also now the son of a murderer. His uncle's family lived with his grandmother, which was a huge comfort to Ayumi. I get to live with Grandma. Outside this protective bubble, the voices of distant relatives who disapproved of Ayumi's father were incessant. Why would they have even eloped in the first place if he was planning on killing her? Ryo's father must be devastated up in heaven. That poor child left behind. I heard it was because Ryo cheated on his wife. One of his father's bags had been found open at the scene with its contents scattered on the floor. His phone was also flipped open. But this was all circumstantial evidence. Perhaps Ayumi's mother had suspected her husband of cheating and had decided to search his bag. His father could have caught her rummaging in it and lost his temper. A heated argument would have ensued, with him ending up killing her. These were all rumours that buzzed around Ayumi. While his uncle and aunt continued to maintain their brother's innocence, Ayumi hadn't known his father well enough to defend him fully. He listened to the rumours without being able to come down on either side. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Somebody said they saw his father with a woman at a hotel. His father claimed it was for work, but it was obviously more than that. The rumours flared, spreading like wildfire, until people finally grew tired of it. Ayumi was the child of both the victim and the suspect. When he ran into his childhood friend and heard about the keema curry, the memory of their old house and the backyard had brought huge joy. He'd loved hearing his friend talk about the past in such an open, guileless way. But then the friend had got back in touch with him. Hey, sorry about... Ayumi felt his body go cold as he anticipated what was coming. I didn't know about everything that happened after... Don't worry about it. I never do. He hated when people worried about him. After saying goodbye to Manami Hirase, a potential client, Ayumi headed straight for his grandmother's hospital room. She was already standing by the window, watching the door.
Nicely done. It looks like your first job went smoothly.
I just listened to her talk. He reached into his bag for the go-between manual and turned to the notes he'd jotted down during Manami's consultation. He peered down at the bench he had just been sitting on. It was now occupied by a patient and their visitor. He couldn't hear what they were saying.
How was it? Who does the young lady want to see?
Saori Mizushiro, the celebrity. They discussed how the sudden passing of the TV star at the height of her career continued to make headlines.
Oh, yes, his grandmother said. It really was so sudden. That poor woman.
I didn't really expect it, to be honest. Don't people usually prefer to request, their family and friends? Is this a common thing?
I wouldn't call it common, but it does happen from time to time.
Ayumi had assumed people who made requests were either sinking into despair and needed urgently to see a loved one, or else they had special circumstances. But Manami Hirase had seemed quite ordinary. She didn't seem to have a specific reason for wanting to see the celebrity.
Everybody has their reasons,
said his grandmother. The window was open a crack, allowing in a chilly draught.
Anyway, so Saori it is. Once I receive her reply, I'll have you call the young lady back.
He nodded.
By the way, Ayumi, I was watching you, and you rely on the notebook a little too much. You had your head down and you were reading off the page. I started to get worried. Next time, try to look at your client when you talk to them.
Well, it was my first time. He remembered something Manami had said. She asked whether the dead are allowed only one meeting, because once they've seen their person, they find peace and can move on. His grandmother turned to him. He prompted, "Is that why they can only have a single meeting?"
I'm not sure why. It's just the rule. One meeting per person, dead or alive, and...
Yeah?
Well, I don't believe everyone who has a meeting achieves closure in the end.
Ayumi couldn't tell if his grandmother had thought that from the start, or if she'd drawn that conclusion after years in the job.
Will you help me with another client next week? A man this time. His mother came to see me a long time ago, actually, so they make 2 generations of clients.
Wow, that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you were the one who managed his mother's request too?
I was. I remember it well. I let her take her grandson to the meeting, though I did go back and forth about it for some time.
You can do that? His grandmother smiled.
Time flies, she murmured. He was a little boy. I had Sadayuki look up past cases, and there was one instance in which a baby, who was obviously too young to know what was happening, was allowed to join a meeting. So I made an exception too.
Wow.
A lot of families use the go-between over several generations. I once had a client who was the child of one of my mother's clients.
His grandmother's mother, making her his great-grandmother. Ayumi fell silent.
What's the matter?
Asked Aiko. I was just thinking about how long the go-between has been around.
Right, that's what I've been trying to tell you. Does that scare you a bit?
Not really. He ripped a page out of his notebook and handed it to his grandmother, then placed the notebook back in his bag. A week later, he met with his second client, Yasuhiko Hatada. As was the case with Manami, when Ayumi returned to his grandmother's room after the meeting, he was quite annoyed. He knew his grandmother would be able to read his face from her hospital room, sense the negative vibe around the bench, but when he got to her bedside, she asked coolly,
"How was it?"
He was a jerk.
Is that so?
She laughed. She really was enjoying herself. Ayumi had opened the door, and there she was, Saori Mizushiro. He was gobsmacked. No way. His eyes had to be playing tricks on him, but this could not be a lookalike. It was too real.
Oh, hi! Thanks for everything.
Her high-pitched drawl, the long, dyed brown hair and bronze skin, the bold makeup highlighting her eyes and lips. This was the Saori Mizushiro he'd seen countless times on TV. She was real.
What are you doing just standing there?
He was about to say, "You're alive," but there was no way that was true. Wow, Grandma, how'd you do this? This is pretty cool. If it hadn't been Saori Mizushiro, If it had been some stranger he'd never met before standing in front of him, he might have continued to be skeptical. That person could have been a stand-in, and only the client who'd put in the request would be able to tell the difference. But this... he had no answer for this.
Hey, am I allowed to drink? Can I help myself to a beer from the fridge?
I think so.
Wait, but can she drink? Like physically? Does she have a real human body? Can she touch objects, and can people touch her?
He saw she had left a dent on the bed where she'd been sitting, and the bed cover was wrinkled.
So, like, how long have I been dead?
Her voice dropped. Ayumi looked up to see she was no longer smiling.
I heard that I died. I couldn't believe it when I first found out. I think I was really mean to that elderly lady who told me. Was that your grandma?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please give her my apologies.
I will. So, you passed away 4 months ago?
Huh,
she whispered. Her face looked grim, something he'd never seen on television.
So it's real.
She pressed the inside corners of her eyes to keep from crying.
Gotta protect the makeup.
Ayumi's chest tightened. He felt cruel for forcing her to go through with this. Why did you say yes? To meeting Manami Hirase? He'd been surprised when he heard from his grandmother that Saori had agreed to the request. He had been as unsure as Manami herself whether the star would accept.
I believe she's thinking of dying,
Saori had said, wiping her eyes.
That's why.
He made his calls to Manami and Yasuhiko from his grandmother's room at home, which was self-contained from the main house. He had no idea the room had its own phone line, and he wondered whether his uncle, who owned the house, knew about it. In the end, he had good news for both parties. The 2 meetings would take place on the same night, at the next full moon. They would begin at different times, in rooms on separate floors, so as not to run into each other. Because a full moon came around only once a month, it wasn't uncommon, he was told, to schedule multiple meetings on the same night. It would be good practice for him to handle these 2 simultaneously, to get him acquainted with the process. His grandmother's family took care of logistics, including reserving the hotel rooms. All that was required of Ayumi was to call the clients to confirm their availability, then meet them at the hotel on the specified date. The rooms were on the upper floors of the hotel, with a clear view of the moon. He checked with the front desk, and learned the reservations were under the Akiyama name. Sadayuki would be picking up the bill.
Meet the client and hand them the key. After that, you can stay in the room we reserved for you. Take a nap while you wait, or you can hang out in the lobby. When the sun starts to rise, the client will come down, so don't oversleep.
Can I ask them how it went? His grandmother frowned.
You are allowed 1 comment from them. You're in training, so I'll allow just 1.
I'm in training?
Of course you are. What did you think?
Yasuhiko Hatada had requested a meeting with his mother, Tsuru. When Ayumi knocked on the door, he heard a voice call from inside. "Coming!" A woman in a deep orange kimono opened the door. She seemed a bit past middle age, but her hair was still mostly black, and her cheeks were full and healthy-looking. Ayumi had heard she'd died of an illness, and hadn't expected such vibrancy. She looked nothing like the ghost he'd imagined. The woman bowed politely to Ayumi, unlike her rude son. "I haven't worn a kimono in so long," she smiled. "I don't know if I got the obi right." Seeing her check her back in the mirror, Ayumi could tell she was eager to be reunited with her son. "I heard that you once made a request to the go-between when you were alive." Only after the words had left his mouth did he wonder if the phrase, "when you were alive," was an insensitive thing to say. But Tsuru Hatada sighed happily. "It's true. I never imagined that I would one day be summoned myself. My life wasn't half bad, was it, if people want to see me even after I've died? I'm feeling a bit smug about it, actually. Is it a nice feeling to have somebody request you? She looked into Ayumi's eyes, and he wondered if he'd said something stupid. He started to take it back when she answered, "Yes, it's a wonderful feeling." Ayumi decided then that he would hang out in the lobby all night until the meetings were done. Saori Mizushiro had been real. This woman was likely not a fake either. He decided to believe his grandmother. He hadn't meant to tell Yasuhiko Hatada about his parents. He just wanted to shut the man up. He knew Yasuhiko, with his brash manner, looked down on him because he was just a kid. He'd also learned long ago that he possessed a powerful weapon. One mention of his background, and any conversation would close down. When he revealed he was an orphan, however, he hadn't expected the man to become speechless. They had travelled in the elevator in silence towards the upper floors, and were about to reach the room when the man finally spoke up. "I'm sorry about that question." "That's okay." As he watched Yasuhiko walk down the hallway and turn the corner, Ayumi bit his lip, wondering if he'd done something in bad taste. He had just met the man's mother a few moments ago, and she was looking forward to seeing her son, as aloof as he was. Shame spread through him like paint mixing with water. He got back into the elevator to the lobby, and as the doors began to close, he heard Yasuhiko click open the hotel room door. Manami Hirase had arrived at the hotel soon after. Ayumi's first impression had been that she was the quiet, serious type. She looked like the kind of person who didn't express herself easily. But she didn't look like she thought about dying, as Saori had said. What had Saori meant? He couldn't ask her to elaborate. He realized he was just a bystander in the lives of these two women. Had that been his grandmother's role all these years too? Upstairs, he said, "Saori Mizushiro is inside, waiting." He watched Manami proceed down the hallway in her heels, awkwardly setting one foot in front of the other. Midnight came and went, and the hotel bar was now closed, but Ayumi continued to sit and wait on a sofa near the front desk. He wasn't sure what the hotel employees knew about his circumstances, but nobody approached him. He nodded off a few times, his paperback slipping out of his hand each time. He woke with a start and, for a moment, couldn't remember where he was.
"Is there anybody you wish to see right now?"
His grandmother was obviously referring to Ayumi's parents, but he was allowed only one meeting. Of course, he was curious about what had happened when they both died, but which of them would he prefer to see? Only his father knew the whole truth, having been the one to end his mother's life. But did Ayumi want to come face to face with a man who was being called a murderer? "I guess I'd rather see Mum." At this point, his thoughts always flitted back and forth like the second hand of a dying clock, then came to a standstill. What would he do if he saw her? The thought came up his chest and burned in his throat. He couldn't think about it right now. His parents had died before he was old enough to understand. Did he need to know the details of their ugly conflict? He could barely remember what they looked like. How would it help to see them? Did he even want to? "It's a wonderful feeling." Yasuhiko's mother had spoken those words gently, but with conviction. She'd said her life must not have been half bad if people still wanted to see her. Ayumi stared out of the window and watched the darkness slowly fade into light until his thoughts started to dissolve and turn white, like the night sky. Manami Hirase finished her meeting first. When she stepped out of the elevator onto the marble floor of the lobby, Ayumi felt a release in his chest. She's thinking of dying. Saori's words had been gnawing at him. It took everything he had to keep from asking Manami what they discussed. He inhaled through his nose to calm himself before asking for her feedback. Just one comment, as his grandmother had said. "Idols are truly something," she said as the morning light bathed her face. Watching the contours of her cheeks soften, Ayumi realized this was the first time he had seen her smile. He walked her out of the hotel onto the busy street, where they said goodbye. When he got back to the lobby, Yasuhiko was just coming out of the elevator. As soon as Ayumi saw him, he remembered his childish behavior from earlier, and a heaviness took hold. He had difficulty looking the man in the eye. He took back the hotel key and asked if Yasuhiko had any feedback. Feedback? The man wrinkled his brow, and Ayumi braced himself. But the man continued. "You almost had me fooled. She looked like the real thing. I'm impressed." His apprehension, which he wore like a suit of armor, seemed to have unravelled slightly. "And so, if you ever find yourself in my neighbourhood, give me a call. I appreciate what you did today, and if there's ever anything I can do for you, I hope you'll call me." As he accepted the man's business card, which showed an address in southwest Japan, Ayumi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He followed him outside, although he was told it was unnecessary. In front of the hotel doors, the man gave him a hard slap on the back. "Good luck." Feeling stunned, it took Ayumi a moment to see that this was Yasuhiko's way of giving encouragement. He watched the man hurry across the street and disappear behind the stream of traffic. Shortly before checking out, Ayumi went upstairs to visit the rooms where the meetings had been held. Aside from a few empty cans and half-drained cups of tea, nothing appeared out of place. He closed the door softly on each of the rooms.
How was it?
When he got to the hospital, his grandmother invited him out to the courtyard. She sat down on the bench while he stood, drinking a Coke instead of the usual self-service tea. "I'm still not sure I believe it, but I did think, whoa, Grandma wasn't lying."
"Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you."
She raised her eyebrows.
"You're such a rude child. And how can you drink when it's so chilly out? Don't you come crying to me later with a stomachache."
"Nah, I drink this all the time after practice." That said, the can was getting too cold in his hand. He sat next to his grandmother and set it down on the ground. "Anyway, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But these people looked so normal that I wasn't scared or creeped out. And the people who made the requests both looked so happy afterwards. I could tell they were grateful."
"That's good."
"How long have you been a go-between, Grandma?"
"Since I was a young woman. The gift had originally been passed down to Sadayuki, but he gave it to me when I was about to get married."
"They should have kept it in the Akiyama family. I mean, it's a family business."
"True, but I'm sure your great-uncle had his reasons. Maybe he was worried about his younger sister marrying someone so stubborn. If my marriage didn't work out, at least I would still be connected to the Akiyama family with this power. Maybe he was trying to provide me with some security."
Yeah, that sounded like his great-uncle. "Is the gift easy to pass on?"
"It's not so much a gift as it is a method. I'll share it with you when the time comes."
"Have you ever asked to meet someone yourself?" Ayumi inquired casually, hoping he wasn't steering the conversation in an uncomfortable direction.
"I did. Before my brother passed it to me, he asked if there was anybody I wanted to see, like I'm asking you now. I requested my mother, who had died young."
"How were you able to know who to see when you were so young?" Hadn't his grandmother worried about the possibility of somebody else appearing later in her life that she would want to see more? She would go on to lose her husband, her son, and her daughter-in-law. What about them? His grandmother simply nodded.
Easy. If I requested my mother, Sadayuki would get to see her too, as the go-between. He loved her deeply, but his pride kept him from being able to express himself to her. I wanted to give him the chance to tell her the things he needed to say. I deserve more appreciation, she laughed. That's why I have no regrets. We were both able to see our mother, show her how happy we were and how healthy. I think I was a good daughter and sister.
You really were. Ayumi felt as if she'd beaten him to the punch. If she hadn't used up her opportunity on her mother, she could have made a request after she passed the power to Ayumi, when she was no longer the go-between. She could have seen the stubborn husband again, or her son who may or may not have committed the crime, or her son's wife who had been killed on the same day. Didn't she have anything she wanted to tell them? Things she wanted to know? A thought struck Ayumi. His grandmother had brought her mother and brother together. Could Ayumi do something similar? If he requested his father, wouldn't his grandmother, as the go-between, be reunited with her son? He studied her pale face. She looked so peaceful, sitting in the late winter sunshine, gazing out at the lawn. She didn't seem to have a hidden agenda. Maybe she didn't even wish to see her son. But the thought now occupied Ayumi's mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. His grandmother hadn't met with Ayumi's father or his mother, which meant he was free to choose either of them. And though his grandmother hadn't said anything to confirm or deny it, he doubted anybody else had seen them either. "Grandma?" She responded, staring straight ahead. But he couldn't bring himself to suggest it. "Let's go back inside," he said. "It's getting cold out here."
See? What did I tell you?
His grandmother laughed and shot his Coke can a victorious look. She stood up in the courtyard surrounded by bare trees. Ayumi got to his feet beside her. He couldn't believe it when he heard his next client was Misa Arashi. He recalled the accident in late December involving a girl from his school. They were in the same grade, and she was in drama club. Natsu Misono had slipped on her bike on her way to school early one morning and skidded down the hill into a wide intersection where she was struck by an oncoming car. Ayumi knew of Misono, having crossed paths with her on the way to and from school. He'd seen her speed down the hills safely numerous times. Faulty brakes had caused the accident, the students were informed in a school assembly. They were told to ride their bikes with extra caution. It was difficult to absorb that one of his peers had died, but while the death of a classmate was shocking news, he hadn't connected it with the deaths he encountered as a go-between. Until one day in early February.
"Do you know a girl named Misa Arashi?"
his grandmother asked. After the accident, Arashi had apparently searched everywhere for any information she could find about the go-between, which he'd first heard about as a rumour, and, after 2 months of research, had tracked down his grandmother's phone number. His grandmother happened to be home from the hospital that day. While the whole family was gathered around the table for dinner, she summoned Ayumi to her room. A request had come in.
"The call came in this afternoon. She said she's in her second year at Soe High School, so I thought you might know her."
"I think I do." He knew she was in drama club and had been performing regularly in shows since her first year. She was the only one on stage from their grade and was hard to miss. A few of Ayumi's friends thought she was cute, and it was true she had a pretty face with distinctive eyes. He used to see her on the way to school too. She and Natsu Misono were inseparable. After the accident, he only ever saw Misa Arashi alone. She must have changed her morning routine too, because he rarely saw her on the way to school.
"What do you think?" his grandmother asked. "I was going to have you step in like last time, but do you know this girl?"
"Yeah, I think she knows who I am, too. This could get awkward, he thought. What happens if I say I can't do it?
You're going to have to do it anyway.
Then why'd you even ask? It's not like I have a choice, right?
Right.
He didn't want to give her the satisfaction of nodding to her face, so he averted his eyes. But isn't it just a coincidence that you took her call? You happened to be home from the hospital today, but if it came on any other day, you would have missed it. You probably missed a bunch of calls when you weren't here.
True.
The phone was hidden in the back of the closet and had its sound turned off, a small flashing light the only sign of an incoming call. Ayumi was told not to take any calls in her absence, but the phone was hard to ignore now that he knew it was there. Are you allowed to let these other requests fall through the cracks because you're not here to pick up?
I told you. The go-between work is, for better or for worse, a service to society. We do play a certain role, but obligation is too strong a word for it.
Oh.
If it's meant to happen, it will happen.
She turned towards the phone, which currently sat in silence.
Some people call multiple times, but never get through, while others, the people who really need it, find their way to the go-between somehow. I'm sorry for the people who called when I wasn't here, but it just wasn't meant to be, which is why I feel we should hear this girl's story, even if it was a coincidence that I took her call.
She gave Ayumi a challenging look.
What do you say? If you still don't want to do it, I'll ask my brother to take this one. I can't do it. I have to go back to the hospital.
I'll do it. He remembered that his grandmother was back in her old tatami-floored room for one night only, and that she was headed back to the hospital in the morning. In this room, she had preserved her family's legacy without anybody, not even her immediate family, suspecting a thing. Something about Misa Arashi's request nagged at him, probably because she was somebody he knew. She and her friend were always huddled together, giggling about something or other.
Grandma! Ayumi! Want to come have some tea?
Akane yelled from the main house.
We're coming!
His grandmother called back at the top of her voice. She didn't at all sound like a patient in a hospital. Misa Arashi stood outside the train station, looking tense. Though Ayumi had thought he was prepared for this moment, he found himself hesitating. She and Natsumi Sono had been like two peas in a pod, their individual identities practically non-existent. When the guys said they thought that girl called Arashi from drama club was cute, he didn't know which of the two girls they meant. Once he learned Arashi was the one with the strong features, the one who seemed more opinionated, he started to see they looked nothing alike. And yet, the next time he saw them together, they merged into a single entity again. Riding his bike to school, the peals of laughter from the two girls coming up behind him made him uncomfortable, like he was in their way. But Arashi, the girl who stood staring at her toes in front of him, had only half the presence of the person she used to be. Misa Arashi? She widened her eyes in an accusatory glare. He had no clue what he'd done to provoke it. Yeah, so? Her eyes flashed in anger, and Ayumi felt a streak of bitterness towards the friend who'd said she was cute. This wasn't the kind of girl he was interested in getting to know at all. He sighed. I am the go-between. I set up meetings between the living and the dead. Arashi looked utterly stunned. He waited in silence, persevering under her defiant stare until she said, Wait, but you're Ayumi Shibuya, right? From school? So she did know who he was. He nodded, then asked her to follow him to the hospital courtyard, as he always did. She seemed to want to object to his choice of an outdoor bench on such a nippy day. Sorry, these are the rules, he said, leaving no room for argument. He handed her the usual cup of self-service tea, which she probably wasn't happy about either. Had he heard somewhere that Misa Arashi was from a spoiled rich family? To his relief, she didn't complain. "That's a Junya Watanabe coat, right?" she asked through the steam rising from her drink. Ayumi was taken aback. Even his friends who claimed to know about fashion had never identified his coat, and he didn't bring it up unless somebody asked him first. "Yeah, it's Junya. Good spot." "Thanks. I actually liked Lei Kawakubo's designs for Comme des Garçons better, though." He was impressed. She knew what she was talking about. She was smart, too, he now recalled, ranked pretty high in their class. As expected, the person Arashi wanted to see again was Natsu Misono. When he asked her for a reason, she exclaimed, "Because we're best friends." To explain, she carried on, "I want to see her one last time. Say goodbye for real. I didn't even get the chance. We're best friends. That's why I want to see her." "Okay." She was gaunt and pale, and appeared to have lost a significant amount of weight. Her legs were a pair of skinny twigs, and her calves alarmingly thin. He would have no problem telling the girls apart if he saw them now, he thought, then recognized the hopelessness of the word now. He brushed the thought aside. Arashi gripped her coat the entire time she spoke, as if she were willing herself to hold on. She hardly seemed to blink. As on the previous occasions, his grandmother took care of negotiations with the deceased, in this case, Natsu Misono. "She said yes," his grandmother announced, sitting up in bed. She still wouldn't tell him how she got in touch with the girl. "Did you know the Misono girl, too?" "I never talked to her, but yeah." "It's always heartbreaking to see these young lives lost." Ayumi gave a vague reply and grabbed a tangerine that somebody had brought as a gift. The thought of seeing a girl his own age who had been killed in a freak accident made him feel angry. Natsu Misono's life had been cut short, and he couldn't help but feel guilty that his had not. "You don't have to come here every day. It's a long way and you'll miss your evening meal," his grandmother said, lowering her legs onto the floor from her bed. "Go home and eat dinner with the family. I don't want you surviving on fast food all the time." "We all eat dinner later now because Akane has cram school. And don't worry, no matter how late I get home, dinner's always waiting for me. I hardly ever get to eat fast food." Every night, his aunt or uncle sat with Ayumi while he told them about his day, until he had finished his meal. They weren't being overprotective. In fact, they were chattier than Ayumi, and he spent more time listening to them complain about work and neighborhood concerns. They vented, he listened. He couldn't recall when he had started feeling that this was his role in the family. "Is that so?" His grandmother nodded. She smiled, laying a frail hand on the rail around her bed. "I'll see you then." "Bye," he murmured, and left the room. For once, his mind, usually brimming with thoughts about the go-between, school and his own problems, was quiet. He turned to see that his grandmother had stayed in her room. On his last visit, after leading him out to the courtyard for a talk, she had walked him as far as the hospital entrance. But today, she didn't step away from her bed rail once. He thought about the effort it would take for her to crawl back into bed, and felt torn between wanting to run back to help and wanting to avoid catching her in that state. "I'm such a coward," he thought, as he walked down the corridor, its walls a different colour under the glow of hospital lights. When Natsu Misono saw Ayumi, she froze. She stared with her palm wrapped around the doorknob. Her half-open lips looked thin, her eyes small. When he saw her face, he remembered. Yes, This was the girl who'd died 2 months ago. When he saw them individually, he could see she looked nothing like Arashi.
Ayumi?
Unlike Arashi, her voice was soft, a little timid. She quickly corrected herself.
I mean, Shibuya-kun.
She was wearing her school uniform, the same one Ayumi wore, so she too knew who he was, although they'd never exchanged more than a few words. They were neither complete strangers nor old friends. Misono looked as bewildered as he felt.
I can't believe it,
she murmured, taking in a gulp of air. Her eyes were still blinking from the shock.
I can't believe I'm seeing you now, after everything that happened.
Same here. Misono's eyes filled with tears. They spilled over the way butter melts on hot-off-the-griddle pancakes.
I'm so sorry,
she said, wiping them away. She placed her fingers under her reddened eyes and broke into a smile. She seemed to be trying to manage all her emotions at once. Ayumi didn't know how to respond. After today, she would be gone forever. Technically speaking, she was already dead. I'm sorry too, he said, and Misono looked at him, surprised. I'm sure you didn't want to run into someone you knew. Sorry.
That's not true,
she shook her head.
I'm the one who's sorry, for crying so much. It's just...
She hesitated.
I'm just amazed.
Her smile was sunny, free of melancholy. Ayumi felt his heart skip. She seemed so clear-eyed and luminous, her expression hiding nothing. There was nothing more he could say. Seeing him fall silent, Misono asked,
Is Arashi on her way?
Yeah, I'm going to meet her downstairs in a little while.
I have something I want to talk to her about.
Misono looked down at her hands. Ayumi glanced at her neatly clipped nails, at the strands of hair tucked behind her ears. He found it difficult to look her in the eye. She wants to see you too. Said you're her best friend. I think she went to a lot of trouble to find the go-between.
She did, huh?
Her lips turned up in another smile, but her eyes had hardened, making her look sad.
I still can't believe you're the go-between, Ayumi. All this time in the same grade, and I had no idea.
She stopped.
Oh, wait.
What?
Sorry. I keep saying your name like we're super friendly. It's a habit.
It's cool.
Really? Thanks.
A habit, Ayumi thought, but Misono simply laughed. He didn't know how to respond when she looked directly at him, and it wasn't because he felt sorry for her. He averted his gaze. Something about her seemed different from the other dead people he'd met. It wasn't just because they knew each other. Behind her tears and laughter, he sensed that she had her mind set on something. She seemed to be preparing herself for the arrival of a specific moment. Ayumi looked at his watch. I'm going to go downstairs. Misono stopped him.
Hey.
She sounded frightened for the first time.
What's going to happen to me?
He wished she wouldn't look at him that way. He pressed his lips together without thinking, which Misono saw, and so she said quickly, Sorry. She looked at the ground.
I'm going to disappear, right? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
You're not.
Promise to live your life without regrets, okay?
She flashed him a cryptic smile, and he couldn't tell if it was real or forced.
That's something only I can say, right?
Do what you want while you still can. I couldn't.
And now I'm full of regrets.
Okay. He had never talked to her properly at school, and knew next to nothing about her. He could only nod. Ayumi was about to leave, but Misono seemed to want to say something. Her eyes started to well up again. Ayumi pretended not to see that her fingers were trembling. Yeah? Back in junior high school, a girl had come up to him on graduation day to ask if she could have the second button, the one closest to the heart, on his school jacket. She'd made several attempts to get her words out, but kept swallowing them until she finally managed, "Can I have your button?" Misono appeared to be swallowing her words like the girl had that day. "Your coat. I like it," she said, her choppy words riding on her breath. He realized he'd kept his coat on the entire time. "Oh," he said, touching it lightly. She scrunched her face into a laugh cry. "I always thought you were cute. Like when I saw you on the way to school and stuff. Sorry. That's why I feel like I know you." "That's okay. Thanks." "Sorry. Please, go," she smiled. "I'm glad I got to talk to you. Your coat is Junya Watanabe, right?" "Yeah." He touched a leather patch on the shoulder. "I thought I liked Dei Kawakubo's designs for Comme des Garçons better, but I saw you wearing that and thought, hey, Junya's not bad." That's funny. Adashi said the same thing, that she likes Dei Kawakubo better. He was about to say, "Is that a best friend thing?" but saw that Misono's face had lost all expression. Her eyes had become black holes, her lips were parted. Misono?" Ayumi peered into her face. Her lips came together. "Adashi said that." "In those exact words?" "Yeah." "After I died?" Crisp and glassy, her voice seemed to be searching for an emotion it could latch onto, dropping low and dark in anger or sorrow. Ayumi nodded, shrinking under her sudden transformation. "When she came to me with the request, that's what she said." Her eyes had sunk. He watched as she swallowed. Before Ayumi could explain anything else, she spoke. "Can I ask you a favor?" Saying no was not an option. A flicker had returned, but her eyes looked so hurt, so deeply pained that they'd seemed brighter when they were just black holes. "If she comes to you after our meeting to ask for a message, please tell her this. If she doesn't ask, you can just forget about it." And then she said 4 simple words. Ayumi didn't understand what the words meant, but he memorized them and gave a nod. "Thanks." Misono's face softened. She bowed her head, then ushered him out of the room. He couldn't bear to watch Adashi now. "Let me go! Back to Misono one more time, I just need a second!" Tears streamed down her face as she tried to force her way past him. "Misono! Misono!" she screamed. As with previous cases, he'd given Adashi the room key before the meeting. She looked as exhausted as ever, but there had been nothing unusual about her behaviour then. As the skies started to show signs of morning, she had come back down to the lobby, her expression brighter than before. Her red eyes indicated that she had been crying, but she seemed to possess a newfound clarity, even optimism. Until, at Adashi's request, he passed on the message. Ayumi had only repeated what he'd been told, but that message had transformed its recipient. The colour vanished from her face. Her thin frame started to tremble, and before he knew it, Adashi had whirled round towards the elevator. Ayumi didn't understand the significance of Misono's message, but he had a feeling it was something to do with the accident, and if the 2 girls hadn't met up tonight, Adashi would never have received it. "Please, please, Misono!" she screamed. Ayumi pulled her back from the elevator and held her up as she collapsed into him. His grandmother had told him clients were not allowed to go back up to the room once the meeting was over. "It's not allowed," he said helplessly. "Then you go, please. Can you go to her? If Miss Ono's still here, can you please go and stay with her until she disappears?" "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Tears flowed down her face, which had gone from white to red, and long strands of damp hair clung to her cheeks. Ayumi could do nothing to help her. Light was illuminating the marble floor. He squinted through the doors of the hotel entrance as the traffic started to build outside. In his arms, Adashi's body felt hot from the thrashing about and crying. "Promise to live your life without regrets, okay?" Natsu Misono had smiled luminously, but did she have any warmth left in her when she spoke? Watching the sky expand with light, Ayumi felt his chest tighten. He wished he could have reached out to touch her. Adashi's sobbing continued until she no longer had the strength to hold herself up. She sat slumped on the lobby floor. "I'm sorry," she repeated like a mantra. He didn't know what she'd done, what had happened between them, but he knew that Natsu Misono had presented Misa Adashi with something that would weigh heavily on her for the rest of her life. "Let me see her one last time." The sound of her cries trailed off like a music box as it wound down. She stared vacantly towards the window, but didn't attempt to stand, as if she'd lost the use of her legs. When he told his grandmother about the meeting, she murmured, "I see. Poor thing." Ayumi still didn't know what to make of the incident. "I remembered what you told me," he said flatly. He was utterly drained. "What?" his grandmother asked, staring off into the distance. "When we were talking about Minami Hirasa's request, you said you didn't think all dead people got closure just because they saw who they wanted to see." "I did, yes." "I think that goes for the living, too." What was Arashi going to do now? She no longer seemed to possess in her frail body the energy or determination she had when she requested the meeting. Now that she had come face to face with her friend through the go-between, the looming regret that had hounded her since Misono's death had become cemented inside her. She left the hotel having lost her will, like a withered tree that had the last of its moisture sapped. Was it because she hadn't said what she needed to? Or because she had done more than she should have? Would she now spend the rest of her days wishing she had never gone to see Misono? That night, Ayumi couldn't sleep. He was forced to think about his own meeting, which may or may not happen. How did he know he wouldn't regret his encounter? That he too wouldn't end up like Arashi? Even if he did see one of his parents, he had nothing to say to them. He couldn't promise that he wouldn't utter something he would later regret. The only memory he had of his parents was that they seemed happy together. The picture of them in his mind was sunny. The egg-wrapped onigiri, the sunlight, the sunflowers, the omelette his dad made for him when his mother had been sick and couldn't cook. His memories of them were coloured in a bright, unshakable yellow. Their final moment was the exception. He'd be lying if he said he didn't want to know what had happened. But what if he regretted learning the truth? There was no guarantee that he wouldn't.
"I think it's time we start the process of passing you the power," his grandmother said casually. "What do you say?"
Her voice had a nonchalant tone, but he sensed she had been preparing in earnest for this very moment. Once he took over as the go-between, according to the rules, Ayumi would no longer have access to the deceased people in his life. It was time for him to make a decision. "Being a go-between is exhausting. I thought you just had to sit and watch from the sidelines, but this stuff hits you hard."
"Of course it does. Being a witness to a person's pain isn't something you can do half-heartedly." Don't you think it was pretty irresponsible to ask me to take over without explaining that first? Couldn't be helped. You are the one. So, what'll it be? Yes or no?
Oh, do it. It took him no time to answer, and his grandmother gave a small laugh in response. Ayumi relaxed, though he knew her laugh might be a carefully prepared act.
For the next round, I want you to take down the details of the client's request yourself, then join me in negotiating with the deceased. I'll show you how it's done. You can watch and then decide if you want to meet someone. Okay. After our next job, I'm going to ask you what you've decided. Your request will likely be my last.
Do you yourself want to see Dad again? If he didn't ask now, he knew he never would. His grandmother's expression was inscrutable. She glanced sideways at him.
That's for you to decide.
Her tone was gentle, but firm. Ayumi realized then that he had been hoping his grandmother would make the decision for him. At home, his aunt and uncle so rarely talked about his parents' death. They brought up only fond memories, as if attempting to blot out the darker parts.
Your father was this kind of person. Your mother always did such and such.
His grandmother's eyes softened.
Just let me know when you've made up your mind.
Would he ever be able to make up his mind? Ayumi didn't respond. 2 weeks later, his grandmother found their next client. Koichi Tsuji was a salaryman who worked at a company in Tokyo that made video equipment.
I have a feeling he'll call today or tomorrow. Take it in my room,
she said lightly, peeling a tangerine. She removed the white pith and handed him one piece after another, even after he had said he could peel his own fruit. The tangerine didn't taste very sweet. The day before he was scheduled to meet with Koichi Tsuji, Ayumi was placing his bag on his bike rack after basketball practice when somebody approached him from behind. Hey. He turned to see Misa Adachi, who was trying to catch her breath from running. She wore a lavender kimono tied loosely at the waist. Without an obi, the kimono was only half done, and he could see her gym clothes underneath. I saw you from the rehearsal room. Drama club. The kimono must be a costume. He turned back towards the school and spotted a light on in a third-floor classroom. It was the only one on so late. We got our tickets today, for the show we're putting on after graduation. We're doing Rokumeikan. She'd lost even more weight in her cheeks, bringing out the gleam in her sunken eyes. The ink was still drying on the ticket she handed to him. I hope you'll come. A month had passed since that day at the hotel, and this was their first conversation since. Adachi still spoke in a defensive, forceful tone, but when she pushed the ticket into Ayumi's hand, he could feel her fingers trembling. Her voice had an assertive edge to it, but her hand betrayed her nervousness. She swung it down to hide its shaking. Okay, Ayumi mumbled, and her eyes quivered. They appeared both accusatory and weary, as though she were trying her hardest to hold it together. She said quickly, "Bye." Though her eyes were looking down, he caught in them a hint of relief and gratitude. He was sure of it. But then she turned and stormed off. He could tell by the way she stomped away that she knew he was watching. He used to think she was a hostile snob, but not being able to openly express any thanks or tenderness, he now thought, had to be hard. The person Koichi Tsuji wanted to see again was his fiancée, who'd disappeared 7 years ago. Ayumi got the sense that he had continued to wait for her, replaying the possibilities over and over in his mind, wondering if she was still alive. He appeared serious and kind, speaking honestly about his fears, and treating a high schooler like Ayumi with respect. Ayumi imagined the courage it must have taken for this man to contact him. His hands remained clasped in his lap, and not once did he loosen them. That night, Ayumi stayed at the hospital until late.
"Shall we begin?"
his grandmother said, taking out a purple pouch from which she extracted a round bronze object about the size of her palm. Ayumi had never seen it before. "What's that?"
"It's a mirror. Whoever is in possession of this is the go-between."
She wrapped her hand around it, covering its surface.
"But you can't look into it yet," she said sternly.
She led Ayumi out to the courtyard, walking through the empty cafeteria and unlocking the door. Under the full moon, it was surprisingly bright outside. The courtyard was surrounded by rooms on 4 sides, and light spilled out from the windows, along with the murmurs from television screens. The same program was on in multiple rooms, and the noise travelled in double and triple layers. The atmosphere was brimming with colours and sounds, and it felt strange to be alone in the courtyard with his grandmother. "Did you come out here during the winter to negotiate by yourself?" Ayumi felt a little weary watching his grandmother in her nightgown. She shook her head.
"It still feels like winter out here, don't you think?"
she said, deflecting his question.
"Okay, I'm going to show you what being a go-between entails."
The bronze mirror was placed on the bench, facing the sky. Its surface was so dull that it seemed barely able to reflect the light of the moon.
"Don't look into it. Now listen. First, the go-between uses this mirror to summon the deceased. The only person permitted to do this is the owner of the mirror. When the go-between gift is passed on, the new go-between exchanges a contract with the mirror. The former contract loses its validity, and the former go-between no longer has any rights to it."
"Okay."
"This mirror must always have an owner. If the owner, the one with the contract, can no longer care for it, a new owner must be found immediately. Otherwise the power, which has continued for generations, will lapse."
"That's heavy," Ayumi muttered, not intending to make a smart remark. He imagined being the one with whom the relay ended. His grandmother crinkled her eyes into a smile.
"That's right. Which is why you're also responsible for passing it on when your time is done. Understand?"
"Yeah."
"Once you sign the contract, you must carry the mirror with you at all times. Don't let anybody know you have it, not even your family. I did pretty well on that front, don't you think?"
"You did." He hadn't ever realised the mirror existed. He wanted to take a closer look, but his grandmother kept it at a safe distance.
"Now, here's the most important part."
His grandmother's tone sharpened. Ayumi nodded and met her eyes.
"It is forbidden for anybody but the owner to look into this mirror."
She waited a beat before continuing.
"If somebody other than the owner looks into this mirror, both they and the owner will lose their lives."
The blue shimmer around the moon seemed to descend slightly towards them. His grandmother had never looked so serious. Ayumi's eyes involuntarily travelled towards the mirror before he caught himself and forced his head down towards the ground.
"You mean they die?" "Yes, which is why you must keep the mirror with you at all times, and never ever speak a word of it to anyone. My father and brother warned me that it was dangerous even to tell the man I was marrying."
She released a breath.
"Then again, your grandfather probably wouldn't have believed me."
"Grandma, I get that the person who looks into the mirror loses their life, but does the owner die right there with them?"
"Yes," she nodded. "When somebody who is not the owner looks into it, the slate is wiped clean. The owner must take responsibility for not managing the mirror correctly by sacrificing their life."
Ayumi's throat made a strange sound. "How do they..."
die. I've never seen it happen, so I don't know exactly, but I imagine that it's painful.
His grandmother looked like she was in pain herself.
Which is why somebody must always be in possession of it. If the mirror is left without an owner for an extended period, every person who looks into it during that time loses their life.
Why'd you wait this long to tell me how dangerous this thing is? He had meant for it to sound light, but he was only half kidding. There was no turning back, though none of it made logical sense. His grandmother shook her head coolly.
There's nothing to worry about. When your time comes, I'll go through each step to make you the proper owner. It's not dangerous as long as you abide by the rules. But, okay, let's begin. Step aside and watch.
His grandmother turned towards the sky, and Ayumi noticed her eyes fill with an energy he had never seen, especially not in the hospital room. Koichi Tsuji had requested a meeting with Kirari Himukai, though that might not be her real name. What was Grandma going to do? Ayumi watched her kneel before the bench in prayer position and stretch one arm out towards the mirror. She placed a finger on the surface and drew a slow circle the way one might stir cream into coffee. He couldn't see what was happening at her fingertips, but after what he'd been told, he was not going to move an inch closer. His grandmother was murmuring something, moving her jaw slightly as though she were chewing a piece of gum. She wasn't chanting a mantra or a spell, but was repeating the names Koichi Tsuji, Kirari Himukai, and the date of her disappearance. Ayumi wasn't sure how long it went on for. The moment arrived when the mirror, with his grandmother's finger still firmly pressed on it, started to capture the beams of the moon. Like a tunnel of light streaming out of a projector from the back of a movie theatre, the beam that connected the moon and the mirror widened as particles of light gathered and grew, like dancing snowflakes being shoveled into a pile. The light swelled from the mirror's centre and began to form a single shape. Out of nowhere, a woman appeared. Somebody who seemed to fit the description of the person in Koichi Tsuji's story stood glimmering in a faint light. She looked around incredulously, then stared down at her hands. Ayumi's eyes widened. In his mind, summoning the dead meant using the mirror to transport somebody over from the other world. But the deceased woman didn't come from the other side of the mirror. A figure had materialized from the light particles hovering above the mirror, like a convention of fireflies. The woman before him wasn't a dead soul, so much as a collection of elements she'd left behind in this world, elements that used to make up who she was. Maybe it was because his grandmother had repeated the man's name over and over. The memories of his fiancée, his wish to be reunited with her, had converged in this moment with the help of the mirror.
Good evening,
his grandmother said, as if to show the woman the way. The woman's eyes roamed and landed on the older woman, who was seated lower down than her.
There's somebody who would like to see you.
Ayumi felt as though he were watching a conversation outside a window. The woman stared at his grandmother, reminding him of the cartoon mermaid who lost her voice. And not unlike sea bubbles, particles of light continually floated up into the night sky. His grandmother's face looked warm.
Ms. Kirari Himukai, do you remember what happened to you?
The woman touched her throat and drew back. Her face froze in disbelief as she met the old woman's eyes.
I'm so sorry,
his grandmother said, bowing her head.
Koichi Tsuji would like to see you. It took a long time for him to come to me, but... What is your real name?
Teruko Kuwamoto. The moment her voice reached Ayumi, the translucent light drifting around her body cleared. She placed one hand on her lips and the other on her throat again as tears began to slide down her cheeks. The light travels through a pathway, Ayumi's grandmother explained to him later that evening, and that path connects to the hotel in Shinagawa. Deceased people who have been summoned by a loved one can travel down the path and step off the train, so to speak, into a hotel room for one night. That's why the night of the full moon is best. The more intense the moonlight, the longer they can meet. After Teruko Kuwamoto disappeared into the night, Ayumi and his grandmother returned to the cafeteria. It was closed and the heating had been turned off, but, stepping in from outside, the remaining warmth wrapped them snugly like a soft blanket. Is that like a pathway for spirits? Ayumi was familiar with the concept from ghost stories and TV specials on paranormal photography. His grandmother tilted her head and said, "I don't know if it's spirits. I think of it more like the path that cats walk. You know how cats stake out their own territory?" Oh. Ayumi didn't understand the comparison, but nodded anyway. The tea and water dispensers were still on, despite it being the middle of the night. Ayumi poured 2 cups of tea and set them on the table, the steam from the cups more visible than in daytime. "What did you think?" his grandmother asked. "I thought it was kind of like capturing someone's memories." He couldn't get the image out of his head. He could still see the woman wrapped in white light, though it dimmed into reality with each passing second. "It felt to me like you were bringing these people from some abstract place. It's not heaven exactly, it was more like you're collecting pieces of the person, their memories or something, and consolidating them into the shape of a human, or something." His grandmother was silent. Ayumi continued. "Maybe it felt like that because you were calling her in the mirror, and it wasn't even her real name, but she still showed up. That's why I thought maybe you weren't calling the actual dead spirit." "You're sharp. I remember thinking that too." His grandmother let out a small laugh. "But I didn't realize it until I was decades in, which makes you really quick." "I don't know. It's just something I felt." The thought had come to him as he watched the small particles of light converge. Maybe this woman and all the people before her were pieces of someone's memory, like an after-image, except it had a will. Could that be why the figure only lasted one night, just long enough for one person to witness? "All I did was take over the mirror from my brother, so I don't know whether I'm summoning somebody's soul." "But what's the point of all this?" Ayumi murmured. The courtyard, which had glowed radiantly moments ago, now lay in silence. Lights in the windows had been turned off. No televisions could be heard. His grandmother was so still that Ayumi couldn't tell whether she was listening. If dead people are just that, dead, and they don't have souls, or if they've moved on and are resting in peace, isn't it selfish of the living to want to see them again? Say a dead person did appear in human form, as a collection of memories from their lifetime. They still vanished when morning came. If the dead weren't allowed to take the memory of this final meeting to their resting place, that meant only the living were able to retain it in their hearts and minds. Was there any meaning in that? The Akiyamas come from a long line of fortune-tellers. His grandmother's response came after a long pause. What had she witnessed over the years? Her voice seemed to carry the weight of each of them. Fortune-telling exists to help guide people who have lost their way. So, you're saying the go-between exists just to help the living? Isn't that blasphemy? The dead person doesn't move from where they are, but they have these, clones going to these meetings in their place. He knew they were more than clones, as they possessed the memories and thoughts of the deceased. Still, it didn't sit right with him. Did dead people exist to serve the living? How is that okay? His grandmother didn't answer. Some people were able to move on after meeting their dead loved one. They found a little hope, cleared up any unfinished business, just like people who go to fortune tellers. But wasn't that a form of consumption, using the deceased for their own purposes? This struck Ayumi as incredibly arrogant. Sometimes the meetings produced negative results, and people ended up feeling like Misa Arashi. Maybe a part of him was looking for an outlet for his frustrations. He still couldn't decide who he was supposed to see after all. Hatada's mother had said it felt wonderful to have somebody wish to see you at all. The comment had stuck to him like a thorn, bothering him all this time. Forget what Ayumi wanted for a second. What did his father and mother want? Was there any point in seeing them if they were nothing more than the memories they'd left behind? He would find out how they had died, but how would that save them? Wouldn't seeing them only serve to satisfy Ayumi's needs? Ayumi also felt that if he met one parent, he would end up regretting not seeing the other. The thought that had briefly flitted across his mind now felt like a clear sign of things to come.
Today's negotiation took a long time, didn't it? It usually doesn't take this long,
his grandmother said. She didn't appear interested in addressing Ayumi's questions.
But I'm glad that Ms. Kuwamoto agreed in the end.
Yeah. Teruko Kuwamoto couldn't decide whether to move forward with the meeting. Her hesitation had caused Ayumi to stop and take note. She was fully aware that once she saw her fiancé, who didn't know she had died and continued to long for her, she would officially be dead to him. Her answer took a long, long time. When she finally said that she would see him, even if it meant he would one day forget her and move on, her voice sounded on the verge of crumbling. I want him to be able to move on, she had said. Ayumi stood to the side, watching in silence. Who did dead people exist for? For what reason? The moment was approaching for Ayumi to make his own decision.
It's nice to take flowers,
his grandmother said. Ayumi wasn't the type to buy flowers, and if any of his friends saw him, they would never let him live it down. His grandmother didn't care.
Sweet peas and tulips are in season right now. The performance is on graduation day, right? That's perfect. You can pretend the flowers are for a graduate.
It's weird for a guy to be holding flowers at school, period.
But I'm sure they'll make Arashi-chan very happy.
His grandmother made Arashi sound like a long-lost grandchild or relative when all she'd done was talk to her once on the phone. After the graduation ceremony, more students lingered in the gymnasium to watch the performance than Ayumi had anticipated. The play was based on Yukio Mishima's Rokumeikan. He had not read it before. As he changed into his indoor shoes at the entrance, he heard the words, "Tribute Performance." He looked up as two girls a grade or two below him walked past.
"Let's sit over there,"
one said excitedly. He thought they looked alike. He hadn't told his friends about attending the performance. The classmate who supposedly had a crush on Arashi had left, saying he had a post-graduation party to get to. Ayumi took a program at the entrance and saw Arashi's name listed at the top. She was playing the lead. The top left corner of the program read, "About today's performance." The text, which mentioned Misono's accident, had not been written by Arashi. Ayumi scanned the audience and noticed a couple, someone's parents, seated near the front and centre of the room. He stopped. The couple held a photograph in their hands. Inside the elegant wooden frame was Natsu Misono, smiling like she had that day at the hotel. Ayumi held his breath and turned his gaze towards the stage. He could hear the thump of props being moved around behind the curtain, a teacher's voice hissing directions to the crew. He followed the curtain with his eyes and stopped again. There in the wings stood Adachi, in the lavender kimono she'd worn when she ran out to the bike racks. Her obi was tied this time, completing the outfit. She was looking out, scanning the audience. Even from a distance, he could sense the heat in her eyes as they bored into Misono's photograph. The parents seemed not to notice. Adachi pulled her chin down in one determined motion and disappeared behind the curtain. Adachi was the picture of commitment on stage, raging, wavering, rejoicing, imploring, grieving, delivering her lines as though she were releasing them into the wind, berating her onstage husband in a fury of emotion. She wore the kimono and dress with confidence, bringing them to life in every scene. Ayumi thought about his dumb, absent friend who had vanished to a post-graduation party. Why was he not here to see this performance? Adachi was on a stage all her own. She performed as though her life were at stake. And then, her final line, "Is that the sound of a pistol?" The curtain came down, and the audience roared. When the cast lined up for the curtain call, everybody but Adachi beamed and waved. Adachi appeared, in a way, to be still in her role. Clutching the hem of her dress, she bowed her head. It was meant for one person only. After most of the gymnasium had cleared out, Ayumi reluctantly headed backstage. The cast members radiated pride as the accolades poured in from friends and family. Many of them ran up to Misono's parents in their seats, nodding and wiping away tears, hoping to bring a little comfort. Adachi was nowhere to be seen. Ayumi found her alone backstage, placing the props back into cardboard boxes. The empty stage lay silent, cut off from the auditorium noise by a thick curtain. He saw that she had already changed out of her costume. Most of the cast lingered in their costumes, hoping to stretch out their moment of triumph, but she had got back into her tracksuit. Her hair and stage makeup were a mismatch for the clothes. She was biting her lip. Standing amid the props, her hands were clasped tightly around the lavender kimono. She'd lost so much weight that Ayumi could see her collarbones. Unlike her weepy, sentimental fellow cast members, there were no signs that she had been or would be crying today. He started to say something, then changed his mind. "Adachi!" a teacher called from the audience. Her expression remained unreadable as she responded. "Here." She walked down the side of the stage without noticing Ayumi. Looking around the darkened space, Ayumi knew that Adachi would carry on. With drama club, with everything else. She had both suffered a loss and buried something deep within her, and she had no choice now but to keep going. As he left the gymnasium, he spotted Adachi's bicycle parked in the lot. He placed a small bouquet of flowers, their petals crushed from being stuffed into his bag, in the front basket. He glanced around, hoping nobody had seen him, and noticed that her bike was the only one with any colour. He eyed the swaying sweet peas. Spring was coming. The seasons were turning. It was November when his grandmother had entered the hospital, when she first told him about the go-between. The winds felt different now. Light began to seep into the colourless sky. The day of Koichi Tsuchiya's meeting, it looked like rain, unfortunately. Ayumi's grandmother had been following the weather forecast since the previous night. "I do hope it clears," she murmured. On nights when the moon was not visible, meetings were cut shorter than usual. Should they wait until the next full moon, or at least another night when it was clear? Urged on by his grandmother, Ayumi called Koichi, who replied, "No. Tonight is fine." Something about the man's voice nagged at Ayumi, but he hung up the phone. On the day of the meeting, Teruko Kuwamoto was nervous but animated as she waited in the hotel room. She touched her ring again and again, and when she noticed Ayumi's gaze, she smiled and said,
"He just gave it to me."
Was this the actual person who had died, or was she an image made up of collected memories? Ayumi felt his discomfort return. Careful not to let his frustration show, he asked, "Are you seeing him tonight so he can move on with his life?" "Yep," she nodded. Her expression was clear and bright. "He might end up forgetting about me, but I still want to meet him." "I see." Was her wish being fulfilled too, or was this meeting purely self-serving on the part of the living and the go-between? When she said, "I can't wait," as she posed with her ring in the mirror, he knew there was nothing more he could add. "It's time," he said quietly, and walked towards the door. "I'll be here," Teruko exclaimed, a little too cheerfully. Ayumi did not turn round. At 10 minutes past their agreed 7 o'clock meeting time, the cell phone number Ayumi called sent him straight to voicemail. He had a bad feeling. Every time the hotel entrance door opened, he heard the sound of car tires whooshing down the rainy street. He looked up each time, hoping to see Koichi Tsuji. The man wasn't going to show up. He tutted. "You cannot be serious," he muttered. He tried the phone number over and over until the wall clock chimed, signalling that 30 minutes had passed. 7:30. He imagined the young woman waiting in the room for her fiancé, flashing her ring in the mirror, fixing her hair, and suddenly he was angry. Wanting to see a deceased loved one so the living person could move on with their life seemed arrogant enough, but to summon the dead and then leave them hanging on after they've committed to the meeting, that was not acceptable. Ayumi called the nurse's station at the hospital and asked to be connected to his grandmother. When he explained the situation, she sighed. "Oh my goodness." "What should I do?"
"Just wait, Ayumi. He'll come. He would not have made the request otherwise."
"He can't get away with this," Ayumi spat out, his voice even more bitter than he expected. His anger had intensified with every unanswered call he made, with every person entering the lobby who was not Koichi. Teruko must be beside herself, being made to wait without a clue what was happening. Didn't Koichi know that once the night was over, she, whether she was a real soul or a collection of memories, would be gone forever?
"I'm sure he's nearby. Wait all night if you have to."
"But,
Ayumi," his grandmother warned.
"If he doesn't see her tonight, he's going to regret making the request for the rest of his life." Ayumi pictured Arashi putting the props away backstage, her image blending into the dark, rainy streets outside. He ended the call, cutting his grandmother off, and slid the phone into his pocket. Then he walked out of the hotel. He began to see why Koichi would get scared. He began to understand why he would want to run away. As he crossed the street, Ayumi remembered his umbrella in the lobby. But if he went back now, he feared he would lose his momentum, lose the resolve that propelled him on his mission. His own instincts were all he had to rely on. Koichi had to be in the area. He felt he would do the same. He peered into every cafe and restaurant on his short walk to Shinagawa Station. He's not getting away with this. Ayumi wasn't going to sit and watch somebody ruin his life. It wasn't his life, but he didn't want to be left with a bitter aftertaste like Arashi. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating. It had to be his grandmother. He didn't know why he was going to so much trouble. He was breaking the rules. Drenched and frustrated, both with the situation and with himself, Ayumi started to feel that nothing mattered anymore. He didn't care. He was only looking for the guy because, well, why the hell not? The rain carried on beating down, louder and harder than when he'd arrived in Shinagawa in the early evening. He looked in every cafe and restaurant on this side of the station. Was it worth starting over on the other side? He was ready to give up. He found himself back at the crossing in front of the hotel. Should he go back to the hotel or head towards the station again? He had been watching the dizzying parade of umbrellas for a few moments when a voice spoke in front of him. He followed it and saw a red umbrella just ahead, and lower than that, a yellow one. It took a moment to register. The person with the red umbrella stared back at Ayumi. It was Manami Hirase, Ayumi's first client. She'd met with Saori Mizushiro, and they'd said goodbye in the morning sun. She'd apparently called out to him without thinking. She hesitated before coming closer. You're soaked. She stood on her toes and covered him with her umbrella. A young girl stood next to her. She was the owner of the yellow umbrella. Tipping her tiny umbrella this way and that, she looked up at them.
What's wrong, Manami?
Manami saw him looking towards the girl and said, My niece. My older brother and his family live overseas, but they're now back in Japan and staying at this hotel. We just had dinner. She sounded calmer, more relaxed than when they had met in November. She hadn't become confident overnight, but the awkwardness with which she communicated before was gone. She gestured across the street to two people, her brother and his wife. They were waiting for Manami and their daughter with a quizzical look. You're the go-between boy, aren't you? She asked. Even through his sopping wet hair, he could tell that her expression had changed from 6 months ago. She'd worn no makeup then, but her lips now had a shine to them and her cheeks a touch of pink. Her niece grabbed her skirt and stretched out her arm, reaching for her aunt's open hand. She's thinking of dying. Saori Mizushiro's words from that night drowned out the sound of rain. He heard himself ask, Hirase-san, were you glad you made your request? Her eyes widened in surprise. Ayumi had to know, because what was the purpose of the go-between? Did the deceased exist for the benefit of the living? Was it entitled and selfish of the living to summon the dead because they felt like it? She probably wondered why he was asking. She thought for a moment, her lips pursed. Yes, I was glad. The rain was bouncing onto her forehead now that she shared her umbrella with Ayumi. Despite the wind, she held it over him with a steady arm. Only Manami knew what was keeping her outstretched arm from shaking, just as Arashi knew what was keeping her in drama club. When a life was lost, who did it belong to? What were those left behind meant to do with the incomprehensible, inescapable loss? Arashi would continue to stand on stage, and it was because of Misono. Did Manami, who stood before him in the rain, hold a part of Saori Mizushiro inside her? Would she carry on with the life that Saori couldn't live out? Maybe the living were fooling themselves. Maybe what they were doing was a form of consumption, of another person's death. But maybe it was necessary for the living to have to carry on under the watchful eye of those who died, to choose their actions knowing they are being watched, to believe in a specific presence over some unnamed God. Living each day wondering, what would they have done? Wishing they were here to advise and scold them like they used to. Ayumi felt the sky open up to reveal a vast expanse of blue. He saw his parents, the faces he thought he didn't know. He saw the house and the backyard where they cracked nutmegs. His grandmother was there. On that day, his eyes widened. He nearly screamed. He knew what had happened. The house. His parents. Go ahead and keep the umbrella. We're right by the hotel, and I'll just hop under hers. Manami spoke to Ayumi like they were old buddies. She crouched down to her niece's height, and the little girl exclaimed, Hey! Drawing the umbrella closer. Come on, Chi-chan, Manami grinned. Let's go to Daddy and Mummy. He saw her expression and knew what to do. He took the umbrella and said loud and clear, "Thank you, Hirase-san." I'm glad I ran into you. Really. He gave her a quick bow and hurried towards the station. He raced to the other side where he found him, sitting by the window in a cafe. The rain slid off Ayumi's hair, down his nose into his mouth. "Tsuchiya-san." The man raised his head slowly. Ayumi understood, the wavering, the hesitation, his secret hope that somebody would tell him what to do. If Koichi hadn't wished to be found, he could have gone home. He didn't need to sit by the window in a cafe so close to the hotel. "You have to see her." Ayumi was out of patience. Both he and Koichi were running away. They were on the verge of making a huge mistake, of making a choice they would regret for the rest of their lives. Please, meet with her. Whether it was selfish or not, those who had been left behind had an obligation to carry the death of their loved ones with them, in their hearts, even if it was for their own sake, because they had to keep on living. Those who were left behind were selfish, and they had to be, no matter how sad they were, no matter how shameless. The courtyard in March had been washed with rain, rejuvenating the dried-out trees and blades of grass. The earth, which for months had been parched, now darkened with moisture in preparation for a new season. The skies were crystal clear, as if last night's rain had never happened. "Let's take a walk." When Ayumi reached the hospital, his grandmother had asked no questions. She invited him outside. He had called the previous night to report that Koichi's meeting had taken place after all. "I see," was all she had said over the phone. They were expecting a visit from Ayumi's aunt and uncle in the late afternoon. His great-uncle Sadayuki was due to arrive around the same time. After visiting his grandmother, Ayumi had promised to stay the night at Sadayuki's house, his first time in ages. Whenever he had overnight duties as the go-between, he told his uncle he was staying over at the Akiyama house, but tonight he actually was. Ayumi sensed that his great-uncle would make things official today, welcoming him into the family as the latest go-between. "Grandma, did you choose me to be the next go-between so I can be part of the Akiyama family?" Their usual bench, where he'd met all their clients, was empty. He seated his grandmother first, and when he looked into her eyes standing above her, he noticed they seemed fainter than before. "I realized that recently," he said, "because you don't want me to end up alone. You knew the Akiyamas would treat me well if I was the go-between, and that they would help me if I ran into trouble. You wanted me to have a solid connection to them, right?" His grandmother was quiet, but she wasn't ignoring him. She was simply looking at the tiny plants growing at her feet. The light blue veronica flowers bloomed upward, unaffected by last night's rain. Her older brother had done the same thing for her when she was about to get married. He had arranged for her to stay connected to the family. "Sorry if I'm wrong," Ayumi began, "but did you give the gift to Dad too?" His grandmother's face quivered. She straightened her back and looked at Ayumi. He was right. His chest tightened, and he prayed that he would be able to keep the emotion out of his voice. "That go-between manual you gave me, it looked pretty old, and I started wondering. I thought I recognized the other handwriting next to yours." Whoever had jotted those notes down seemed younger, used more simplified characters than his grandmother. It was his father. Ayumi had seen his dad's writing in the documents that were now stored at his uncle's house. Ayumi was not the first person to take over the manual. Why had his grandmother given his father the power? The reason was obvious. She was concerned for her son's future, now that he'd been kicked out of the house by his father. His freelance career as an interior designer may have been picking up, but to somebody of her generation it appeared to promise nothing. Ayumi's mother still hadn't been allowed to set foot in her in-laws' house. His grandmother's wish was for the Akiyama name to protect her son and his family. That was the least she could do. "It's my fault," she said. Ayumi had never heard her sound so fragile. A dull pain spread in his chest. He wanted to tell her that it was okay, that she didn't need to tell him any more, but he also wanted to know the truth. His grandmother looked as though she'd shrunk several sizes. "You're right. I gave the power to your father and made him promise not to tell anybody about it, not even his family, just like my father and brother told me. And then?" Shortly before the death of Ayumi's parents, his father was suspected of having an extramarital affair. His bag was found open at the crime scene, and it looked as though his mother had been snooping. Negative rumours had been swirling around his father, that he'd been meeting women in hotels, claiming it was work. Maybe the hotel had been in Shinagawa, the hotel that served as a pathway between the moon and the mirror, the go-between's workplace. "It was my fault. I should have let him tell Kasumi about it. If I had allowed him to explain the job to her, things would never have turned out this way. She wouldn't have suspected him of anything, and they would still be here now." His grandmother's voice faltered. "Tell me, Grandma. They found Dad's bag with all his stuff scattered everywhere, his phone, his wallet. Was the mirror in there too?" The bronze mirror Ayumi was about to take over. If anybody other than the owner looked into it, both they and the owner would lose their lives. His mother's crushed throat, his father's bitten-off tongue. Ayumi had not seen these, he'd only heard rumours, but he still couldn't make sense of their unnatural deaths. His aunt and uncle had protested that biting off one's tongue was absurd, even for a suicide. Maybe it wasn't a murder-suicide at all. Maybe it was an accident. His grandmother's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't wipe them away. The unreleased teardrops remained suspended in place. "Yes, it was on the desk when I found them. I knew right away what had happened. I hid the mirror immediately." "It's my fault," she repeated. "I had to make sure nobody else got caught up in it. I formed a contract with the mirror on the spot and took over as go-between again. It's my fault. My fault. My fault." How deep did one's remorse have to be to emit this kind of sound? "I should have let him tell her," she said again. "Ryo and Kasumi had a wonderful relationship. He shouldn't have had to keep any secrets from her. Kasumi should have known everything from the start. For her to doubt him, and then for that to happen, I can't think of a greater tragedy. I don't know how it happened exactly, but they both must have been in excruciating pain." Ayumi tried to picture it. His mother suspected his father of cheating on her, and when she opened his bag to find some evidence, she came across the mirror. She looked into it, and tragedy struck. Her throat was crushed, and his father was forced to bite off his own tongue. Both met their untimely deaths, and the mirror lost its owner. "I knew I would have to tell you someday." His grandmother sounded as though her words were being wrung out of her. He couldn't look at her. His grandmother must have been preparing for this moment when she would have to tell him the story, including her role in it. His chest ached. She and the Akiyama family had always been kind to him. Thanks to them, he'd never thought of himself as less fortunate than others. "Grandma," he said. He put his hands on her trembling shoulders, noticing how much taller he was than her. He inhaled deeply, remembered standing in the rain the previous night, feeling the sky open up to him. He saw his parents. He recalled his days in the backyard with them. Those were the parents he knew. Maybe if he saw them, he would understand everything. Maybe his father and mother were waiting for Ayumi to request them. It might be arrogant, but Ayumi wanted to believe that the stories that belonged to the dead had been left behind for those who were still living. Was it right for the dead to exist for the living? He remembered asking his grandmother. An earlier version of Ayumi might not have had an answer, but today he didn't care if he was right or wrong. All he wanted was to stop his grandmother's trembling. The dead existed for the sake of the living. I think Dad told Mum about the go-between. His grandmother blinked at Ayumi. He knew he was the only one who could tell this story, a story he believed with his whole heart. I think he told her, even if you told him not to. Pretty early on, too. I don't think Mum was suspicious of Dad. Then why? I don't know how much he told her. Maybe he warned her not to look at the mirror, but he didn't say that looking at it could mean death. The night his grandmother summoned Teruko Kuwamoto, she had said, "They will lose their lives." He recalled shrinking under the weight of those words. Maybe his father hadn't wanted to burden his mother with that same fear. All he had to do was keep an eye on the mirror, make sure she never touched it on her own. The two were bonded by trust. They had full faith in one another. Mum knew about the go-between, but she decided to use the mirror in Dad's place anyway. She knew the go-between couldn't summon the person they most wanted to see. Realization and astonishment spread across his grandmother's face. Grandfather. Her lips quivered and released a sound directed at somebody specific, not Ayumi. Her eyes faced the sky, filling with white light. Ayumi nodded. There was nothing more for him to say. His parents had died 6 months after the death of Ayumi's grandfather, with whom they had had a falling out. Ayumi's mother had watched her husband writhe in pain and wondered if there was anything she could do. She was guilt-ridden, as their marriage had caused the rift between father and son. Maybe she believed that she could help the two of them reconcile. I think Mum was trying to do the same thing you did. You helped Uncle Sadayuki see his mum. She wanted to do everything she possibly could to grant Dad's wish. He knew his parents. Not the parents that he lost, the parents that others gossiped about, but the parents that lived inside of him. This knowledge didn't change the fact that they'd died, and he would never get back what he had lost. But his parents hadn't lost faith in each other. On the contrary, it was because of their belief in each other that the tragedy had occurred. His father had been found holding his mother's hand, as if to keep her from leaving him alone. His grandmother's eyes were now brimming with tears, her wrinkles deeper than usual. She covered her face and began to sob. Ayumi stroked her back with a firm hand. He didn't know the actual truth, but that was the truth inside him. Am I right, Dad? Sunlight streamed through the trees, bouncing off the raindrops and making them sparkle. Ayumi squinted, stretching the light into a thin line. It was the same radiant yellow of his childhood, stretching from one end of his vision to the other. When he told his grandmother about his decision not to see either parent or anybody else, she thought for a while and then said, "Okay." She had stopped crying, and though her gaunt cheeks were wet with tears, he could see traces of a warm glow. "If I'm going to see someone someday, I want it to be you." His grandmother sat still, not even blinking. He blurted out, "It won't be for a long time, but when I pass the go-between role to somebody else, I'm going to request a meeting with you. I'll probably be all old and grey by then too. I'm not old and grey, his grandmother shot back. I'm going to request you. I'm reserving you now, so don't see anyone else before me, okay? Save it for somebody else. Your life is just getting started. You have no idea what's going to happen from here on. You'll get married, have kids. There's so much in store for you. You'll forget about me in no time. Maybe. But for now, let's just say, I'll choose you. He didn't know if his grandmother's testiness was a mask for her joy. He couldn't help but laugh. And if I do still want to see you when I'm old, it's proof that I lived a nice, peaceful life, right? So wait for me. I like living with Uncle and everyone. It's fun. He felt weird announcing it now, but he needed to say it. When I think about my family, I think about all of us in our house now. That's normal for me, and there's nobody else I need you to help me see. Fine. Her reply was brief, as usual. Good, Ayumi thought. Some things never change. When he first lost his parents and learned of the vicious gossip that surrounded them, young Ayumi had felt helpless. The dark, hushed voices made him feel as though he were not allowed to enjoy his life, that he was expected to live with his head down in shame. He felt he owed everybody an apology, and the guilt, as baseless as it was, threatened to sweep him away. The only thing that kept him from becoming unmoored was something his grandmother said. He couldn't remember why they had left the house that day, something ordinary like grocery shopping. He and his grandmother were taking the bus home when they met a woman with a young baby in her arms. One of the baby's shoes fell off, and Ayumi picked it up. Here you go. At the mother's request, he placed the shoe back on the baby's foot. The woman thanked him and smiled at his grandmother, saying, "What a sweet grandchild you have." She might have mentioned something about good manners. And his grandmother had replied happily, "Yes, he's my uchimago, my son's son." Ayumi hadn't known the significance of the word back then. It was new to him and sounded important, and it remained with him until he was old enough to understand. His grandmother's use of uchimago signified love and acceptance. It cemented their position, him and his parents, in the family. "I heard your grandfather boasting about you once," his grandmother said out of the blue, as if she'd forgotten about it until this very moment. "Do you remember back in preschool when your drawing was published in the newspaper?" "Yeah." His drawing of the egg-wrapped onigiri. He remembered congregating around the paper with his parents for a look. "Well, your grandfather's friends were over for a game of Go, and he wouldn't stop talking about your drawing, even after they'd congratulated him multiple times. He's not just any grandson, he said. He's my uchimago. He's going to keep our family name alive." A warm breeze passed behind them. His grandmother met his gaze and screwed up her eyes, creating yet more small creases at the corners. "I don't think he knew that I was watching. He never could express himself openly around his family. I bet Ryo and Kasumi are treating him like a stubborn old man up there right about now." He didn't need to ask whether his parents knew that story, whether his grandmother had ever shared it with them. "You know, you can still say no." His grandmother held his gaze. "I still think you would make the best go-between." "It's okay. I want to." The words came easily. His grandmother continued to hold his eye. "I'll do it." He meant it this time. Unlike the reluctant yes he'd given in the hospital room months before. His grandmother opened her lips slightly, nodded. "Then, let's begin." She took out the pouch with the mirror. Ayumi was startled. They were sitting in broad daylight, and the hospital courtyard was full of people. "Here?" "Sure," she replied. "There's no rule saying there has to be a big ceremony." She laid the wrapped mirror on her palm and pushed it towards Ayumi. "Place your hand over it," she said. "Once I've passed on the mirror, I'll explain the specifics of the transfer. But now, close your eyes and keep them closed until I say it's time." Ayumi placed his hand on his grandmother's palm. Neither of them spoke. When he closed his eyes, he could see the afterglow of the sky behind his eyelids. Even with his eyes shut, he could feel the warm hum of light on his skin. He felt his grandmother's hand grow hot through the mirror.
"You can still say no."
He couldn't tell from her flat tone whether she was being serious, but he heard a slight bounce in her voice, a crinkle of laughter.
"You sure about this, boy?"
"You're asking me that now?"
"Good point."
Eyes closed, he could still feel the yellow, red, and orange colours of the sun. He was aware of his thin eyelids shielding his orbs from the air outside. He waited silently for his cue. "Open your eyes," the voice called.
Thanks for listening.